Recalling a certain afternoon, a flock of birds soared through the crimson sky. At that moment, a terrified man was backing away from a pack of wild beasts. "Stay away from me. I don't have anything for you to eat." Even so, they still bared their fangs, threatening him. Exhausted and terrified, he frantically raised his hands to defend himself. In a split second, the ferocious snarls vanished, leaving behind pools of blood. Sensing he was out of danger, the man in green cracked his eyes open and gasped in awe. At that moment, Rananiel stood tall before him, casting a spell. The man in green immediately asked, "Who are you?" At the same time, the system suddenly announced, Mage Rananiel dispatched. Then, she decisively reached out and unleashed her magic. Surges of power blasted forth, sending the beasts flying thousands of meters backward. In the past, Rananiel had made a pact with the stars to escape the demon lord. The beasts were relentlessly and mercilessly attacked. Under that overwhelming pressure, they tried to resist by digging their sharp claws into the ground. The energy within her radiated ever stronger. "I've already used the demon scale. Of course, every trade comes with a price." The beasts continuously stomped, gathering momentum to launch. Rananiel stood perfectly still. With a gentle wave of her hand, she resolved everything. As soon as she finished, the entire area erupted in a brilliant light due to the effects of that pact. Now, she stood alone in the deep forest. She remained motionless for a moment, thinking to herself, "I can't completely escape the demon lord." But it wasn't over. Refusing to give up, a beast stealthily attacked from behind. It opened its maw, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth to threaten Rananiel. This only fueled her rage. "The demon lord's curse is still in my heart." Sensing the enemy's counterattack, the beast was terrified. Then, she calmly pointed a finger to strike back, while internally cursing, "Because of it, I can no longer go on adventures." Without hesitation, she dispatched it in mere seconds. A beam of power shot out, making the ground look like it was about to cave in. Witnessing this, the man in green was utterly bewildered. "What the?" Once everything was settled, Rananiel coldly asked, "Are you all right?" The old man's voice trembled, unable to form words. She then reached out and pulled him to his feet. Finally, he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you so much. May I know your name so I can properly repay you?" Rananiel hesitated before answering briefly, I'm Ronnie." A second later, she turned away and warned, "This road is very dangerous. Be careful in the future." At the same time, she breathed a sigh of relief. Almost slipped up. Hearing this, the man gratefully replied, "Thank you." Without another word, she bid him farewell. "I'll be taking my leave now." Before leaving, Rananiel carefully pulled her hood down to conceal her face. "And so, I, Rananiel, announced my retirement from the battlefield." The afternoon sky quickly faded into the dark of night. Not long after, dawn broke. Rananiel returned alone to her familiar village. "It's been a long time since I've been back here." Hero party member, Mage Rananiel. The scene suddenly shifted back to her past life. Russell asked in a cold tone, "You want to defeat the demon lord?" A voice full of reluctance echoed, "Are you really going? You could be killed, and all your magic will be rejected." Even so, Rananiel said nothing more. He helplessly continued, "Do you still want to go?" Finally, she bluntly stated her decision. "Master, I'm going." Russell's eyes immediately softened. Clenching his teeth to swallow his pain, he said, "I understand, you foolish disciple. Bring the demon lord's head back here. If you can do that, I will accept you as my disciple again." With that, her determination and goal grew even stronger. 5 years had passed since then. "I want to bring the demon lord's head back to Master." With that thought, Rananiel stepped forward and knocked on the door. He stepped out and asked in confusion, "Who is it?" Seeing Russell, she slowly took off her hood. Then, Rananiel smiled brightly and announced, "I'm back, Master." Seeing her return safely, his eyes widened in disbelief. Without needing many words, Russell grasped the situation. "I see. So this is what happened." She secretly admired him. "Master is amazing." He saw through everything instantly. Suddenly, he covered his face in regret. "If I had known you would die like this, I would have tried to stop you." His blunt words made her jump. Rananiel's appearance had changed, so Russell couldn't recognize her. He sadly wiped away his tears. You came to pass on his dying words, didn't you? There's no way he'd just leave behind a staff like this. I was so worried at first, but then I felt proud of all his achievements. When I heard he defeated the Black Dragon, one of the 4 heavenly kings, I was truly happy. Rania froze and tried to speak. Let me explain. She emotionally reintroduced herself. Master, I am Rananiel. However, Russell didn't believe a word of it. You don't need to comfort me like that. He's all ready. To prove it, she decided to channel her energy into the staff. Thanks to that, his eyes lit up in realization. Is this Rananiel's gray mana? Russell emotionally asked. Is it really you? She continued to affirm it. Yes, I'm back. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning shot past her neck out of nowhere. That power instantly split a large wooden beam in half. Then, he coldly turned his back. He spoke in a chilling tone. Come in. Rania happily obliged, flashing a polite smile. Once inside, Russell slowly recounted everything. He had personally written various letters. To Russell, the exemplary master of the Grey Tower. To Russell, professor of the Alpha Academy. To Sir Russell, the esteemed master of the Ash Mage. A series of replies continuously poured in. The Ash Mage has announced his retirement. Professor, do you know where he is? I'll get straight to the point. Our magic tower wants to meet the Ash Mage to appoint him as an elder. He angrily raised his voice. Look at this. I've received hundreds of letters from everywhere. Is there anyone as foolish as you to suddenly announce their retirement? You didn't even contact me, and I had to deal with this mountain of mail. I thought you were dead. Now that he saw she was safe, Russell made a firm decision. Bring them here. I'm going to burn them all. Before he could deal with them, a new letter arrived. Another one? Cinder, principal of the Alpha Academy, Aaron Vantren. It seemed like an ordinary letter. The contents read, To my dear friend, Russell Vanches. Spring is arriving at the Ambia Academy, the cradle of academia. Have you prepared for the upcoming semester? I write this not as a principal, but as a close friend. Russell, do you know where your student, the Ash Mage, is? You know, right? The new students are the future talents who will rule this era. The professors are on pins and needles. We must bring the Ash Mage back as soon as possible. At the very least, you have to tell me where he is. Without hesitation, Russell held out a stack of letters and demanded, burn them. Before acting, Rania asked in a low voice, Are you sure, Master? What if there's a problem? But he didn't care. What problem? Stop talking nonsense and burn them. There's still a lot more. Russell let out a soft sigh. Why did this happen to me? Rania scratched her face and chuckled. Just like you, Master. After leaving the hero's party, I got drunk and got into a fight. And then I turned into this. She hesitated, wondering to herself, should I explain it like that? Just a while ago, she had been brutally attacked. Rania's entire body was exhausted. She coughed up blood nonstop. Her opponent continuously generated a terrifying new source of power. Rania gritted her teeth and fought back with all her might. She tried to counterattack with all her abilities. And then, her heart hesitated. I'm still not entirely sure. Seeing Rania hesitating, Joseph didn't press her. Anyway, whatever. That's your business. But at the very least, there must be a reason. Tell me your plans for the future. What do you plan to do with this second life? She cheerfully and boldly replied, I won't return to the magic tower or the hero's party. I don't know what I need to do. That's why I came back here, Master. At this moment, Joseph was holding a letter from the director of the AP Academy, Aaron. Joseph stroked his beard, staring at her without saying a word. Then he spoke briefly, just consider it. As a personal favor to an old friend of mine. In Rania's mind, the image of that palace clearly appeared. The letter was originally asking if she would come to the AP Academy. The beautiful morning sunlight shone brightly down on the palace. A voice suddenly rang out. You have a suitable candidate for the new professor position? Following that, the director of the AP Academy, Aaron Vastrin, exclaimed in panic, Really? Joseph stroked his beard and confidently affirmed, That's right. You could say this is one of the brightest candidates in the capital. You'll be surprised to see this person's abilities, too. There's no doubt about it. Hearing this, Aaron thought to himself with delight. He's talking about the Ash Mage. I'm really looking forward to this. Saying that, he decisively proposed. Then let's sign the contract right away. A second later, Joseph spoke while handing over some information. That's the daughter I recently adopted. Her skills are very stable. Suddenly, Aaron interrupted. What about the Ash Mage? He paused in confusion for a few seconds. Huh? What are you talking about? I don't understand. And then, Joseph continued. That child's name is Rania Vanches. She has a solid foundation and excellent skills. Perhaps she will also be a good teacher. Hearing this, he gritted his teeth in anger and shouted, unacceptable. Following that, Aaron flatly refused. I have always promoted fairness, but now you're proposing a relative? That cannot happen at the AP Academy, the cradle of academia. Seeing the other's expression, Joseph frowned, speechless. He's so stubborn. He never stops being difficult. I worked for many years without an assistant, remember? Without hesitation, he decisively objected. That's because you dumped a ton of work on the previous ones. Aaron continued to reason. That's why I'll choose someone who can tolerate me. A second later, he stood up, slammed the table, and warned. Do you understand how important this year is? This is a time when we must be completely honest in appointing professors. Without hesitation, Aaron threw the papers straight at Joseph. Look, every single person in here wants to set foot in the academy. Seeing this scene, he instead felt amused. Unbelievable. Then that's even more reason for you to choose my daughter. At this point, Aaron could only feel helpless. You jerk. Not long after, Rania quickly set foot in the royal library. She stood still, staring, and thought to herself, it's been 6 years since I last came here, huh? I only came because Master told me to. But nothing has changed. Then, Rania slowly walked in. She carefully recalled every word of Joseph's instructions. You will soon become an assistant professor. So study seriously. Looking around, Rania felt a bit bored. Seriously? I have no idea what to do here. I finished reading this pile of books a long time ago. But since I'm already here, I have to do something. Suddenly, an exclamation rang out, accidentally catching her attention. Why? The young man with bangs exclaimed in confusion. I can't transfer mana. Why? It's true. Why isn't the pen's mana radiating? From then on, the classroom became noisier and noisier, causing the teacher to angrily demand, quiet down over there. Not stopping there, he continued to complain. Please look at this. The mana suddenly disappeared. And then, the other girl also agreed. Mine too. Seeing this, Caesar adjusted his glasses, gritted his teeth, and deduced. First time at the Royal Library? There's only one reason for that here. At the same time, the young man with bangs suddenly realized, looks like a new student. Rania, looking gloomy, wondered to herself, mana isn't coming out? I just need to focus a little. A second later, Ayla accidentally bumped into her shoulder. It's because of the fourth princess. Her Highness Ayla is in the Royal Library. The accidental collision caused all the books and papers to fall. Rania anxiously asked, Are you okay? I'm sorry, I was lost in thought. Despite that, she only replied coldly and briefly, It's fine. At this time, Ayla's hands were slowly picking up a stack of papers. She stared intently without looking away for a second. Thanks to that, she dared to confirm, fourth Princess Ayla, a child loved by the stars. Returning to the conversation between Joseph and Aaron, Aaron casually recounted, Such a great person still wants to enter the academy. He cheerfully examined each piece of the profile. I heard you received reports on the recent war situation. As soon as he read about Ayla, Joseph immediately felt impressed. That's right. It seems the knights on the front lines were defeated because the Ash Mage retreated. That's why the princess has to start learning magic circles now. After a while, Aaron curiously asked further, Exactly where is your student right now? As soon as she implicitly guessed the other's true identity, Rania was extremely flustered. Rananiel Vanches Ayla. Without a doubt, that's the fourth Princess Ayla. 6 years ago, every time I came to the library, she would ask me to teach her. Compared to her appearance back then, she's grown up now. Seeing her motionless, she asked in confusion, Why do you keep staring at me? Immediately, she snapped back to reality and shyly said, I'm sorry. Then, Ayla continued, That cloak. Are you a mage? Rania firmly affirmed, That's right. Anyone wearing a cloak here is a mage, right? How pointless. And then, she silently listened to her explain, when recruiting more incompetent mages, who have no problem-solving skills and don't know how to analyze magic circles, Useless people unlike him. How many people have had to sacrifice themselves because of such mages? While listening, Rania carefully picked up the remaining pieces of paper. Ayla curiously asked, "You call yourself a mage, but do you really understand what it means?" She thought for a moment and then hesitantly replied, "I guess so." Receiving the answer, Ayla closed her eyes and changed the subject. "Sorry for bothering you. Thank you for picking those up for me." Saying that, she turned and walked away without any hesitation. Rania tried to reach out and pick up the last piece of paper. "Here's another one." She once again politely handed it to Ayla. However, she still felt a bit strange. There's still one missing. And then, Ayla decisively took back the piece of paper from her hand. "Isn't this a barrier circle?" Scoble. She momentarily didn't want to let go. A second later, Rania directly addressed her doubts. "That's a circle created by the Bone Warlock." "Right." Ayla stopped, sweating profusely. Who is this person? She just glanced at it and knew this was the barrier circle of the ancient corpse Scoble, the one who destroyed the Night Legion. This is a very difficult barrier to dispel. Even the mages not on the front lines are looking for a solution. Thinking that, she didn't hesitate to affirm, "That's right. You know a lot. If you're not going to dispel it, can I please do it? Although I don't think you can solve it." However, everything was beyond expectations. Rania calmly and confidently said, "This? If I get to work, I'll solve it right away." Hearing that, Ayla's face suddenly darkened. She asked in confusion, "Did I say something wrong?" "Definitely. But," not letting Rania say much, Ayla hurriedly urged, "Then try to solve it." A second later, she angrily shouted, "You've looked down on me that much already. Then solve it." Seeing Ayla angry, it made her even more confused. "Look down on you? When?" Then, she began to cast magic. "So if you do this now." A few minutes passed, but there was no movement. Rania was extremely confused. "Huh? Why isn't it working?" "Mana." Seeing her flustered, Ayla coldly spoke up. "Trying to use mana here? Do you know who I am? It's because of the limits of the stars. The stars granted me the right to control the energy of the surrounding mages." "Sorry, wait a minute." Before she could finish her sentence, in a split second, Rania cast a spell that surrounded her entire body. Even her legs radiated power from it. The entire area here was now filled with Rania's energy everywhere. The young man with bangs saw it, and his jaw dropped in shock. "What is that?" The blonde girl was also stunned, unable to believe it. "Is this mana? But the princess is here." After showing off for a while, Rania looked at life with cold eyes. Facing this scene, Ayla held her head in dizziness. "Impossible. She can instantly summon Scoble's barrier? How should I describe it? Dispelling it is easy, but explaining it is hard." At this time, the whole classroom was in chaos. She suddenly stopped. "No, wait a minute." Realizing the other party hadn't truly acknowledged it, Rania continued to show off. "I'll show you with your own eyes. Look closely." Finally, she returned safely. The blinding light pierced through the gate and shone into the room. Rania read a book while asking, "Still no news?" Joseph helplessly recounted, "He's quite stubborn." Despite the unexpected result, she wasn't angry at all but softly asked, "The principal's name is Aaron, right?" Then, he coughed slightly and continued, "He's very dedicated to AP, but sometimes too stubborn. The pressure has made him bald. I guess I can't be an assistant professor anymore." Rania coldly flipped the book, expressing her dissatisfaction. "Then what else can I do? If he doesn't allow it?" He hurriedly tried to reassure her, "Don't worry. We just need to find another way. So from now on." Before he could finish his sentence, there was a continuous knocking on the door outside. "Are you home, Professor Joseph?" Immediately, the door was cracked open. Harville, his face expressionless, spoke up, "Long time no see, Professor." He smiled awkwardly and welcomed him. "Isn't this Sir Harville, the Royal Knight? What wind brought you here?" However, he didn't pay attention to his question but got straight to the point. "Is Lady Rananiel Vanch's home?" Joseph softly replied right away, "My daughter is here." Saying that, Harville took out a new outfit and continued, "I need to deliver this to her. It's from the fourth princess." At this time, she stepped out and heard everything, freezing in shock. The fourth princess? Ayla. In her previous life, the Ash Mage, Rananiel Vanches, was recruited as an assistant professor at the AP Academy. Up to this point, she was once again returning to this feeling. To congratulate you on becoming an assistant professor at the AP Academy. Rania was confused and speechless. Assistant professor? Chapter 4. That morning, Harville went to the palace to report. Your Highness, I have sent the magic chart to the front lines. Receiving the news, Ayla specifically praised him. Well done, Harville. However, he still hesitated a bit. However, I'm still worried. She turned to ask in confusion, what are you worried about? The worry on Harville's face was clear, along with drops of sweat. I'm worried about that person named Rania Vanches. The defensive magic chart of Scoble, that person analyzed. I'm worried it won't be used properly on the front lines. After saying that, he tightly held the magic paper and anxiously defended himself. I apologize for daring to say such overstepping words. Ayla sighed and let it go. It's fine. It's normal for you to think that way. Then, she rested her chin on her hand, full of thoughts. That's the main content of today's meeting. I'm sure everyone will have a lot of questions. Not stopping there, Harville softly continued. I heard all the masters of the magic towers will attend. Her whole body drooped lifelessly as she replied. That's right. That, on the contrary, made him even more curious. Will that girl be able to pass this test? And then, Ayla placed her hand on her heart and assured him, of course she will pass. Just trust me. Saying that, she looked into the distance with a glimmer of hope. Everything will go smoothly. Returning to Rania's side, she panicked and picked up the outfit. I have to wear this outfit. Joseph sternly demanded. The princess sent it to you as a gift, didn't she? Put it on and hurry up. Despite that, Rania still had some doubts. You mentioned a meeting with the masters of the magic towers, right? Thinking back, he suddenly remembered. It seems they have seriously considered my recommendation. And I also heard there will be a new student accompanying the magic tower delegation. They must be waiting. They want to find your weaknesses. And the princess will be there too. Save some face. Put it on quickly. At this point, she could only sigh and comply. Yes, sir. As soon as she put on the outfit, she kept looking at herself in the mirror. Then, she looked down and thought to herself, why did she give me an outfit that looks exactly like the one she wore when I taught her magic at the Royal Library? Her eyes began to droop, flashing with suspicion. Could it be? However, Rania's judgment was extremely negative. She has too many, so she's giving some away. A moment later, Joseph called out loudly, Are you ready yet? She immediately turned and left. Yes, I'm heading out right now. Outside, the air was quite fresh with falling petals. At this time, Joseph and Rania were walking side by side in front of the palace. Seeing Ayla restless, Ichua commented, You seem too nervous, White. The person from the Gray Tower is coming here. I can't blame you for being nervous. Following that, he chuckled and said tactfully, You acting like that makes me nervous too. Hearing that, Sally rested her chin on her hand and mockingly spoke up. It seems you're too old, so your eyes are getting blurry, huh? This isn't nervousness. I'm extremely relaxed. You guessed completely wrong. Hearing that, Ichua gritted his teeth in anger. Of course I'm old. I don't have the time to waste money on magic potions and put my life on the scale to look young like someone else. Despite that, she calmly retorted, My face is always youthful. Witnessing this scene, the other person was helplessly speechless. Did they forget the reason everyone is meeting? They're arguing again. A second later, Caesar cleared his throat and spoke up. Professor Joseph Vanches has arrived. Accompanying him is Assistant Professor Rania Vanches. Seeing their appearance, everyone curiously tilted their heads to look. There she is. The power difference between the towers was established by Rananiel Vanches, the master with the overwhelming power of the Gray Magic Tower. If Elder Joseph brought that monster along this time. At this moment, Ayla smiled with extreme satisfaction. Immediately, she stood up without hesitation. Facing the crowd in front of her, Rania was a bit bewildered. So many eyes were focused on her. From there, they began to judge in their hearts. What is that? That girl seems to be able to control mana. But, she doesn't look very talented. She's more ordinary than I thought. Doesn't seem like someone to be highly on guard against. It seems the rumor that she could use mana in front of the princess is just a baseless rumor. Obviously, the princess is Estella. She couldn't possibly use mana in front of her highness. At this time, the brilliant sunlight shone straight into the meeting room. Rania slowly sat down, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. It's already this awkward. They keep whispering about me. Not dragging it out any longer, Sally took the initiative to speak up. Princess, let's begin. Ayla nodded in agreement. Let's begin. Saying that, she turned to strike up a conversation with Rania. Meeting Assistant Professor Rania Vanches is truly an honor. You don't need us to introduce who we are, right? Seeing Sally's casual demeanor made her even more awkward. I don't know who you are. Please introduce yourselves. A second later, she stood up and spoke boldly. We are here today to evaluate the abilities of Ms. Rania Vanches. Elder Joseph from the Gray Magic Tower will be in charge of basic mana and its usage, the most fundamental foundation class. Finally, she asked, as an assistant professor, you will have to participate in that class, right? Hearing this, Rania's face turned pale, trying to force a friendly smile. You've got quite an attitude. But you're right. Following that, Sally continued to slam the table and said harshly, to put it briefly, it means you will teach the new first-class student, Lord Loss. He is the next head of the Grace family, the family that holds power over the entire northern lands. Do you have the ability to teach someone like that? Seeing her turn pale, Sally laughed loudly and mocked. Looking at your face, you're too scared. Why don't you just withdraw quickly? Our Lord has outstanding talent. The more she listened, the more confused Rania felt. What is she talking about? Seeing her confused, Joseph hurriedly reassured her. The new student that the White Magic Tower is teaching. She's just showing off her student. Finishing his words, Ichua gently stroked his beard in agreement. You have a point. Then, she smirked and replied, obviously. You may be old, but you still know how to judge people. A second later, he continued to affirm. Simply put, you have no faith in the abilities of Assistant Professor Rania here. Sally asked in confusion, what do you mean? He earnestly explained, because the strongest new student is Benoa of our tower. No matter how good your student is, he can't defeat an entire criminal organization in the slums. He's a monster. Monster? It's better to let my lord teach that northerner. Rania once again turned to ask Joseph, Ben what? He held his head and sighed wearily. The new student at the Black Magic Tower. Don't listen to him. As soon as he finished speaking, she stood up and retorted. Huh? Are you insulting me? Over there. Ichua didn't hesitate to affirm. You heard right. Seeing the atmosphere becoming increasingly unstable, Caesar hurriedly intervened. Please calm down, everyone. Joseph frowned, observing every detail without saying a word. A second later, his stern voice suddenly rang out. Can you listen to me for a moment? I understand the affection you Tower Masters have for the AP Academy, but why should the assistant professor here care about your gossip? I believe the ones who have the right to evaluate her should be the students she will teach. Hearing these words, Rania closed her eyes, extremely satisfied. Exactly. Sally was no exception. Well, you have a point. Saying that, Joseph took out a bunch of different papers. This is my proposal. I propose that the placement test for the students must be conducted before the entrance ceremony. This plan was not in the calculations, so it suddenly made Rania shocked. Placement test. A confident voice rang out loudly. I propose Assistant Professor Rania as one of the proctors. If she completes that task, then she will be recognized as having the ability to teach the students. Receiving such an important nomination, her eyes suddenly widened, and she stammered. Such an important matter. At this time, Rania cried in her heart. You should have told me beforehand. What do you mean by making me a proctor? How scary. A while later, they gradually moved to the entrance of the Herman Forest. Caesar loudly announced, Now I will explain the placement test to you all. Hearing this, the students were all surprised. What? Didn't we already take the entrance exam? If we have to take a placement test, there must be many highly skilled students. I can already hear the sound of grades dropping. And why are we testing in the Herman Forest? Following that, he sternly requested, Attention, everyone. Students who have not registered to participate, please leave. High-ranking students and proctors, please gather here. Regardless of how everyone was gathering, Rania casually let out a long yawn. Suddenly, a student panicked and called out, Hey, look over there. Those 4 people. They are the strongest new students. The princess is there too. Rumor has it the princess is the most powerful mage in history. As soon as they appeared, their oppressive power immediately spread everywhere. Not only are they good, but they also have people from the magic towers backing them. Why did those monsters appear in our generation? It's really tough. The continuous chatter echoing in her ears made Rania extremely annoyed. Oh my god, why is it so noisy? Aren't you guys sleepy? And then, Rania also curiously observed. Caesar held the piece of paper in his hand and continued. Everyone has gathered. The bright sunlight shone straight onto the sign. I will explain one more time. After that, the placement test for the top students will begin. Hearing this, Rania held her head, full of anticipation. I want to drink coffee. Seeing that everyone was listening seriously, he sternly continued. I will explain the placement test for the top students. First, I will give a brief introduction. This is the newly appointed assistant professor, Rania Vanches. Her voice rang out loudly. Nice to meet you all. Seeing Rania, the guy with the buzz cut pointed and asked in confusion. Is that Professor Joseph's assistant? The guy next to him hesitantly replied, I guess so. And then, Caesar created a magic circle of power. Now I will explain the process of your placement test. The test will be held in the Herman Forest. Students will be assigned to 4 areas of the forest. The center of the areas will be a magic stone block. Students will be scored based on the time it takes them to touch the stone block in their assigned area. Attacking and defending are allowed to a certain extent. However, if the proctors determine that a student has exceeded the allowed limit, they will intervene. And most importantly, please remember not to go near the mana spring in the center of the forest. You all know why you shouldn't, right? Hearing that, Rania rested her chin on her hand in confusion. What? Then why hold the test here? As soon as she finished speaking, he adjusted his glasses and smiled sinisterly. Come to think of it, we still haven't chosen which area Assistant Professor Rania should proctor. Since the assistant professor joined later than the others, I'll let you handle the last area. Caesar casually joked as if it was nothing. It'll be the north area. There won't be any problems. I believe you will do your job well. Hearing that, the students all gritted their teeth, worrying for her. They're sending a newcomer to that area? Not dragging it out any longer. He made the decision himself. All right, the placement test for the top students may now begin. As soon as he heard his assigned task, the buzzcut guy quickly left. I'm going first. See you later. The other girl also waved back, goodbye. At this time, each group stood neatly in their own magic circle. Rania still hadn't fully recovered, her mouth continuously muttering. I'm going to the north area. Right after that, Caesar suddenly called out, Assistant Professor Rania. Turning around, she immediately felt unlucky. This guy keeps smirking at me. However, she still maintained a completely normal attitude. Yes? What is it? He played the good guy, offering a few words of help. I have a few things to explain to you about the north area you were assigned just now. With that same smile, he smirked and added, that area is a special area. Just like you. Benoa of the Black Magic Tower. Los Van Grace of the White Magic Tower. Those 2 students are assigned to the north area. Will you be able to handle it? What's wrong? You don't think you can handle it, do you? The interests between the magic towers will be dragged into this. If one of them gets hurt, they won't sit still and wait. Even though she was being pressured, Rania was determined not to give up. I've waited for years to become Professor Joseph's assistant. I won't let some nobody come and steal that position. Not stopping there, Caesar softly asked for a favor. Both of those students are excellent combat mages. Please pay close attention to them. Nepotism ends here. Hearing that, she frowned and replied perfunctorily, You're right. I'll be going then. I feel like he's looking down on me too much. Looking at everyone around, Rania could only sigh and judge. This place is full of weirdos. His scheming eyes and calculating thoughts constantly scrutinized her. Returning to the palace, Caesar enthusiastically reported, Tower Master, the test has already begun. Ichua coldly replied briefly, I know. Then, he clasped his hands as if praying. Ichua's hand continuously pointed at Rania's profile. While reading, his face was dripping with sweat. I intended to patiently wait for the test results, but something strange distracted me. Rania Vanches. She turned out to be Benoa's proctor. I think I was the only one who noticed at the time. Because previously, the Black Magic Tower had investigated the amount of spells of those who could store curses in their bodies. But even so, I couldn't know for sure. The amount of curses that girl stores is so massive and what kind of arrays they are. Even I, a master of a magic tower, couldn't figure it out. Thinking that, he still made a decision. For now, just enjoy the placement test. No matter what happens, it won't affect the test results. He even dared to confidently guarantee, even if he is a student of the White Tower, he can't possibly defeat that monster. I can already imagine the dumbfounded look on the White Tower Master's face. Returning to the Hermon Forest in the north area, Benoa had set foot in a dangerous place. Soon, a fiery red magic appeared on the ground, clinging to his feet. He immediately recognized it. Magic, shadow weaving. At the same time, Las's silhouette also slowly appeared. Seeing the scene before him, he stopped, speechless. He couldn't help but doubt in his heart. Is he the one the old black guy always talks about? While clearing all the obstacles, Benoa continuously recalled what Ichua had imposed on him. Do you understand, Benoa? Prove to them that you are better than the student of the White Tower. However, his thoughts were somewhat disappointed. This is no different from the requests I usually get. Suddenly, Las seemed to detect something wrong behind him. Over there. He quickly took a stance and shouted angrily, "Stop hiding. Come out. Warriors don't play hide and seek." Hearing that, Benoa didn't hesitate to charge forward at breakneck speed. The shadow-weaving power was immediately released without hesitation. He quickly threw his axe to counterattack. That accuracy helped the blade aim straight at the target. Facing that unpredictable power, he suddenly stopped and broke into a sweat. In an instant, all the energy Benoa released vanished into thin air. Even he himself was somewhat affected. Benoa hurriedly retreated, thinking to himself, "That thing is heavier than I thought." Taking advantage of the opponent's inattention, Las found a way to leave. He disappeared. However, things didn't stop there. He gritted his teeth in annoyance. Then, Benoa raised his head and acknowledged, "He really looks like a combat warlock." From above, he charged down with his axe and determination. Weight, 1,000 pounds. The attack landed with extreme heaviness. He hurriedly cast his ability, creating a protective barrier. As a result, Las was accidentally pushed far away. From then on, he truly silently acknowledged his strength. Damn it. I guess the rumor about him tearing a troll apart wasn't a joke. Fighting head-on is going to be tough. And then, Benoa turned serious, assuring himself, "But I haven't lost yet." The oppressive energy within him continued to spread from his hands. Benoa snapped his own finger off and said sternly, "Sacrifice." Immediately, a terrifying power surrounded his entire body. At this time, Rananiel was silently observing and exclaimed, "Oh my, these young kids are pretty good. Full of energy. I love it. Their tower masters talk so much nonsense that I didn't know if they were actually that good. But they seem quite capable. That kid looks like you could just throw him straight onto the front lines." No wonder the White Tower Master made him the #1 student. But the one the Black Tower Master sent. Even if we consider this a real fight, this is going a bit overboard. The stars, the creations considered to be the truth, the world itself. When reaching the peak of glory, the stars grant mages power corresponding to what they exchange. And the foundation of this exchange, the scale of Libra. An outstanding skill. One must clearly understand the scale to be able to use it. Therefore, very few people can possess the massive magical energy required to operate it. Meanwhile, unable to exchange with the stars, mages created a new paradigm. They created a replica of the scale of Libra, the conversion scale. Unlike the fair exchange of the scale of Libra, the conversion scale requires a sacrifice, and what it demands is the sacrifice of human body parts. Facing this evenly matched battle, Benoa frowned and thought to himself, "I never expected to win without getting hurt anyway." As soon as he finished speaking, he once again broke another finger himself. Sacrifice is only natural. At this moment, Benoa gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. That aura continued to spread towards Las, making him sweat profusely. What is this uncomfortable feeling? Seeing him seemingly turning into a demon, he tried to find a way to escape. My instincts are screaming. That thing is extremely dangerous. I have to run fast. Thinking that, Las looked around, searching for a glimmer of hope. I have to fall back and find an opportunity. Suddenly, he smirked calculatingly. Fall back. But right after that, Las changed his mind and charged straight forward with his weight. No matter the situation, a warrior will never retreat. Seeing that, Benoa also felt somewhat satisfied and spoke up. I didn't expect you to retreat either, you barbarian savage. Right after that, Los quickly charged straight down. Taking advantage of the moment his power touched, he also created a protective shield. The two sources of power clashed spectacularly. Los frowned and deduced. You've clearly undergone some change, but the method is definitely not normal. Hearing that, Benoa showed his disagreement. Normal? Who are you to decide what's normal and what's not? Saying that, he continued to stare at his magical hand. Without hesitation, Benoa once again used the sacrifice technique. The deeper he went, the more uneasy Los felt. What is this ominous premonition? The demon inside him surged more and more. Despite that, he still refused to give up, even charging in to face it head-on. Rana didn't want things to go too far, so she took the initiative to step in and intervene. Enough. Stop fighting. Seeing someone interrupt the battle, Los gritted his teeth and wondered, what's going on? Benoa was also extremely confused. My body can't move. A second later, she stepped out and reminded them, attacking behavior is not allowed to go too far. Otherwise, I will have to stop you. For what just happened, Rana was forced to use a restriction spell. Then, she sternly criticized, didn't you guys listen to the explanation? And then, Rana quickly controlled the energy surrounding her body. Without hesitation, she released it and shattered Benoa's power. Feeling himself being attacked, he looked back in shock. She dispelled my shadow. Not stopping there, Rana used her power to heal that bleeding hand. Her eyes suddenly softened. Finally, Rana made a decision. Now I have to heal you. Starting with your hand. Seeing his hand react a bit, Benoa jumped in confusion. What's happening? Even his legs were surrounded by her energy. What's happening? At this point, he still couldn't believe this was real. She broke my contract with the conversion scale and nullified its effect? How is that possible? And then, Benoa began to be curious about Rana's identity. Who is she? As soon as everything was settled, the sky became clear again. At this time, Los humbled himself and admitted, I lost. He clenched his fists and spoke boldly. I admit I couldn't run. So I thought, if I could destroy your arm, your shadow would disappear. But, even without an arm, your shadow would still be there. Is that right? Benoa glanced at him and replied briefly, you guessed right. Saying that, he bowed and accepted, then it's my loss. I admit defeat. Besides that, Los couldn't help but wonder, more importantly, are all the professors as strong as her? I still can't believe she could use a restriction spell while both of us were going all out. Maybe she's not a normal proctor. After dealing with the mess in front of her, Rana stroked her chin and exclaimed, what a pain. Why were two high-level students placed in the same area like this? Does the academy want to eliminate one of them or something? I'm pretty sure both deserve to study here. Is there a way to accept both without causing injustice? Her expression changed, showing a bit of anxiety. Both of them watched in confusion. Miss Proctor? Suddenly, Rana shouted loudly when she thought of a good plan. You too, follow me. A while later, the three of them went deep into the deserted forest together. Benoa slowly took each step, stammering. This place, isn't this the Mana Spring? Arriving, she crossed her arms and smiled with satisfaction. A second later, Rana smiled brightly and suggested, go soak in the spring for 1 minute. Benoa, if you can endure it for 1 minute, I'll pretend I didn't see you use magic earlier. You too. If you can endure it for 1 minute, I'll ask Professor Joseph to place you in the top class. With your ego, that's enough, right? Despite that, Los still hesitated a bit. But I heard that if you get close to the Mana Spring, the mana energy in your body will go crazy. Rana immediately retorted, no, only if you soak up to your neck will that happen. We're already very far from the center anyway. At most, your blood vessels will expand a bit, and your lungs will be full of blood. There's also a tiny chance of death, but not high. If you're lucky enough, you'll live. Hearing this, their eyes rolled back, their spirits seemingly dead. And then, the two began to gauge each other's intentions. Are you going in? Benoa hesitantly replied, I'm not sure. Los's voice trembled in agreement. I'm not sure either. A moment later, he rested his chin on his hand, thinking carefully. Finally, Benoa decisively made a decision. I'll do it. Seeing that, His spirit also lifted significantly. Then I'll do it too. Warriors of the North don't accept defeat easily. But that doesn't mean we're arrogant enough to think we're the best. Seeing Las's copycat attitude, even Benoa was speechless. Whatever. Not wasting any more time, Rania crossed her arms and sternly declared, "All right, let's begin." The two slowly stepped into the cold spring. The first step was taken. Benoa happily thought to himself, easier than I thought. However, things didn't go very smoothly. They suddenly suffered from some oppressive force that made them grit their teeth in panic. Not only that, his neck was also tightly squeezed. What's going on? I can't breathe. Las was no exception. Witnessing the two of them being physically torn apart, Rania still calmly counted the numbers. A second later, she opened her eyes and reminded them, "If you can't take it, tell me, got it?" And then, Rania calmly sat back and watched the good show. By this time, Las's face was bulging with veins, gritting his teeth and coughing up blood nonstop. Besides that, Benoa was still holding his neck, enduring the pain. Only she sat majestically on the cliff, playing with the rippling water drops in them. Meanwhile, Harvel's group had also advanced deep into the outskirts of the Mana Spring, Herman Forest. After walking a distance, they stopped, panting. He gently wiped his sweat and wondered, who were those summoners earlier? How could we possibly fight them? The young man next to him immediately exclaimed, "Who would have thought those four were that strong?" A second later, Harvel held his head in confusion. Even if he's the heir to the gray magic, being that strong is a bit too much. At this time, the forest radiated a shady green aura that made them panic. "This place feels weird, doesn't it?" He clutched his neck and spoke uncomfortably. "My body feels strange too. I can't breathe." Seeing that, his friend quickly realized the problem. "Stop right there. This direction leads to the Mana Spring." Harvel startled and exclaimed, "What? Let's go back. If we go any further, we might vomit blood." No crazy mage would wander around there. The sky was still as clear as it was at the beginning. Rania still calmly counted the numbers close to 50, 45, 46. Every time she counted, Benoa tasted the pain. 47. Las was no exception. He gritted his teeth, glaring terrifyingly. 48. Reaching the number 49, both of them gradually became exhausted. However, her facial expression still looked innocent as she counted. 50. And then 51. 52. At this time, an unpredictable power surrounded Las's body. From there, he suddenly remembered what his master once said. What do you feel before Mother Nature's terrifying blizzard? Fear and hopelessness. Do you know what those who overcome it are called? Great warriors. True warriors of the North. Every time a number was spoken aloud, the madness in Las surged. 57. 58. 59. Up to the present. He exerted himself to the point that his eyes were bleeding. Soon, the number reached 60. Las reached out as if to call for help. At this point, his whole body was exhausted and he collapsed. Rania hurriedly caught him, silently praising him in her heart. "He's quite good at enduring. I originally planned to pass him if he could endure for 30 seconds. He was at a disadvantage, after all. He withstood it with his whole body and even dared to take 3 more steps down. After that," she glanced over at Benoa with amusement. "It seems this one is even more reckless than you. You're quite a weirdo too. You even used a sacrifice to try and endure it." To prevent things from going too far, Rania dragged him ashore herself. "I will acknowledge your determination. We're done here. Come up." As soon as he touched the ground, Benoa's whole body couldn't move anymore. This kid passed out too. She crossed her arms, staring at the two of them, and thought to herself, "Come to think of it, a long time ago, I also tried and failed." Her heart was a bit confused as she thought. The question is. A second later, Rania raised her head with a distant thought. What if I try it myself right now? The reason this forest is called Herman Forest is because of the ancient Herman tree that the ancient dragon mage gifted to the AP Academy. Beneath the tree is a spring full of mana. Simply put, it's a massive amount of mana gathered in one place. Saying that, Rania extremely carefully stepped into the spring. She casually took each step without any hesitation. When getting close, the mana here will resonate with the amount of mana in the body, and that resonance will very quickly turn into oppression. Following that, Rania began to hesitate. "It's around this distance, right?" At this time, the reflection of Rania in her previous life clearly appeared on the surface of the spring. My blood vessels screamed when the resonating mana crushed them, and I went crazy. The hallucinations kept tormenting me. From there, she asked herself, 7 or 8 years have passed since then. How much can I endure now? It's true that I attacked the Demon King's army's territory and withstood their demonic energy. But this place is a mana spring. I'll get a taste of it soon. A moment later, Rania suddenly widened her eyes in extreme surprise. Soon, the surface of the spring had risen to her waist. I'm already in the middle of the spring. She smirked slightly. I have to admit it. Thanks to this challenge, Rania truly felt satisfied. What I went through was not meaningless. Not long after, Rania returned and reported the situation. As soon as he received the news, Caesar stood up and slammed the table in anger. What is the meaning of this? You're saying no one in the north area passed the test. He gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept it. At this rate, I'll be blamed for the test. Facing Rania's silence, he became even more irritable. What's with that look on your face after failing both of them? Are you provoking me? Following that, he crushed the paper, blaming himself. I'm the one running this, so this will become my fault. Not stopping there, Joseph suddenly stroked his beard and spoke up. It's not that no one passed. At that point, Caesar immediately interrupted. If you're planning to defend her because she's your daughter. Before he could finish his sentence, he quickly chimed in. I believe you have also reviewed the report. Then, Joseph slowly stated the strengths of the two students. Las Van Grace demonstrated excellent senses and solid psychological strength. Benoit is proficient in both using magic and combat. You could say both deserve proper education. So both students were recommended by the proctor for the advanced class, right? And then, he decisively handed over a piece of paper overflowing with aura. This is the principal's approval letter for those two students. Both completed the evaluation based on their individual skills, without any influence from the White Tower or the Black Tower. Therefore, those two students will be placed in the same class. Isn't this all thanks to you? Caesar. Hearing this, he suddenly choked up, moved to tears and speechless. A second later, Caesar's trembling voice rang out, yes. As you say. Receiving the good news, his spirit immediately lifted. He spoke in a loud, clear voice, the meeting ends here. Seeing that, Rania also silently admired him. How can he live like that without getting tired? Amazing. At this time, Joseph clasped his hands behind his back, nodding in praise for her. Well, your performance as a proctor in the placement test was good. Rania chuckled and expressed, that was quite interesting. Their way of using magic is quite similar to mine, but they mostly rely on basic attacks. As a mage, you have to use magic. From there, Joseph deduced, they must be combat support mages. However, she still felt unsatisfied. Anyway, I don't like it. If they had enough magic skills to survive on the battlefield, they wouldn't have had to suffer that much. Seeing her complain, he helplessly muttered, this brat. Doesn't she know she's the one who inspired the combat support mage class? Rania herself just looked down and sighed. First of all, a mage is... Before she could finish her sentence, he hurriedly shooed her away. Stop nagging and go down to the infirmary to see how those two kids are doing. Hearing that, she complied. Yes, I'm going right now. At this time, Rania was strolling along the corridor. Rania felt a bit uncertain, thinking to herself, I guess the infirmary is around here, right? At the same time, she ran into Ichua and Sally. Following that, Rania sighed and confirmed, guessed right. A second later, she frowned and questioned, are you Rania Vanchus? How dare a proctor who couldn't even supervise a test show her face here? Seeing Rania not resisting at all, Sally smirked and assumed, it seems you're looking down on me. Although this place is indeed the Academy's territory, I am still the master of a magic tower. An ordinary mage like you should naturally show me some respect. And yet what did you do? You scowled at me and acted like you own this place. Her face began to look terrifyingly threatening. I guess I have to drill some social etiquette into your head. Right after that, Sally kicked Rania's leg violently, while simultaneously degrading her. You have no achievements to speak of. You barely got this position. I'm only doing this for that old man's sake. Seeing herself being looked down upon, she glared with resentment. Suddenly, Rania turned to stare at Ichua. making him terrified and curse inwardly. That crazy woman. Doesn't she know her enemy doesn't understand anything about the most dangerous person? I have to stop her before things get worse. Ichua awkwardly intervened. White, stop it. However, the madness in Sally surged even more. She even cast her power. As soon as the energy was released, he immediately panicked and screamed, "Damn it! This crazy woman has completely lost it. What are you doing, White?" And then, that energy aimed directly at Rania. Despite that, she remained calm, her face darkening as she stood directly facing it. Taking advantage of the moment the spell was released, Sally smugly said, "You don't have to yell like that. I know how to control my own power. Who do you think I am?" As soon as she finished speaking, the ceiling suddenly collapsed, leaving her stunned. The space at that moment was in complete chaos. Sally anxiously looked back, her mouth wide open. Suddenly, she angrily shouted, "Hey, Black, don't steal my spell like that." Ichua, not yet understanding the situation, wondered, "What's going on?" He didn't bother explaining, silently admiring her in his heart. Unbelievable. She easily stole White's spell and doubled its power. Just now, I didn't even notice her activating all the stored spells in her body. At this time, Sally still hadn't grasped the situation, her mouth continuously criticizing. "Why did you do that, old man? Hey, I'm talking to you." As soon as he saw Rania's appearance, Ichua cleared his throat a few times. Saying that, he sighed and turned to leave. "What good does it do to vent your anger here? Don't ruin your own image." The more she listened, the more frustrated Sally felt. "Are you mocking me?" A second later, Ichua awkwardly reminded her, "You're worried about your student, aren't you? Let's go quickly." At this time, Rania looked at them sternly but didn't rush to act. And then, the two of them left in a flash, leaving behind words of criticism from her. "Why are you always like this? My pride is being insulted. Are you listening?" He was utterly helpless. "I shouldn't have interfered." When they completely left, Rania suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. "Well, it's true that I led those two kids to the mana spring. I was mentally prepared to take a punch or two." Thinking back to that moment, she couldn't help but feel bitter. But don't step on people's shoes. Damn it. Looking at the broken ceiling, Rania felt secretly flustered. I really caused trouble. Outside, cherry blossoms continued to fall across the courtyard. At this time, Rania slowly stepped into that room. The guy with slicked back hair suddenly stood next to him, making the guy with bangs grit his teeth in panic. "You startled me." That made him ask in confusion, "Why did you jump like that?" Then, he carefully explained, "I ran all the way to the mana spring to hide from her." The guy with slicked back hair continued to be confused. "I thought you were in the west area. I heard she got the highest total score of all skills combined." "Who knows, man? Don't look at her so fiercely." As soon as Lesty appeared, all eyes seemed to focus on her. "Well, she is the heir to a magic tower." Hearing them whispering, Lesty muttered softly, "Mana spring." She looked down, frowning in thought. 2 days ago, Herman Forest, West area. Lesty had single-handedly dealt with the wild beasts. That accidentally caught the eyes of 2 classmates. Impossible. She completely controlled all those magical beasts at the same time. The difference in level is too great. Seeing Harville curious and refusing to leave, the friend next to him hurriedly urged, "Just give up quickly. Run to another area." Although they were very careful, all their actions were discovered by her. A second later, Lesty closed her eyes and focused on casting her ability. Spirit Eye. Immediately, a white bird appeared, flying around. That bird flew straight up high into the sky to scout the situation. From there, she silently deduced, the people taking the test in this nearby area must have all given up. So I guess I'm done. Suddenly, Lesty's eyes widened as if she had discovered something. At this time, Rania's appearance accidentally caught her sight. Rania Vanches, the proctor of the north area. Seeing her covered in a mess, Lesty's jaw dropped in shock. But why is she soaking wet? The only water source in this forest. Witnessing Rania safely leaving, she found it even harder to believe. No way. Impossible. Lord Rananiel didn't even dare to go to the middle of the mana spring. There's no way she could do it. Returning, Lesty couldn't stop thinking. Do you even have to ask? Lord Rananiel is. If it weren't for Lord Rananiel, Lesty is good too. But, if it's Lord Rananiel, comparing the two of them is a bit sinful. But Lord Rananiel will. Lesty is still not good enough. Compared to Lord Rananiel, no matter how hard she tries, no one in the Grey Tower can match him. Returning to reality, her face grew darker and darker. Not long after, it was time for class. A shocked voice suddenly rang out. Who is that? This is the basic mana and exchange methods class. That person isn't Professor Joseph. At this time, Lesty was sitting highly focused. Rania sternly spoke. Good morning. Today I will be substituting for Professor Joseph. I am Rania Vanches, the assistant professor. Nice to meet you all. Hearing the familiar name, Benoa rested his chin on his hand and realized, Rania Vanches. The person in the rumors. The old professor said she was recruited through her relative's connections. That accidentally made Loss a bit suspicious. Professor Joseph never needed an assistant before, did he? They said it was nepotism. Facing the large classroom in front of her, Rania softly called out in her heart, Master. Recalling not long ago, Joseph trustingly asked for a favor. Go teach. I have to go to a meeting with the other tower masters. You teach in my place. She immediately smiled with delight. Is this really a good idea? After hearing Rania introduce herself briefly, Lesty suddenly fell silent without saying a word. Right after that, she placed a stack of syllabuses on the desk. Following that, she stated her requirements. For today's class, I want you to solve the question paper I handed out. If you have any questions, just ask me. In a split second, a hand quickly went up. I have a question. Seeing that, she immediately stopped. We just started. Go ahead and ask. Lesty, her face expressionless, requested, please show me how to solve question 30. Upon receiving the question, a series of thoughts ran through Rania's mind. Question 30. It's about the theory of the scale of Libra, right? Only Professor Joseph can solve this question. Is she trying to find fault? Let's see. This will be fun. Saying that, she also attentively reread the question. However, there were still students laughing mockingly below. Look at her pretending to think. She's going to try too hard and fail. It's her first day, so she probably doesn't have a good grasp of it yet. But Professor Joseph's expectations for her are way out of her league. Without rushing, Rania continued to recall his previous instructions. There's one more thing I have to tell you. Don't arbitrarily assume that the students will have the same mindset as you. Especially, don't just explain nothing and say things like, just do it and you'll understand. As soon as he finished speaking, Rania hurriedly retorted, but I always do it first and then understand. Hearing that, Joseph angrily pointed his finger. That's exactly why. Those kids are not like you. Besides that, he frankly advised, also, don't hold yourself back because of me. Hearing that, Rania immediately agreed with delight. All right, so you know everything. Suddenly, she remembered the moment she fought with Sally earlier and felt awkward. He said not to hold back, but I definitely shouldn't cause an incident. A moment later, Rania made her final decision. Just take it slow and teach. She doesn't know the answer. Receiving the answer, Lesty immediately showed disappointment. It seems I placed too much expectation on Professor Joseph's evaluation. At this time, the surrounding students kept whispering to each other. What's wrong with her? Is she showing off? Right after that, she smugly reminded her. I suggest you try a little harder. We know you got this position through connections, but at the very least, you should learn the basics first. If you can't, then I guess becoming an assistant professor right now is too early for you. Hearing these words, Rania stayed silent for a moment and then offered her opinion. If you want to know about the scale of Libra, I can completely materialize it in detail for you. At this time, the bright sunlight outside continuously shone straight down towards the palace. In front of the AP Academy, outside the principal's office, it was extremely crowded. Joseph watched from afar as they bustled about, restless. How long is he going to make us wait? Seriously. Facing this scene, he widened his eyes in astonishment. Why are so many people gathered in front of the principal's office? They crossed their arms, frowning and questioning. How is that possible? Because of her, the students in my class are all dazed. They kept gossiping, complaining about Rania. Is your class like that too? So did they really see that new assistant professor materialize the scale of Libra? Suddenly, the bald guy raised his voice. Stop it. There's no way she could easily materialize the scale of Libra like that. We have all exchanged with the stars. But to be able to materialize the scale of Libra, One needs to understand extremely clearly every step in the entire exchange process. With the level of an assistant, how could she possibly do it? However, besides that, there were still people who acknowledged her ability. No, but it seems they really saw it. If we verify it with our own eyes, it will be easy to resolve. Seeing her continuously criticized, Joseph held his head helplessly. Rania, what the hell did you do? I think I can imagine it. To avoid the noise, he hurriedly hid. I'll come back another time. Hearing that, Aaron cursed inwardly. Why did that assistant professor use it to start the class? Making the students shocked and dazed to that extent. It's completely out of line. That damn old man Joseph. Causing a mess like this, and he's nowhere to be seen. I have to control the situation first. And then, he stood up, slammed the table, and proposed. Everyone quiet. If you doubt that assistant, you should verify it yourselves. I will use my authority as the principal to have Ms. Rania Vanches teach an open class. At this time, the stack of papers suddenly flew everywhere. Leslie suddenly stopped and turned her head to look. Soon, the pieces of paper were lined up on the ground. She hesitantly looked at them in confusion. Right after that, Sylvie anxiously asked, Master, are you okay? Let me do it. Immediately, the little girl used her power to gather each piece of paper and stack them up. Leslie just stood still. The pieces of paper were neatly in her hands in an instant. Despite the student helping her, she still couldn't escape her train of thought. With just a clap of her hands. No, a hand movement even simpler than that. Up to the present, Leslie had truly silently admired her. That assistant professor easily materialized the scale of Libra. She definitely used a trick. At the same time, Loss carefully picked up the last piece of paper and struck up a conversation. You didn't need to take things that far, did you? Now she's about to teach an open class. Why do you look so dissatisfied? Leslie angrily snatched the piece of paper and raised her voice. Don't talk like you know everything. And then, it dropped right onto Benoit's foot. He also spoke up at the same time. What? Then don't show your emotions so clearly like that. Benoit dared to affirm. Anyone can see your hostile attitude. If you were in the north area during the test, you wouldn't be able to act like that. Hearing that, Loss sighed in agreement. Exactly. Her proving herself by teaching an open class means nothing. Seeing him share the same thought for the first time, Benoit teased. A barbarian savage knows how to talk sense too, huh? Then, Loss hurriedly retorted. Calling someone else's daughter a barbarian savage is a bit too much. Leslie, don't listen to him. Seeing him change the subject, he angrily yelled. Don't you know I'm talking to you? At this time, she was extremely submissive and confused, not uttering a single word. A second later, Leslie loudly showed her attitude. Shut up. What do students from towers like you know? She confidently assured. Our gray tower has its own standards. Absolute standards following his footsteps. As she walked, Leslie anxiously thought to herself. She must be racking her brains preparing for the class right now. Since all the professors and tower masters will be present, her luck and tricks won't work anymore. Just try and do your best, Rania Vanches. Not long after, dusk arrived. Rania returned to her room alone. The special maid praised her. You're working late, huh? Good job. Here's your coffee. She shyly and awkwardly replied, Professor. Thank you. On the desk, everything was arranged extremely neatly. Besides that, Rania was also a bit confused. Professor? Do professors usually teach open classes like this? Thinking that, she slowly picked up the folder. Rania's eyes were heavy with calculation. I wonder if this is okay. Facing her at this time was Ayla's affectionate gaze. You're doing very well. Right after that, Rania startled and exclaimed, Did I just say that out loud? She immediately chuckled and affirmed, very clearly. Looking at the coffee cup on the desk, Rania began to feel complacent. A student bought me coffee after my first class. Not only that, she was super positive, drinking and thinking. So that means my teaching isn't bad, right? I think the class was great. And then, Ayla happily recounted their fateful encounter. The first time we met was at the placement test. And we met again in class. You still keep your own style. Even if you're lost, you still keep walking. You remind me of someone. Hearing this, Rania hesitantly guessed. Then, she quickly stood up and replied, Princess, thank you very much. Rania didn't hesitate to put her hands on her hips and ask with a bright smile, So that means everything is fine just like this, right? Thanks to you, I feel much better. I'm going back to prepare for the open class now. Seeing Rania's spirit lifted, Ayla also smiled with satisfaction. I'm really looking forward to it, Professor Rania. A few days later, the day of the open class arrived. The announcement of the open class on the topic of mana exchange. The strict rules followed one after another. At this time, the chatter kept ringing out. The academy holding an open class like this is unprecedented. Is that so? The principal really allowed it. I heard the assistant professor will be the one teaching. Seriously? I don't think the professors will sit still. Not long after, Sally mockingly exclaimed, "Oh my God, I kept smelling the scent of old age somewhere, and it turns out it's right here." Hearing that, Ichua gritted his teeth and provoked her. "So you can smell your own scent too?" Unsurprisingly, she immediately became furious. "What did you say?" The two of them bumped heads, arguing endlessly. That's better than having no self-respect. After causing a scene, you still dare to attend this class. You really are stubborn and thick-skinned. Sally hurriedly retorted. Why do you care? As a tower master, of course I have a responsibility to do so. Witnessing this scene, Las and Benoa were also speechless. He helplessly spoke up. You got dragged here too? He frowned and replied briefly. Yeah. And then, the atmosphere suddenly became much more serious. That directly made Las realize. It's about to begin. Rania's silhouette hurriedly glided past everyone. Her appearance accidentally became the reason Sally and Ichua stopped arguing. In Rania's hand at this time, she firmly held a stack of important documents. Despite that, the students below looked at her with eyes full of contempt. However, she didn't say much, coldly holding the chalk. In front of countless observing students, Rania decisively presented the lesson on the green board. Yet, the whole class looked at her extremely attentively. And then, Rania coldly introduced herself. Today, we will have an open class on the basics of mana exchange. On the board at this time, every word was clearly written with the content. I am Rania Vanches. Rania smiled friendly to win them over. I may still have many shortcomings, but I hope everyone will focus and listen carefully. As soon as Rania's voice rang out, everyone became excited and spoke in unison. She's starting. At the same time, the old woman rested her chin on her hand with a look of contempt. Just a mere assistant, and she thinks she can teach an open class? Know your place. A second later, Sally added fuel to the fire. She has the principal backing her. The real mages are all here. Let's see how she plans to fool us. This is nothing but child's play to people like us. At this time, almost all eyes were directed towards Rania. Despite that, she still put her hands on her hips with utmost confidence. Rania calmly looked down at the students below without any fear. And then, her decisive voice began to ring out. Hello? Does everyone know that it takes 3 steps to activate a spell? Hearing this, the old woman immediately mocked. I expected more. But she's just repeating the basics that even a 5-year-old knows. Starting like this is not good. Then, Sally's eyes suddenly softened as she thought to herself. Even if she is strong, it's useless. The real problem is, knowing about something and teaching about something are 2 completely different things. Everyone here has centuries of experience in practicing magic and teaching. How can a child with so little youth catch up with what we've spent so much time on? As soon as she finished speaking, Rania closed her eyes and focused on regulating her power. Seeing her hesitate and say nothing, everyone began to whisper. Clapping? Does she think that meaningless action can? Immediately, a brilliant light was emitted, making some people's jaws drop in shock. Wait. Impossible. One of them gently adjusted his glasses to observe carefully. Is this what the students said they saw? However, the bald guy slammed the table, refusing to accept it. Using tricks in class is unacceptable. Hey, don't stand in front of me. I can't see anything. That light shone directly across Sally's line of sight, leaving her stunned. The power within Rania spread more and more. It's an extremely high-level spell, used to exchange with the stars. The scale of Libra. Directly witnessing the brilliant scene before their eyes, everyone seemed to freeze. A second later, Rania continued. I will demonstrate the first step to activate a spell. To be more specific, drawing the magic circle. Each drawing was clearly demonstrated by her. From green to yellow, connecting with each other, making everyone admire her. Not stopping there, Rania didn't bother being modest and showed off all her abilities. Everyone widened their eyes, observing every detail. So elaborate. She drew such a difficult chart perfectly. Still not stopping, Rania continued to demonstrate. The second step is to pay the corresponding price with mana. She slowly and carefully accumulated energy in her magical hands. Not too much, not too little, just the right amount. It's the exact amount of mana needed to balance both sides. Soon, all the energy sources intertwined. As she spoke, Rania executed it. Finally, everyone must direct the spell accurately. Without hesitation, she loudly and clearly called out the spell, "Burn." By this time, Rania had thoroughly instructed everything. These are the 3 necessary steps to activate a spell. At that moment, the entire auditorium suddenly fell silent. Lesty also couldn't believe this was real. Besides that, Sally also had to silently admit, "My eyes aren't deceiving me. The spell is extremely stable. I can even feel the star's mana in it. That means she completely controls the absolute power as she wishes. When a mage uses a spell dozens, hundreds of times, the light of that star will begin to linger in it. That is an extremely extraordinary phenomenon, meaning the spell has been elevated to a new level. It is called absolute power. So that's how it is." Ayla was extremely satisfied and content. I knew she wouldn't disappoint me. Following that, Rania loudly affirmed, "I'm sure everyone present here knows these 3 steps well. We walk on the path of magic. But why do we call it that? As the name suggests, it is a path. While walking through it, we have also honed it. We read every book within our reach to master it, and we spend hours proving we have mastered it." The deeper she delved into the issue, everyone seemed to realize the truth of life even more. Even Ichua was no exception. Her voice continued to ring out. "I only need to explain this much. Because we are all groping in the endless space, we are not allowed to forget the foundation of the path we chose. This is our foundation." Up to the present moment, it seemed everyone began to change their perspective. Sally clenched her fists, attentively listening and absorbing every word. "Are you just repeating the same point over and over? Return to your true heart and master the basics. Is that what you want to say? This isn't even in the books." Seeing her somewhat strange attitude, Lost curiously glanced over. Hit right in the sore spot, Sally angrily slammed the table, showing a bad attitude. This lowly class. Seeing the unstable situation, he hurriedly intervened. "Tower Master." That way, she avoided causing a scene. Her eyebrows just furrowed without saying another word. Finally, Sally closed her eyes and clapped in agreement with Rania. It was the first time she stood on her side. That made Lost couldn't help but be confused. "Tower Master?" Seeing that, he also stood up without hesitation. The girl sitting behind also dropped her jaw in shock at this rare sight. At this time, Ayla also clapped, extremely satisfied. Harville was shocked, sweating profusely. Lesty alone remained serious, lost in thoughts hard to express. At this time, Rania stood alone under the brilliant light of power. Seeing herself acknowledged, even she was still doubtful. Finally, Rania smiled a satisfied smile. At that moment, she put her hands on her hips with delight and spoke. "What I just said is the content of the class. The basics of mana exchange. I will end my lecture here." At this time, inside the solemn AP Academy castle, the students excitedly gossiped around. "That's Ms. Rania, right?" "Yes. She's really beautiful. Oh man, I should have gone to the open class. Her scale of Libra was so perfect. Although this is just a rumor, but..." And then Professor Rania. She walked restlessly next to Joseph with tangled thoughts. Everyone's eyes seemed to be on me. I wonder what I did to suddenly be called to the principal's office. But he kept rambling about handing the academy over to me, and even said that I am the future of the mage world. His attitude completely changed. Right then, Rania slowly glanced to the side. She leaned close to him and whispered softly, "Master, you seem very happy." Hearing that, Joseph smiled a gentle smile. "Do I?" Returning to the time before, Sally solemnly admitted, "I must acknowledge what deserves to be acknowledged. I just don't understand why you didn't come to see me when you have such amazing abilities. Well, we are human and can make mistakes due to misjudgments. In the name of the White Tower Master, I will turn those mistakes into an opportunity and welcome you to the tower." Please consider it carefully. It's not too late to join. Even now, I'm recalling how both the principal and the masters of the White and Black Towers tried to get that student. Ichua didn't back down, shrugging and retorting. Unlike someone, I recognized your power from the beginning. I felt that you were not an ordinary person through the spells in your body. Due to ignorance, someone attacked you. But if you come to me in the Black Tower, I guarantee that won't happen. I believe that's a much better offer. Rania helplessly replied, yes. At this time, Joseph curiously took the initiative to ask, what do you think? Do you want to go straight to the Grey Tower? I want to see the looks on those old towers' faces. She flatly refused, no, I don't want to see them at all. He laughed loudly and gently reminded her, understood. I bet they really want to meet you. You'll never know when they'll show up. So always be on guard. Rania politely promised, yes. I will be careful. Transition to the gloomy, cold, snowy mountain region. Inside the castle, Lassa's father was reading the letter in his hand with intense longing. Dear father, are you doing well? It's been a month since I joined the AP Academy. Every day, I realize that there are many things I need to learn. And I have seen the hardships. Meanwhile, Rania stood on the podium, seriously instructing, do it like this. If the spell activates, he dizzyingly confessed, it's really difficult. I can't understand anything at all. Absolutely nothing. But what makes me feel better is, I'm not the only one. It looks like a painting. Well, the path of learning magic is very long and arduous. Transition to the office. She tiredly threw the book on the desk. This is terrible. Since when did the room get this messy again? Looking at the piles of books stacked like mountains, Rania sighed in frustration. She clicked her tongue, making excuses for herself. Whatever. I'm too busy and don't have time to clean up. Just an excuse. Rania breathed a sigh of relief, sitting down on the chair to enjoy her private time. I just realized, it's been a long time since I had time for myself. Now, she pondered and evaluated. I've retreated from the front lines and have absolutely no reason to meet them. My habit of usually yielding due to stress has lessened. Teaching isn't as bad as I thought. No one asked anything, which proves the class still went well. Then, Rania decided to relax. Time to rest. Right at that moment, Lesty politely knocked on the door. Assistant Professor Rania, may I come in? She sadly muttered to herself. Why now? Seeing the door slightly open, Rania stabilized herself and patiently asked, what is it? She was hesitant, bowing her head and saying nothing. She stammered, stepping outside and closing the door. Don't you have any questions? Rania panicked, blaming herself. Crap. What's this kid's name again? Rasta? Lemel? Leaston? Lesty hesitantly spoke up. There's something I need to tell you. She told herself in her heart. I need to say it. Lesty recalled her memories, then silently reminded herself. I have to apologize to her for what I did. And tell her that I had forgotten. The joy of learning has returned to me through her class. I want to say thank you. Lesty bravely prepared to speak. Last time. Suddenly, an arrogant group of people rushed over. So this is your room. Assistant Professor Rania, we've been looking for you. The tower master rudely pushed her aside, then falsely expressed his feelings. I was impressed by your open class. Rania looked him up and down and judged. He is a mage from the ancient tower. The other tower masters strangely commented. I expected nothing less from Joseph's disciple. I think you have a refreshing approach to the problem. Hearing that, she annoyedly mocked. 5 years and they haven't changed a bit. Rania politely replied with a cold attitude. Yes. Thank you very much. But they didn't let it go and continued to praise her endlessly. The magic you displayed in that class was truly beautiful. You've reached that level despite being so young. I sincerely look forward to what you can show us in the future. She angrily cursed in her heart. Shut up. We haven't seen each other for 5 or 6 years, but nothing has changed. You're still trying your best to beat me. I didn't think these old geezers would drag their asses all the way here. Right then, Rania wondered and directed her attention to the back. What is that kid doing? Lesty clumsily bumped slightly into a tower master. Then, her books suddenly fell to the ground. Lesty panicked and screamed in fear. She panicked, bowing her head when stared at. I'm so sorry. The harsh tower master dropped a mocking remark. You are the useless type. Hearing that, Lesty was so scared she trembled. Witnessing this scene, She unhappily frowned. He turned and sweetly proposed. Now, Assistant Professor Rania, will you accept the offer to become a new tower master? Rania bluntly refused. Excuse me, I'm busy right now, so please leave for today. The tower master was stunned and froze. What? She smiled, tactfully defusing the situation. This is a place for learning, not your towers. The students should be prioritized, right? Rania smiled and saw the guests off with hidden meaning. Please have a safe trip back. Feeling chased away, they angrily gossiped as they walked. After that, Lesty timidly spoke up. Ms. Rania. She thoughtfully instructed, you should go that way to get to the main stairs. Then you won't have to run into them. She gently opened her mouth. Ms. Rania quickly ducked into the room and waved goodbye. I said I was busy, right? So I'll listen next time. Goodbye. Without another word, she slammed the door shut. Lesty stood outside, dazed. What does she mean? Wasn't she talking about me when she said she was busy? At the same time inside the office, a few drops of blood dripped onto the floor. Rania smirked, discovering her mistake. I forgot to block it. She clutched her chest in resistance. It's coming again. Transition to the cold battlefield. The frontline area, KWH Canyon. On the ground, thousands of soldiers lay scattered. At this time, the resilient commander shouted to encourage them. Even if it costs your lives, you must hold the formation. Keep fighting. In the ranks, a young soldier tiredly held his weapon. Looking at the giant monster, he sighed in frustration. How much longer will this battle last? Can we survive in this hellhole? I really want to rest. As soon as he finished speaking, something suddenly flashed by as fast as the wind. That thing smashed the stone monster into pieces. The young boy exclaimed in shock. Could it be? Recognizing the familiar sign, he excitedly cheered. Archer Lemia's arrow. Archer Lemia is here. Seeing that, the whole squad joyfully shouted, Archer Lemia. Now, she annoyedly grumbled. This really pisses me off. Lemia regained her spirit, drawing her bow and arrow, ready to shoot. Using this arrow now is a real waste. Immediately, the flaming arrow quickly shot out. The warriors saw the action initiating the battle and bravely ordered. The holy archer is here. Charge. The young boy knelt down in a daze. Can we win? A second later, he saw a healing aura appear on the left. The young boy looked up in shock. This light. Recognizing the gentle girl, he burst out. Holy Maiden Sarah? Next, the young boy glued his eyes to the last person. And that person, seeing the familiar face, he joyfully shouted, Sir Kai? It's Hero Kai's party. He slashed a masterful strike, making them cheer joyfully. The hero's party is here. As time passed, the tense atmosphere turned into silence. At this time, the warriors joyfully cheered. We won. Spread the news of victory. We defeated them. The hero's party is amazing. Just as he was recalling the past, Sarah called his name. Kai. She whined, clinging to his neck. Are you listening to me? The stench of those undead is all over my clothes. There's no way to wash it off. Want to buy new clothes? I've already worn this outfit twice. Seeing that, Lemia frowned and reminded her. Ahem. Stop it. The battle could have ended sooner if we had that ash mage by our side. Sarah smirked and added disdainfully. Of course, he was useful too. But he's probably about to die anyway. Without my help, he wouldn't be able to endure that curse. Transition to the city at night. Rania was currently strolling alone on the street. She shivered, wondering to herself, I don't know how I have the strength to endure it. Suddenly, the pain struck, making Rania clutch her chest in resentment. Damn it. Again. This damn curse. She touched her chest and used her power. Ash. A second later, the black traces surrounding her heart gradually dissolved. Rania sighed, looking at her palm. I don't understand how I've managed to hold it back until now. But this is not a long-term solution. She frowned and grumbled. Damn it. Why do I have to endure this? Rania tiredly mocked. I successfully bought time by trading a year of my lifespan to hold off the Demon King. But the curse got embedded in my heart. Oh well, I brought this upon myself. She focused on calculating her direction. I think that person's house is somewhere around here. Right then, Rania spotted the location. Found it. She looked around and silently exclaimed, still as gloomy as ever. Inside, Katie startled and directed his attention outside. The door suddenly opened. He spoke up. I wonder what distinguished guest is visiting at this hour. You've picked up another weird hobby since the last time we met. Katie turned around and greeted. Rananiel. Rania unhappily criticized. Do you think I turned out like this because I wanted to? You don't have to be so mean to a friend you haven't seen in a long time, Katie. After observing, he sharply commented. Your appearance has changed. Your soul has been altered too. Furthermore, there's a curse embedded straight into your heart. Katie pondered and got straight to the point. What exactly happened to you in the past 5 years, Rananiel? Recalling the bustling time of the neighborhood, a few weeks ago, in a small alley, belongings were scattered across the street. Drunk people lay sprawled on the piles of ruined items. Inside the inn, Rananiel cursed angrily. Damn it! He covered his face and questioned himself. Why am I being treated like this? The Ash Mage, former member of the Heroes Party, Rananiel vanishes. Known as the greatest mage in the kingdom and the successor of the Grey Magic Tower. I gave up a bright, promising future and embarked on a 5-year journey. And yet, Rananiel unhappily gulped down his drink. Bastard. He looked at his staff in shame. I never expected to be kicked out of the party. I'm too ashamed to face my master. Just then, Rananiel spotted a striking red-haired woman. He glared at the enemy in horror. No way. That woman is the succubus queen. Why is she here? Meanwhile, she hummed a song as she walked through the alleys. Les happily opened the inn's door. She turned her head and called out sweetly, Oh, warriors. This way. They were so mesmerized by Les that their minds went blank. She slowly walked in and gave a friendly reminder. Please stay calm and enter one by one. Les smiled in satisfaction. She turned around and muttered with a hungry tone. Looks like I'm going to have a full stomach today. Right then, Rananiel stealthily approached the area. He stopped in his tracks after Les seductively invited. Come here, don't trip now. Without a word, Rananiel directly channeled power into his arms. He resolutely cast his magic and charged forward decisively. Startled, she turned around. Les panicked and hastily dodged the attack. At that moment, the door slammed shut. All the hypnotized men collapsed to the ground in unison. Inside, she loudly interrogated, Wait, who the hell are you? However, Rananiel ignored her and coldly used his skill. Chain casting. He aimed his magic straight at Les's face. Spell enhancement. Counterspell. Rananiel dispelled her technique. Reflect shield. Recognizing this skill, Les anxiously realized. He destroyed my disguise magic, and he even broke my mana shield. She fell backward and asked in confusion, Who on earth is this guy? Seizing this golden opportunity, he gently released his hand. Then, Rananiel amplified his power, terrifying Les. Weakness. He pinned her against the wall. Silence. Rananiel then snapped his fingers to signal. He finished with an attack to her stomach. Smite. Severely injured, Les spat out blood. She slumped down in agony. Rananiel dragged a chair over and calmly called out her name. Succubus Queen. He casually sat down and greeted her. You haven't changed a bit. Remember me? Les panted heavily and suddenly recognized her opponent. Now I remember. This guy. She sneered contemptuously, making Rananiel furious. You? Are you that virgin mage from the Heroes Party? Realizing her mistake, Les quickly changed her tune. No, Rananiel, right? He warned her in annoyance. Good thing you remember. Otherwise, I would have beaten you until you did. She pretended to be weak and pitiful. Are you really going to lay hands on a frail lady? Is that what a member of the Heroes Party should do? Frail lady? I'm just dealing with a demoness who sucks the life force out of commoners. I've been restraining myself too. Just let me go this once. Rananiel flatly refused. Not a chance. Les panicked and tried to stop him. Wait. She fearfully blurted out her weakness. Only holy magic works on me. How can you kill me without a holy priest? Or, do you have another plan? Hearing this, he pondered deeply. Next, Rananiel curiously stepped closer. You sure know a lot. She smiled and confirmed. Right? So doing this is useless. He flared up with determination and challenged her. Let's test that theory. Let's see if you can withstand a full power mana strike. Here I come. Grit your teeth. Seeing Rananiel so stubborn, she screamed in terror. Wait. Are you crazy? Les thought in horror. He's serious. He really wants to kill me. I have to get out of here. Right at that moment, the wall suddenly exploded. Dai smashed through the wall, walked in, and asked, "Are you all right?" She happily called his name, Dai. Rananiel recognized the opponent in shock. A knight from the Demon King's army? He pointed his sword and questioned loudly. "I followed the distress signal here. Did this guy hurt you?" Rananiel carefully assessed him. "He's radiating demonic energy. I'm guessing he's at the commander level. A commander-level knight came here to rescue her. Just because she couldn't suck the life force out of those men?" Without hesitation, Dai quickly charged forward. "Take this." Rananiel expressed his annoyance. Even if he's her superior, this is a bit much. Rananiel opened his hand and summoned a magic circle from his arm. He flicked his hand and frantically performed the incantation. Double cast. Spell reinforcement. Shatter. In the blink of an eye, Dai was knocked back, stumbling to a halt. That attack pierced right through his armor. Dai was dazed and fell backward. Witnessing this scene, less thought in confusion, he took down Commander Dai in the blink of an eye. How can a mage like him use close combat skills? Who the hell is this guy? She gritted her teeth in fear. If this keeps up, I'm really going to die. Just then, Les suddenly remembered something important. That's right, the gemstone. She recalled the moment she was carefully instructed, "Don't ask what this gemstone is. Just fill it with the life force you absorb." She analyzed it in her head. "I've been collecting life force, also known as mana, for decades as ordered. If I use this, it might stop that monster. At the very least, I can buy some time to escape." As soon as she finished her thought, she decided to take out the gemstone. She saw black traces surrounding it. She exclaimed in shock as the suppression backfired on her. Rananiel noticed something unusual and hurriedly turned around. "Damn it! What is that?" He described the scene in panic. Black mist. At that moment, the black aura swiftly wrapped around Rananiel's heart. He clutched his chest in agony. Rananiel spat out blood in sheer shock. He bent over, coughing violently. After observing his surroundings, Rananiel astutely confirmed, "There's no doubt about it. This black mist is the monster I encountered 3 years ago on the battlefield. A phantom entity that accumulates curses. The Demon King. There's no way I could forget it. The creature that implanted this curse on me." He gritted his teeth and wondered, why is his mist here? Why does the succubus queen have it? Looking at the thick black mist, Rananiel froze for a few seconds. He frowned and made a firm conclusion. "There's no doubt. This black mist is the Demon King. The accumulated curse that defeated my party." Rananiel vigilantly asked himself, "Who on earth is this woman?" Instantly, he felt a strange sensation run down his spine. "I can feel 3 spells." Rananiel focused and deduced, appearance alteration, poisoning, mind control, and one more I can't quite identify. Despite the danger, he clasped his hands with ironclad resolve. "Whether it's the Demon King or not, I can't let it catch me. I'll use every spell I have. I'll shatter this mist." Meanwhile, Les, as if possessed, chanted a series of mysterious spells. Rananiel firmly made an oath of exchange. "A spell for a spell. A curse for a curse. I'll show you that the past 3 years weren't for nothing." Then, he gathered all his strength and unleashed a powerful burst of magic. Cursed mana. Rananiel fired a bolt of lightning at her. The next second, the room lit up brightly, and everyone outside was blown away. After the battle, everything outside fell silent. Smoke and dust billowed from the ruins. Inside stood the figure of Rana, having been transformed into a woman. She looked around in shock. Both of them disappeared. Rana disappointedly reached her hand toward the light. "All the spells I prepared have dissipated. This black mist was suspiciously easy to deal with. It didn't threaten my life. The first time I faced the Demon King, I sacrificed half my lifespan." She clutched her head in disbelief. Rana shockingly realized the rapid changes. "My chest got bigger. My hair got longer. And my hands are pale and incredibly slender. Isn't this a woman's body?" She screamed in fury. "That bitch. What did she do to me?" Rana looked at her palms and complained helplessly. "Damn it. This is so annoying. My body is in a weird state, and the Demon King's army must still be around here somewhere. I need to execute a counterattack plan." She closed her eyes and reminded herself, "From now on, I have to stockpile spells again." Rana summoned a golden scale. The scale of Libra. She stood thoughtfully in front of it. Right then, the scale of Libra spoke calmly. State your wish. Rania earnestly requested. I wish for what was swallowed by the curse to be restored to the spells stored in my body. Hearing this, it calmly replied, propose an exchange. She casually proposed, with 90% of my mana. The scale of Libra coldly declared, the exchange rate is insufficient. The limit will be applied. Rania annoyedly agreed, stupid scale. As always, the cost-to-performance ratio is terrible. Fine. It decisively confirmed, agreement approved. As soon as it finished speaking, new power swiftly entered her body. More patterns appeared on both of her arms. A series of complex spell chains were replenished. Chain casting. Spell enhancement. Haste. Chain casting. Rania cautiously pointed her finger. The moment she shattered the glass, a black aura suddenly scattered everywhere. The pedestrians turned to look in confusion. They panicked and covered their noses. What kind of spell is this? Is that foul stench coming from that building? Is it demonic energy? Now, the soldiers urgently warned. Citizens, quickly get away from that building. Hearing this, the surrounding people asked in surprise. Everything was fine just a moment ago. What happened? By the way, what was that building originally used for? Looking around, Rania was startled to discover a cognitive distortion barrier has been raised over the entire building. She frowned and mysteriously called out a name, Scoble. Rania silently deduced its origin. I'm sure that barrier originated from the skull of the 4 heavenly kings. The succubus queen, the knight, and a gemstone that releases the demon king. She rubbed her chin and said seriously, I can't just ignore this. Rania opened her hand wearily. And the weirdest part of it all, she wondered in confusion, why was my gender changed? If their goal was to kill me, there are much easier ways to do it. Why go through all this? Rania thought in a tangled mess. She composed herself and continued her journey. Worrying won't do any good since I don't have the answers right now. The real question is how to survive and adapt to this curse, because I won't be able to break it anytime soon. Returning to reality, inside the inn in front of them, Rania shrugged and recounted, and then I went back to see my master and almost died. I was surprised when he suddenly scolded me. He's so mean, isn't he? Kadi anxiously interrupted. No, wait. He calmly sprinkled something into the bowl and probed. A black mist? You attacked that smoke. Kadi immediately retorted in disbelief. Rananiel, don't talk nonsense. It's not nonsense. Can't you see what state I'm in? He honestly mocked. From what I've heard so far, it sounds like you've had a glorious 5 years. She unhappily criticized. What's so glorious about it? Realizing he remembered something, Kadi suddenly snapped his fingers. He smiled and transformed into a youthful young man. It seems you've had far more amazing experiences than the rumors suggest. I'm surprised you managed to suppress the curse by converting it into mana. Kadi took out some liquid and helplessly announced, I'm not sure I know how to turn you back to normal. He collected it back into the bottle and reluctantly offered a solution. But I can stop the curse from eroding you. Every drop of the divine water was filtered into the bottle. Looking at the pile of potions on the table, Rania doubtfully picked one up. Is this potion enough? Kadi honestly explained. Well, these potions aren't a long-term solution, but at least you'll be able to manage without a holy priest to heal you. She spoke up unhappily. Why bring her up? She's just an idiot. Anyway, I sincerely thank you. Rania changed her tone and interrogated. You know something about this curse, don't you? Kadi answered frankly, making her click her tongue in annoyance. I can't tell you. Rania sneered sarcastically. Keep acting like that. It's a terrible habit. He indifferently instructed, drink 1 potion a month. She sighed in gratitude. All right. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. Rania hesitantly made a well-meaning offer. I mean, I won't take this for free. So, if there's anything I can help you with, just let me know. Kadi thought for a moment and said, honestly, I don't need you to repay me. Just then, he remembered something and suggested, there is one thing. For the past few days, I felt something lurking in the underground waterways. She sharply reported, I've sent a disciple to scout it out. But, hearing this, he excitedly bombarded her with questions. You have a disciple? What's his name? What has he done? Rania smiled and introduced. Instead of calling me master, it's more accurate to call me a parent. I taught that kid magic single-handedly. His name is Benoa. In the dark and damp cellar, a mysterious black aura suddenly revealed itself. Benoa slowly advanced toward the pack of wolves. He silently reminded himself, I promised to meet Louis tomorrow. I'd better finish this right now. Without another word, Benoa directly slaughtered the wolves. Sacrifice. He focused his gaze on his prey. Benoa swiftly attacked one after another. In just a few minutes, he had annihilated a mountain of wolves. Benoa thought to himself as he attacked. I thought she had lost her mind when she forced me to soak in the mana spring. But it's bringing unexpected benefits. I can use less mana and still achieve even greater effects than before. After wiping them all out, he let out a bored sigh. Right then, Benoa suddenly noticed movement from behind. He turned around and glanced in that direction. At this moment, a mysterious dark shadow was slowly approaching. Observing his surroundings, Benoa vigilantly deduced. This underground waterway is full of wandering undead. Yet someone is intentionally lurking around, not even bothering to hide their tracks. To be safe, he swiftly summoned his power, which means that person released these things. Then, Benoa unleashed a ferocious attack. Black Spear. The attack quickly shot toward the mysterious person. That person leisurely leaped high into the air. Noticing this, he exclaimed in shock, What? They dodged it. They're even faster than that barbaric northerner. Then, Benoa cracked his knuckles and gathered all his strength to fight back. I need to use everything I've got. He focused his power toward the mysterious person. That person was none other than Rania. She utilized her speed. Haste. Rania gracefully escaped the danger. Benoa, stunned, prepared to retreat. But she reached out her hand. No way. I can't do anything. He realized his own helplessness. At this distance. Right then, Rania had everything ready. She decisively flicked Benoa's forehead. Rania spoke with satisfaction. You've improved a lot. But you still lack the basics. First, don't attack anyone you don't know. He called her name in shock. Wait. Assistant Professor Rania? She sighed helplessly. Good grief. Benoa asked skeptically. Why are you down here? Rania yawned and explained. Your master told me to come down and clean up this mess. He replied in disbelief. You mean Mr. Cotty at the magic shop? She snapped her fingers to confirm. Yep, that old guy. Rania casually cleared the way and honestly shared. He and I go way back. At this point, Benoa curiously probed. How old are you anyway? I mean, you two don't look like you're the same age. She answered hesitantly. I'm 27. Actually, 21. Rania anxiously asked further. What? Do you have something to say? He hastily denied it. No, nothing. Now, Benoa boldly probed. Can I ask you something? What did you do before coming to the academy? He raised his doubts in confusion. She fights incredibly well. Her movements are very unique. A scholar who has studied their whole life couldn't move like that. Rather than a mage, she's more like a strictly trained warrior. Rania vaguely revealed her past. You could say I was in a very filthy place for quite a long time. Seeing a wolf approaching, she sternly brushed the topic aside. Enough chit-chat. Let's end this training session. Rania looked at the wolf pack and pinpointed the location. Looks like that's our destination. As soon as she finished speaking, she focused on chanting her spell. Ash. Incinerate. In a split second, the entire wolf pack was reduced to ashes. Benoa wondered in confusion. What kind of spell is this? It's like she mixed multiple spells together at once. I can't even guess the principles and mechanics behind it. He frowned in worry. The stench is getting stronger. Are we still going in there? Rania cautiously opened the door. I can guess what's in here. Be extremely careful when purifying this thing. They quickly headed inside. Cutting to the outside of the inn, Rania asked curiously. By the way, who did Benoa go to meet? Cotty intimately confided, Louis, his childhood friend. She expressed her surprise. A childhood friend? I didn't expect that. I didn't think that kid would have one. Anyway, why did you change your appearance? Cotty sincerely revealed his purpose. This makes it easier for me to get close to humans. Rania took out the item she found and ended the conversation. Well, I have to go. I still have a bunch of things waiting for me to check. She placed it on the table and stated seriously, I found this altar tablet in the underground waterways. This small tablet releases a massive amount of evil energy. It's a bit difficult to completely purify it. What's suspicious is that it was located right in the middle of the waterways and protected by monsters. But what's even more concerning is that it's exactly like Les's gemstone. And it was also protected by a cognitive distortion barrier. That's why no one discovered it all this time. Hearing this, he remained silent for a long time. Rania continued to share her perspective. Although placing it underground avoids prying eyes, for something this suspicious to appear right in the center of the capital. Yeah, this is definitely no small matter. She warned anxiously. A rebellion is going to happen soon. His stench is filling this place. A lot has happened, and a month has passed since I became an assistant professor. I'm used to teaching now, I think. Inside the classroom, she slowly instructed, "You have to start like this." Rania gave detailed directions. You cast it as follows. She provided a specific example. For instance, a binding spell can be illustrated with a diagram like this. And finally, we get a magic matrix like this. Just a small amount of mana is enough to cast it. Does anyone have any questions? Looking at the students' clueless faces, Rania questioned herself. Why do I get the feeling that no one understands anything? Isn't it pretty easy? She covered her mouth and coughed a few times. Rania thoughtfully decided to explain it one more time. Now, I will write today's lesson on the board again. She wrote while carefully instructing. Please use the remaining time to review the lesson. Rania wondered inwardly, how strange. Setting aside the fact that I'm not used to teaching, today's lecture was super easy. She dedicatedly encouraged the students. I think it would be good if you try casting the spell yourselves before the next class. You can also try solving the practice exercises I assigned. Finally, Rania said her goodbyes and left. Class dismissed. Good luck, everyone. Meanwhile, the students sluggishly talked among themselves. I have to write this down again. Is this it? I guess so. After stepping out of the classroom, she slammed the door shut. Rania sighed in worry. I think Master is going to scold me again. My student, if you teach them like that, there's no way they'll understand. Demonstrating it for them is easy, but why is explaining it in words so hard? She pouted and consoled herself. Anyway, there are still many people who say they've learned a lot from my open classes. At the same time, Rania caught sight of Kelt dedicatedly explaining. It's easy, right? You should do it this way. Then, fill in the parameters. She remarked in amazement and quickly walked past them. He simplified the principles of chain explosion magic to explain it. The student eagerly asked further. Then how should I solve this case, Professor? Rania panicked and denied it. Don't tell me I have to do it like that. She simply justified it to herself. I'm not sure. If they don't understand, they'll just come and ask like Lesty does. Killing demons is way easier than this. Meanwhile, inside the office, Kadi slammed the desk fiercely. Assistant Professor Rania, do you know what these are? These are complaints about your classes. And there's a ton of them. Rania replied awkwardly. Yes. He strictly emphasized. You only teach 2 classes, but please read these carefully. Prior to this, Rania was harshly reviewed by her students. The diagrams are too complex, so I can't understand them. She teaches too fast. I don't understand the spells used in class. Kadi lost all his patience and loudly attacked her. What exactly are you doing in the classroom? Please put yourself in the student's shoes. She retorted unhappily. I don't understand the situation either. Please lower your voice. You're getting too worked up. Feeling criticized, he sneered and sighed. Then, Kadi mocked her contemptuously. A professor who doesn't know how to teach. You and Assistant Professor Kelt are worlds apart. Who is that? You don't know Assistant Professor Kelt? He's the one who fought shoulder to shoulder with Professor Mark on the battlefield. Due to his injuries, he was forced to leave the military, but he continued to pursue the path of magic research. Unlike a certain someone, he puts himself in the students' shoes and guides them to improve. He is a true and respectable educator. Cutting to a bustling cafe. Lesty gently pushed the door and walked in. The staff greeted her friendly. Hello? Feel free to sit wherever you like. She nodded and replied, Hi. As soon as she entered, Lesty heard stressed students complaining. Assistant Professor Rania's class is insanely hard. I don't understand a word she says. In the end, I had to ask Assistant Professor Kelt to understand it. Professor Joseph's class is much easier to understand, but he gives way too much homework. She looked around unhappily. Why is the cafe always so crowded? Right then, Lesty happily pulled out a chair. There's still an empty seat. She prayed silently in her heart. I hope the person sitting next to me isn't noisy. At this moment, Lars happily called her name. Hi, Lesty. She was startled and turned her head. Lesty said coldly, You're here too? He joyfully confirmed. Yes. Lars innocently added, I'm drinking black water. She corrected him doubtfully. Black water? Are you talking about coffee? He naively assumed. I think that's what they call it. This is no simple matter. Lesty observed him thoughtfully. He's wearing a scowl? There must be a reason he's drinking it. Seeing the documents on the table, she asked curiously, Is that? He explained honestly, This? It's the homework I just got this morning. I still haven't been able to solve it. I came here because some classmates said they study at the cafe and drink black water when they're stuck. Hearing this, Lesty frowned and wondered. So, the North doesn't have cafes? She stared blankly at his ink-stained hands. From there, Lesty reminisced about her past when she had to study hard and do her homework. Even though she shed tears, she still had to bitterly finish it. At this moment, Lesty took the initiative to guide him. What don't you understand? You have to use the same method as the third question. She instructed sternly. I'm only going to say this once, so listen carefully. Lars replied in confusion. Yes, ma'am. Lesty enthusiastically offered a hint. If you ask Assistant Professor Kelt about this incantation, he'll explain the theory behind it. You can also consult more books on this topic. Right then, Rania was drinking tea with an annoyed expression. Damn it, that name again. Kadi, Lesty, and even my students. Seeing the clueless faces of my students like this is enough to realize that I really suck at teaching. At the same time, the female students beamed with joy when they spotted the person they were looking for. He's here. They cheered in admiration. Assistant Professor Kelt. The students politely spoke up. We're so sorry to bother you during your break. May we ask you a question? He smiled confidently. Of course. What are you having trouble with? She wondered to herself. Is that Assistant Professor Kelt? He stated firmly. I can help if it's related to the combat field. Rania stared at him with interest, not taking her eyes off him. Let's see. Show me just how talented you are. Cutting to Academy AB, Indoor Training Area 2. Right now, a student screamed in panic. Get out of the way. Next, an angry teacher yelled. Enough. You pathetic fool. Get up right now. Professor of Practical Combat Magic, Lapper. You can't even grasp the basics. If this were a battlefield, you would have died a long time ago. The students whispered their complaints unhappily. Even if it's practical combat, why do we have to fight a monster alone? He's overdoing it. It'd be better to let the assistant professor teach the class than have him do it himself. Seriously exhausting. When is this going to end? And besides, why are they even raising monsters? Doesn't it look kind of weird? Don't be scared. It's restricted by control magic, so it won't. As soon as he finished speaking, the monster suddenly lunged forward like a starving tiger. Attack! The students were stunned speechless. Then, they screamed tragically inside. Meanwhile, over at the cafe, Rania secretly observed. So that's Assistant Professor Kelt. Come on, show me how talented you are. The student timidly asked, then what should I do when applying it outside the rules? When doing that, she doubtfully asked herself, basically, that's the same as the lesson I taught in class. What's the difference? He analyzed, this part. That's right. Apply the magic diagram to this spell, and yes, you can just skip this important part entirely. Rania placed her teacup on the table and concluded, but his students clearly look much happier. They show a clear understanding of the material and are steadily improving. What exactly is he doing differently? Kelt shivered, feeling an indescribable unease. Why do I feel a chill down my spine? After finishing their questions, the two female students bowed respectfully. Thank you so much, Assistant Professor. He smiled and waved goodbye. He calmly spoke up. I believe this is the first time we've actually met, Assistant Professor Rania. Is there anything I can help you with? Rania asked in surprise. You know me? He replied wittily. Of course. You've been a hot topic in the academy lately. Please, have a seat. Rania sat down, feeling conflicted. He took the initiative to read her mood. You seem to have something on your mind. I'm more than happy to talk with you, if you don't mind. Rania got straight to the point. You seem to teach students in a way they can understand. Do you have some kind of trick? He humbly replied to the compliment. I'm honored that you think so highly of me. It's not really a trick or anything, but the students are still just children. Standing before many paths, they don't know which one to choose. And even after they pick one, they often stop halfway and doubt their choice. What I'm doing is guiding them along my path. Kelt emphasized, making her suddenly recall the past. Just like how my master once taught me. Rania nodded thoughtfully. I see. That's a heavy topic. Just then, he suddenly remembered something and offered to help. Oh, right. I've studied a bit of educational pedagogy. If you'd like, I can recommend a few books for you. If you're free this afternoon, why don't you drop by my lab? Rania comfortably confirmed, sure. My schedule is pretty open. He relaxed, pushed the door, and set the appointment. Great. I'll show you to the lab. While the two of them were walking outside, he hesitantly asked a question. May I take the liberty to ask you something, Lady Rania? She answered amicably. Yes, go ahead. Kelt timidly asked about her connections. Could you tell me how you met Professor Rose? Right then, Mark angrily interrupted. Kelt, what are you doing here? Seeing the man aggressively approaching, he asked in confusion. Professor Mark? She rubbed her chin, recalling what Cotty had once said. Come to think of it, that guy also mentioned him. Kelt explained in confusion. I was just talking with Assistant Professor Rania. He unhappily scolded loudly. There you are? Always doing useless things. How could you be so careless with the control magic? Mark threw a stack of documents onto the ground and grumpily announced. Another monster went berserk in the classroom. If you can't even do your job properly, maybe you should go back to the battlefield. What? Do you think just putting on expensive clothes makes you a scholar? This is your final warning. Do your research accurately and make sure the report is in my hands by tonight. Seeing his dazed expression, Rania asked with concern, Are you okay? He scratched his head, pretending to be fine. Yes, this is pretty normal for me. Kelt picked up the documents with her and explained helplessly. Professor Mark wants to teach the students through practical combat, so he makes us raise monsters in the lab. But recently, the research has been stalled. Hearing this, Rania commented in awe. Practical experience is important, but they're raising monsters? He muttered mysteriously. In the end, just because of that research. She asked in confusion, Are you saying something? Kelt was startled and changed the subject. Nothing. Thank you so much for helping me pick up the documents. He expressed apologetically. They must be quite heavy. Rania firmly asserted, It's fine. I'm pretty confident in my physical strength. He nodded respectfully. I see. Then I won't hold you up any longer. Cutting to the outside of AB, the forest training area. At this moment, a powerful aura brushed past the leaves. It pierced straight through the tree trunk in front. Benoa panted restlessly. I can't calm down. I can't stop thinking about that suspicious altar tablet. Just looking at it, you can tell it gives off a very sketchy vibe. Assistant Professor Rania didn't say anything about it. Suddenly, Lars appeared in surprise. I didn't expect someone to be here already. He carried his axe on his shoulder and asked friendly, Do you train in this forest often too? Your accuracy is much better than last time. How did you train during the break? Do you have an instructor outside the academy? He turned away indifferently. Why do you care? At the same time, dozens of fierce beasts were hiding and peeking at them. Benoa boasted with amusement. It's not like nothing happened. You definitely can't imagine that I went down into the underground waterways, right? Lars excitedly challenged. Want to spar? He quickly agreed. Sure. Benoa stopped and suggested an idea. Let's make it a competition. He rotated his wrists and reminded. Thinking about those monsters appearing in AB. He seriously expressed his doubts. That's usually impossible. How do we decide who wins? Count the years. Collecting them takes too much time. How about whoever kills the most wins? You Northerners are really weird. The pack of monsters aggressively advanced to threaten them. Benoa asked decisively, Are you ready? Lars replied firmly, Ready. Both of them shouted together with blazing fighting spirit. Let's fight. Cutting to Dormitory Building 5 of Academy AB. Inside, a student complained in annoyance. The wind is really strong today. I can't sleep with all that noise. As soon as he finished speaking, something suddenly crashed through the wall. They stared at it in terror. What is that? It's moving. After identifying it, a male student screamed in panic. It's a monster. That's impossible, right? There's a barrier surrounding the academy. They looked at each other in bewilderment. Professor Mark uses monsters in his classes. You have a point, but... Then, the male student frantically ran away. We need to run first. Seeing the horrifying scene, the male student asked in terror, are they multiplying? Before they could process it, the monsters pounced on them. Then, a pool of blood suddenly splattered. The male student asked blankly, huh? Why doesn't it hurt? Now, Lesty slowly stepped out and announced the situation. The other students have already evacuated to dormitory building 3. A high-level monster revealed itself, biting down on a small wolf. She casually scolded, you guys are in my way. Get to a safe place. They sighed in relief and expressed their endless gratitude. Right. Thank you. You saved my life. I'm just doing what I have to do. The next second, Lesty focused and opened a magic circle. Chain summoning. She doubled the number of her summoned beasts. Seeing that it was enough, Lesty calmly remarked, that should be enough. Without hesitation, she directly ordered, take them out for me. Hearing the command, the one-horned beasts jumped in and tore them apart. Meanwhile, Lesty anxiously turned and asked, Sylvie, where is this evil energy coming from? The little girl swiftly pinpointed the exact origin. From the forest behind this dormitory. Sylvie sensed a gigantic monster. She clearly pointed out the target. It's trying to bypass this building to head straight for Building 1. Inside the forest, the sounds of death echoed. Countless wolf corpses lay scattered on the ground. Lars concluded in frustration, we can't kill them all. Benoa sighed and provoked him. Tired already? He arrogantly and fiercely objected. No way. I'm just getting warmed up. He nodded to signal. It's time to get serious. At this moment, a ferocious gorilla pointed forward. It angrily destroyed the nature around it. Benoa and Lars both sensed its savage power. They teleported upward in unison. Enhancement. Shadow Step. He deployed his magic. Black Spear. A streak of blood suddenly shot out. It quickly pierced into the gorilla's arm. Meanwhile, he raised his axe, preparing to jump in. Lat, focus your power into the axe. Earthquake. Next, throw it straight at its remaining arm. The force was so strong it severed the gorilla's arm. It roared in pain, spitting out poisonous blood. Benoa and Lat teleported to the ground and prepared to act together. This will finish it. They focused intently on the gorilla. Just then, he was startled to realize something. That blow should have completely immobilized it. But as its eyes recovered, Benoa exclaimed in shock. What's happening? It's regenerating. We need to counter it somehow. Instantly, Lexi spoke up with cold sarcasm. Isn't that obvious? How did you plan on taking it down without knowing its weakness from the start? Lat exclaimed joyfully. Lesty, you're here. Benoa replied with a frown. He asked hesitantly, are you here to help us? She quickly retorted, you think I'd just stand by while the entire academy is in chaos? Benoa reluctantly admitted, well, that's true. Lesty cleared her throat and changed the subject. That's not important right now. Basically, that beast is very different from ordinary magical beasts. The small hole in the center of its body is what keeps the rest of its parts in their form. It's more like a golem than a magical beast. If you don't destroy that core with magic, it will keep regenerating. Sinbi commented astutely. The structure of that magical beast is... Considering the fact that the Academy's barrier keeps those monsters out, they didn't break through to get in. Instead, they appeared from inside the barrier. The little girl warned anxiously. I have a bad feeling about this, Master. Please be careful. Focusing on the problem at hand, Lak confirmed calmly. So we just need to destroy that core, right? Benoa agreed with relief. That makes things much easier. Then, she responded enthusiastically. That's right. Let's go. Without another word, the two of them shot forward. They leaped up to attack. Lesty stood her ground to provide support. As soon as he landed, Lak confidently prepared his technique. Amplify, Earthquake. First, he skillfully made a clean, straight slash, stopping all of its movements. Then, before it could regenerate, Shadow Lock. He completely immobilized it. At the same time, Lesty closed her eyes and unleashed the final blow. Finishing blow. Summon Thunder Spirit, intermediate level. Requesting spell substitution. Designating coordinates. He held on, trembling, and instructed. Do it now, Lesty. She called out calmly. I'm ready. Lesti commanded with authority. Do it, Sinvi. Intermediate Thunder Spirit. As she finished speaking, she opened her eyes, releasing a massive amount of energy. Sinvi created a bolt of lightning that struck the gorilla's head directly. Crackle. The next morning, inside the academy, students were complaining irritably. All this work, isn't it because of Professor Hage? They agreed as they cleaned up. Yeah. Now, one student asked with concern, can you carry that by yourself? Lat replied calmly. Another student whined in exhaustion. I knew this would happen the moment he said we had to fight magical beasts. He asked gently, sorry to interrupt, but do you need me to carry anything? Seeing his enthusiastic demeanor, they politely refused. 1 barrel each. No need. We're fine. The male student breathed a sigh of relief. At least we don't have to fight magical beasts anymore. They complained angrily. Making us fight magical beasts, even if it's to prepare for a real battle, is just too much. Is he crazy? He even looks down on students he doesn't like. How can there be such a terrible teacher? Just how carelessly was he managing the magical beasts for this to happen? I heard Assistant Professor Kelt was the one managing the magical beasts. Even so, it's still the professor's fault, isn't it? If he wasn't so detestable, this wouldn't have happened. Scene changed to the tribunal hall. Aaron solemnly banged his gavel. He signaled with dignity, silence. Everyone order. Then, Aaron questioned him directly. Hage Kleck, do you have anything to say about the accusations against you? All your research and achievements related to magical beasts, your experiments to control them, and, most importantly, the magical beasts that ran rampant were all under your management. All the evidence points to you. Hage confidently retorted. You should know full well that magical beasts are raised for actual combat. I am a knight. I have fought for everyone on the battlefield. Why am I being suspected of manipulating magical beasts to attack people? This is an outrageous insult. The crowd, displeased, began to murmur. He's not answering the question. Havel, sitting in the back, remarked sadly. Hage Kleck has always been hot-tempered, but he's always stood firm and proud as a knight. It's just that there's too much evidence against him this time. Even the master of the Grey Tower couldn't easily break through AP Academy's barrier. The magical beasts came from inside the barrier, and the first responders were hindered by a perception-altering spell. It all points to an inside job. He can't convince anyone of his innocence by just getting angry and shouting like that. Just then, his attention was drawn to a nearby voice. The teachers frantically tried to intervene. Assistant Professor, please sit down. You must wait until the headmaster. Aaron, stunned, quickly realized. Isn't that Assistant Professor Co? He spoke calmly. It's all right. Let him speak. Co, overjoyed and grateful, said, Thank you very much, sir. They quickly switched places. Hage complained resentfully. You're finally here, Co? This is all because of your careless management of the magical beasts. Aaron shouted in annoyance. Hage, calm down. He turned and requested, Assistant Professor Co, please share your opinion on this matter. He began his speech gently. Honorable Headmaster Aaron, I know this incident has caused great damage, but thanks to the efforts of our students, many magical beasts were suppressed. I believe this is enough to prove the effectiveness of the professor's lessons. Of course, there is no doubt that this incident was a regrettable accident, but it was also a valuable opportunity for the students to prove their abilities. If you intend to assign responsibility, then let me bear the blame for my negligent management of the magical beasts. After hearing him, he nodded and countered, I understand your point. But you know, many have objected to raising magical beasts. If all he needed were opponents for the students, he didn't have to use magical beasts. Yet, he insisted on doing so, and you see the consequences. A few students who weren't ready to fight were injured. Your opinion is not wrong. But it's unfair to make an assistant professor like you take responsibility for such an incident. It would be best for you to watch your words. After that, Aaron, unhurriedly, announced his verdict. Hage Kleck, you will be held in custody until this matter is resolved. Hearing this, the fire of anger in Hage's heart blazed. He couldn't contain his anger and roared. How dare you insult me, Headmaster Aaron? People around him hastily tried to calm him down. Professor Hage, please calm down. Hage struggled and shouted. Let me go. I am a knight of this kingdom. Scene changed to the princess's bedroom. In her dream, a mysterious voice imparted a message. My dear, go find it. With it, find it. She woke up, dazed and dreamy. What was that? At that moment, the morning light shone through the window frame. Standing by the table, Ayla wondered in surprise. That revelation was clearly different from the previous ones. This is the first time the stars have given me a revelation that feels like they're speaking to me. What are the stars trying to say? What am I supposed to be looking for? Just then, Havel bowed respectfully. You're awake, Your Highness. She greeted him with a smile. Good morning, Havel. He cautiously reported the news. After the hearing, Professor Hage was taken into custody. His classes will be temporarily handled by Assistant Professor Co. Ayla asked as she walked. Is no one else being investigated? Havel replied. As of now, Professor Hage is the only suspect. She confirmed thoughtfully, I see. Seeing Ayla lost in thought, he asked with concern, Princess. She stood before the door with complex thoughts. I don't understand what the stars want to reveal, but I feel as if I was guided here. The stars must be leading me. Ayla proactively knocked on the door. Excuse me, Assistant Professor Rania? She invited warmly. Yes, come in. She opened the door a crack and said earnestly, There's something I'd like to discuss with this. As soon as she entered the room, Rania apologized sheepishly. Please excuse me, my room is a bit of a mess. Feel free to step on anything on the floor. Ayla replied lightly, unconcerned. She turned expectantly. You've come at the right time. I was just preparing for my next lesson. You can take a look and see if you understand. I tried to simplify it in my own way. She was bewildered by the numbers on the board. Simplified. Ayla cleared her throat, expressing her helplessness. I'm the type who understands magic circles instinctively. I'm afraid I can't be of any help. Rania crossed her arms, disappointed. Is that so? She remarked doubtfully. You seem to have changed your mind since the open class. She asked, confused, huh? What do you mean? Ayla placed her hand on a stack of books and guessed. You were looking for books to prepare for the next session, weren't you? Rania denied it with a smile. They're not mine. Assistant Professor Co lent me those books. Hearing this, she suddenly felt a strange dizziness. In the quiet lecture hall, Co introduced himself cheerfully. Good morning. I am Assistant Professor Co. I will be temporarily teaching this class in place of Professor Hage. For now, we will pause the practical lessons on fighting magical beasts. Instead, we will focus on the foundational theory of combat magic. Hearing this, Lesty unconsciously looked up. Benoa rested his chin on his hand in silence, showing no reaction. He taught the theory as usual. The foundation of combat magic is. After class, she gossiped curiously. I heard the magical beast lab has been closed, and Assistant Professor Co is teaching all of the professor's classes. The students seem to be enjoying it. Lesty, seeing Latin thought, asked, Is something bothering you? He stated with annoyance, Yeah, I smell something rotten. She asked, puzzled, the smell? Rotten. Lesty asked doubtfully. Isn't there a better way to put it? So you're saying the problem isn't solved yet? Lat nodded in confirmation. That's right. Benoa agreed sharply. I feel the same way. I've experienced a different problem with those same magical beasts. Manipulating so many at once is impossible, even for a professor. Someone else must be behind this. He emphasized the important point. It's just a gut feeling, without any proof. He agreed with his teammate. I think so too. Just then, Ayla slowly approached. She stated her opinion seriously. We haven't seen the end of this yet. Lesty exclaimed in shock. Princess Ayla. Scene changed to nighttime at the academy. She asked nervously. Are you sure about this, Princess? Ayla calmly acknowledged. Yes. I trust your intuition, Sir Lat. She began hesitantly. But, isn't this Assistant Professor Co's lab? Ayla resolutely expressed her feelings. Sir Lat has a special sense. It's the same, even among the people of the North. There must be something else behind this door. She continued hesitantly. Well, it's not that I doubt your words, but... Just then, Ayla felt an intense energy. My index finger is trembling slightly. The stars are guiding me here, like an intuition. It's dangerous, but I must continue. Lat focused and turned the doorknob. The stench is very strong in here. Once we step inside, everything must be brought to light. After observing the surroundings, he made a profound comment. The magical beasts were collected and locked in this cage. and they're clearly restrained by control magic. Princess, maybe we really should go back. She insisted decisively. No. I will take responsibility. So please investigate this room as thoroughly as possible. Benoa looked left and right confidently. Nothing really escapes my sight. He pointed towards a hidden corner. You check over there. Ayla frowned, touching the layer of dust. This must be the place. While she was contemplating cautiously, someone was lurking outside the door. If even Assistant Professor Co isn't the culprit, there must be something important here. Suddenly, Co spoke elegantly. Hello, he asked in astonishment. Why are the four of you here so late at night? Even you, Princess. Can I help you with something? Rananiel looked at them with a puzzled expression. What are they doing? Now, Lat stepped forward to question him. Assistant Professor Co, I need you to clarify a few things. In my opinion, were you the one who released the magical beasts? He retorted, stunned. Why would you slander me like that? Benoa harshly demanded an answer. First, explain why you're accusing me of such a thing. He emphasized gravely. There's nothing specific, but my intuition tells me that's what happened. You carry the stench of those magical beasts, Assistant Professor. Now, don't corner him. At that moment, Lesty asked quietly. Why are you here, Assistant Professor Rania? She explained calmly. I just came to return some books I borrowed. Rania advised with a smile. Come on, it's getting quite late. You should all go get some rest, okay? I mean, look at the time. We can talk about this later. Ayla refused bluntly. That won't do, Assistant Professor Rania. She declared with certainty. The stars agree with Sir Lat. With the honor of my family, I have a duty to investigate the Assistant Professor. Rania analyzed tiredly. Okay, so the stars are involved, huh? As soon as she finished, Co spoke up in admiration. You're truly impressive. Hearing this, he was startled and looked behind him. Lat cautiously gripped the sword on his back. He confessed thoughtfully, it was me. Without a doubt. I was the one who released the magical beasts. Yes, I was behind this. Ayla asked gently. Assistant Professor Co, can you explain why you would do such a terrible thing? He began his story with a heavy heart. Of course. Professor Hage was trying to find a way to create magical beasts with intelligence. She asked, shocked, he did what? Co sighed, explaining Hage's blind obsession. He had already reached the limit of magical beasts he could control, but something compelled him to immerse himself in his research. Over time, he gradually accumulated many small magical beasts to use as test subjects. And that's when the unfortunate incident occurred. I couldn't say that before the council, as it would only make things worse for him. I thought that at the very least, I could clean up the magical beasts myself. He confessed with tears in his eyes, tormented by guilt. This is entirely my fault. If only I had worked harder. If only I had stopped him. Everyone listened in silence. Lesty, understanding, stepped forward to comfort him. Please calm down, Assistant Professor Co. I understand your situation now. Co expressed his gratitude emotionally. Thank you so much, Lesty. Benoa scratched his head and asked, what do we do now? He quickly came up with a plan. Let's report this to the headmaster and figure out where to go from there. At the same time, Ayla felt a strange sensation around her finger. The star's revelation is growing stronger. They're warning me. Why? Assistant Professor Co has already explained everything. So the warning. It suddenly cut off, leaving her stunned and speechless. It stopped. Suddenly, a loud noise sent Co flying into the wall. Crash. Rania scolded him mercilessly. TCH. I just wanted to hear your excuse, not some stupid made-up story. You get it? Looks like you need an elbow to the face, Assistant Professor Co. Or should I call you what you really are? She cursed him bluntly. You two-faced bastard. Now, Co slowly rose from the rubble. Lesty questioned in astonishment. Assistant Professor Rania, what are you doing? Are you okay, Co? He said nothing, a savage smile spreading across his face. Ayla asked worriedly, Assistant Professor Co? His face darkened as he said sarcastically, attacking someone out of the blue like that. You're scarier than I thought, Rania. Then, Co cast a spell. Summon. She cried out in fear. Oh no, it's a magical beast. He smirked defiantly. You'd better do something. I can control magical beasts, but if I can make them docile, I can also do the opposite. This is a little different from my original plan, but the result will be the same. There are enough magical beasts here to destroy this entire cursed academy. Rania retorted confidently. You think we'll let that happen? The next second, she stepped forward, calling each of them by name and giving orders. Princess Lexi Benoa, you all go after the magical beasts. I'll handle this bastard myself. Co began. I've heard a lot about you. They say you're very strong. I can see why you're so arrogant. He sneered and attacked with all his might. You think you're strong enough to take me down? Burn. She blocked the blow and scoffed. Arrogant? Who do you think you are? Hearing this, Co summoned his magic and continued his assault. Multi-burn. TCH. You're stubborn. Then take this. Rania, enraged, dodged the attack while retorting. You do all this and still have the nerve to lecture me with that innocent face? You even sold out your own master. He grimaced sarcastically. My master? You think Hage is my master? Co emphasized his point and unleashed a torrent of flames at her. I have only one master. Rania, skeptical, bluntly deflected the attack. Don't tell me you call that bastard with the filthy dark magic your master. She took out a stone in frustration. Damn it. This looks like it's going to be harder than I thought. Seeing the object in her hand, he exclaimed in horror, That. Why do you have that relic? Without a word, she crushed the stone and complained wearily. Good grief, you're making this difficult for me. Why, of all things, did you choose to ally with a demon? Witnessing this act, Co trembled with rage. That is his sacred relic. It belongs to him. You have no idea how precious it is. How dare you? He flew into a rage, unleashing all of his power. He fiercely counterattacked. Humph! Pitch-black arrows flew with lightning speed. Rania stood firm, fending off everything on her own. He sneered. You're just a fool who doesn't know its true value. And yet you dare to destroy it? At that moment, the entire room began to shake violently. Seeing Rania fall to the ground, Co laughed in satisfaction. He looked at the palm of his hand and inhaled with excitement. This is it. This is the power I've always craved. I'm so glad I trusted and followed him. With this power, I can cut off that bastard Markage's head with one hand. With this incredible power, I can do anything. As long as I continue to believe in him. Just then, Rania shook her head, expressing her pity. How pathetic. Co was surprisingly impressed. I was almost impressed that you survived that last attack. You really came prepared. Did you even bring a healing potion? She grimaced and denied it. A healing potion? This is just my monthly supplement. Rania smiled, explaining her actions. I almost forgot. While you were rambling on, I figured it was the perfect time to take it. He laughed coldly, unleashing dark magic. It's too early to relax. You won't be leaving here alive. Rest in peace. Then, Co shouted as he launched his fatal blow. Dark impact. She remained unfazed, standing perfectly still. In the blink of an eye, all of his dark arrows suddenly began to vanish. Co was stunned, not understanding what was happening. What? Rania decisively ended the fight. You've revealed your connection to this relic. Even without the details, you've told me who's backing you. I have no more use for you. In the dark, cold room, she declared fiercely, You're dead. He retorted angrily, confused. How could you? How could you break my spell? Rania charged forward contemptuously. Even a 5-year-old could break that pathetic spell. She chanted to double her power. Reinforce formula. Instantly, Rania punched him straight in the gut. Punishment. He coughed up blood in agony. Then, Co's eyes rolled back as he staggered and fell. He collapsed right in front of her. Rania sneered and ordered, Stop pretending and get up. I was going easy on you. As soon as she finished speaking, Co secretly summoned his magic. He prepared a magic circle behind her. Without hesitation, Co launched a counterattack. Humph. He used his magic to overwhelm her without flinching. Bombardment. However, the attack vanished in an instant before it could even reach her. Co, dazed and stunned, stood up. Just how many magic circles do you have? My spells keep getting broken as if they're nothing. Despite this, he stubbornly summoned another magic circle, determined to use a stronger technique. How about this one? Then, he coldly unleashed his attack. Reinforced spell, dark impact. Instantly, the energy shot straight at her. He roared with hatred, Die. Then, a violent explosion erupted. Co panted heavily, exhausted. He sneered contemptuously. So you were all talk after all. As soon as he finished, Rania calmly retorted, you're the one who's all talk. She quickly teleported. Reinforce formula. Next, Rania grabbed his head and executed her technique. Reinforce spell. She powerfully slammed Sio's head into the ground. Rania lifted his head in satisfaction. Traitors have to suffer a little, you know. You've gone against all moral standards. Once again, she furiously slammed his head down. And you still have the pride to sit there and show off your power. You bastard. Isn't this pathetic? Even a normal person like me can crush your skull. Seeing him unconscious, Rania stated bluntly, you're not weak because you're human. You were just born weak. Meanwhile, outside, Havel urged his men on. Hurry up, he asked as he ran. Have you checked the dorms? A subordinate nodded and reported, yes, sir. There's only one place left. Havel muttered impatiently. This is taking longer than I thought. Just then, Rania appeared and explained, it's because the situation was a bit chaotic. He called her name, tense. Assistant Professor Rania. Havel bowed his head in apology. We apologize, ma'am. A large number of magical beasts suddenly appeared. But what just happened here? She calmly held up Sio and explained, look here. His blood is black. It proves he sold his soul to a demon and betrayed us. If he hadn't used dark energy, no one would have known. I confirmed his use of dark energy, and I knocked him out right after. But he should be waking up soon. Please interrogate him when he comes to. Seeing this, he asked hesitantly, he's still alive, right? Rania shrugged, pointing to the person on the ground. I told you, I just knocked him out. Why don't you believe me? Look, he's still alive and kicking. Havel expressed his sincere gratitude. Thank you for your cooperation. Immediately after, Rania waved goodbye. I have something urgent to attend to, so I must leave first. I hope you all resolve this smoothly. Good job. Scene changed to a dark forest. At this moment, Ayla confirmed with a sigh of relief. It seems those were the last of them. Lat praised them with satisfaction. Everyone did a great job. I think we're good for now. Then, he suggested thoughtfully, Lesty, you can go back first if you're tired. I can handle the rest myself. She expressed her anxiety. It's not that. I'm just worried about Miss Rania. She's facing Assistant Professor Sio all by herself. Seeing them smiling, Lesty asked, startled, what? What's with that stupid expression? Ayla reassured her confidently. You don't need to worry. Lat nodded in agreement. That's right. Ayla analyzed with admiration. She was the first to notice something was wrong and deal with it. She's probably hunting down the real culprit right now. Meanwhile, Rania complained wearily. So much work. I'm quitting the first chance I get. Russell approached and asked sternly, what did you just say? She quickly denied it, startled. Nothing, sir. These bloodstains, they just won't come out. He reminded her sternly. Don't tell me you're planning to use magic to wash clothes. You received them from the royal family. And why are they covered in blood? Never mind, forget it. Rania gave a forced smile and replied softly. As she was doing the laundry, Rania wondered to herself, I wonder if they got home safely. They're sharp. My efforts in teaching them won't be wasted. If I just keep lecturing them. Lost in thought, she exclaimed in surprise, it's torn. Russell scolded her. You foolish girl. I told you to be careful. Rania stammered, I'm sorry. The next morning, people in the academy were discussing in confusion. I never thought Assistant Professor Sio would be a traitor. You mean he was the one who framed the professor? I'm not sure. How can there be a traitor in this school? It's unacceptable. We have to do something. Meanwhile, inside the headmaster's office, a staff member was seriously reporting the situation. And Dormitory 5 has been repaired. Also, there's a report that Assistant Professor Sio regained consciousness this morning. An interrogation is scheduled for this afternoon. Aaron, upon hearing this, asked curiously, who will be the interrogator? The staff member immediately provided the information. It will be Sir Havel. He nodded in confirmation. All right, then the matter will be handled well. What about the classes? The official continued to report. Some combat classes and basic magic classes have resumed. Of course, we will no longer be using magical beasts. An assistant Professor Rania is also teaching a class now. The female teacher recounted worriedly. We asked if she wanted to postpone today's class because of the accident yesterday, but she said it wasn't a big enough deal to do so. Scene changed to the magic classroom. At this moment, Rania was deep in her lecture. straight, radius, Massachusetts velocity, and finally, definition and abbreviation. She calmly called on a student. What magic is this? He answered hesitantly. A high-level damage-focusing spell. Rania nodded in confirmation. Correct. It's a commonly used type of magic circle. Mages memorize and use it without understanding why it's formed. It's like a habit. She pointed out its importance. Memorizing the magic circle is effective to a certain extent, but understanding it brings even more benefits. Rania scratched her head in confusion. I feel like I'm about to go crazy. Is it because I'm not used to this? She cleared her throat a few times to regain her composure. Rania gently changed the subject. Right. We can use yesterday's accident as an example. The Academy has had some trouble recently, but thanks to all of you, everything has been handled well. Understanding magic circles to be able to fully utilize them is just as important as clearly perceiving a problem and acting flexibly to solve it. You've all been worrying for nothing. It's okay. It's all okay. Just give it a try. Hearing this, the students happily began the lesson. She took a deep breath and resolved. All right, let's continue. After class, in the hallway, Rania remarked cheerfully, doing this isn't so bad. Although I wouldn't call it a leisurely life. Quite the opposite, in fact. At least they didn't fire me. Just then, she noticed a strange group of people with an unfamiliar pattern on their swords and flag. Rania wondered blankly, that symbol. Looking at the mysterious figures in red cloaks. She speculated thoughtfully. Isn't that the symbol of the royal hounds? Rania thought to herself, flustered. She ignored them and changed direction. Whatever. I don't care. Time for some coffee. Scene changed to AP Academy. In the dark dungeon, Havel asked sternly, where is CO? A guard politely guided him. This way, sir. The guard standing outside called loudly, CO? Wake up. He tried to urge him. Hey. Suddenly, CO warned maniacally. The prophet will punish you. He screamed, his eyes bloodshot. The prophet will punish you. Seeing this, he cautiously gave an order. Stand back. Havel confessed in alarm. Impossible. I didn't know his mind was this chaotic. It's being possessed by a very powerful energy. The guard continued in fear. Is he dead? He affirmed with certainty. No, he can't be dead. All right, take him to the church. While they were moving, Havel muttered doubtfully. The prophet, huh? We only have two clues leading to him. First, he could be an Alia or be an influential figure. Second, he allied with a demon to obtain that powerful energy. He tightened his grip on his sword and told himself, no matter who he is, I can't fight him alone. At that moment, Havel's eyes widened in surprise. He called out, stunned, you've arrived? Looking at the imposing group before him, Havel greeted them cautiously. Sir Can. Flashback to Candia Palace, 7 years ago. Havel frantically grabbed Ayla's hand and fled. She sobbed, turning her head to ask, why, Garrett? Why would you do this to me? He urged her in a panic. Princess, don't look. That's not Garrett anymore. He's just a filthy traitor. The royal mage, Garrett, laughed maniacally and coaxed. Come here, princess. I just need you. Only you. The prophet promised me an immortal army in exchange for you. Now come. Havel bravely stepped forward to shield her. Princess, don't listen to him. Run. Ayla had no choice but to run, crying. She screamed in fear. Please, save me. Someone please. As she finished speaking, something blew up the wall behind them. Ayla, trembling, gritted her teeth and turned her head. From within the smoke, Rananiel stepped forward and asked with concern, That's a lot of smoke. Are you all right, princess? I've come to save you. She dazedly recalled that moment from the past. Duke Rananiel suddenly appeared and defeated the traitor in an instant. Die? Then he immediately vanished. I don't know where he is now or what he's doing. Just as Ayla called his name again, Rania, who was drinking tea, suddenly choked. Duke Rananiel, she muttered anxiously. I think I just heard the princess's voice. At the same time, students were chatting happily. I bet Princess Ayla does that too. That's amazing. Rania sighed in frustration. I have to tell her that I tore the royal gift while washing it. I don't want to say it, but I have to, right? Do I really have to? Scene changed to outside the academy. Havel asked curiously, You're not going to interrogate him directly, Sir Can? He answered firmly, There are other matters that take priority. Ken glanced around and decided, we have to find out why there's still dark energy here. He was stunned. Dark energy? He noted from experience. It's so faint that you'd need a lot of experience to notice it. But it's definitely still here. After walking around the students and into the buildings, Havel thought to himself, I can't feel anything. But if it's Sir Ken, even before becoming a hound, his nickname was the Tracker. He could locate any target, and he fought on the front lines with the hero's party. He concluded with confidence. If Sir Ken says he feels dark energy, then it's true. Havel expressed his wish. If only the hounds had been near the palace 7 years ago. Just then, Ken sensed an abnormality and froze. Wait. He quickly turned around. Back there, Ken pushed through the crowd, following the dark aura. He gripped the hilt of his sword warily. Without another word, Ken gathered his strength and took a stance. He aimed straight for Rana. Then, Ken leaped forward without hesitation. Found you, you filthy traitor. Instantly, an explosion erupted. The students exclaimed in shock. What's happening? What was that? What was that noise? It scared me. That was a sword, right? A sword? No way. Havel wondered at the strange action. Sir Ken, is he chasing Assistant Professor Rania? Shouldn't we report this? Now, Rania reached out from within the dust cloud. She frowned, blocking the attack. That scared me. Who is this guy? Why would you suddenly point your sword at a passerby? Rania pondered his identity. Could it be? Neither of them would back down, their attacks clashing across the school grounds. Havel, standing outside, exclaimed in amazement, Impossible. The hounds, the royal hounds, are more experienced than anyone else. They're also known as masters of close combat. In other words, the hounds are the natural enemies of a mage. There has never been a mage who stood a chance against a hound. What? That's how it's supposed to be. Meanwhile, Ken frowned, noticing something unusual. These movements, she's clearly holding back against me. She's not even using a weapon. Rania, as if seeing through everything, attacked with ease. Punishment, he wondered blankly. How can she be pressuring me like this? As he finished his thought, the sword was suddenly knocked from Ken's hand. Noticing his sword had fallen to the ground, he clenched his hand in horror. Impossible. I know this is just a theory, but... While Ken was distracted, she grumbled in annoyance. Hey, don't get distracted during a fight. There were no wasted movements. Everything she did was simple, yet powerfully effective. Feeling he was cornered, he raised his hands in surrender. Rania suppressed her anger and asked, Who the hell? Excuse me. Who are you? Ken shrugged and questioned. I was wondering where you'd gone. Why are you here? And why do you look like that? Duke Rananiel? No, Senior. Flashback to 5 years ago, in the Hell Desert. Rananiel asked doubtfully as he ran. Hound, are you sure this is the right way? He affirmed confidently. Absolutely. He asked probingly. Your intuition isn't broken, is it? Ken sighed in response. I'm not a dog. Rananiel looked around and remarked. I'm pretty sure it's not here. As soon as he finished, a giant worm suddenly emerged from the sand. He exclaimed in surprise. There it is. He announced triumphantly. I told you so. Ken solemnly drew his sword. I wanted to say this. Could you leave a few for me? Personal assistant to the Mage Rananiel, Ken. After the battle went smoothly, Rananiel urged cheerfully. Let's finish up and head back. He charged forward confidently. This will be simple. Time passed until dusk. Looking at the pile of dismembered flesh, he complained wearily. When is this going to end? I want to withdraw from the battlefield and rest. Ken, beside him, asked eagerly. When are you planning to retire, Senior? Will you inherit the Grey Tower? Rananiel decisively denied it. No way. The old geezers there are too annoying now. Then, he planned for the future. Maybe I'll become a teacher. He teased with a smile. I'll feel sorry for your students. Rananiel criticized him angrily. What's that supposed to mean, you bastard? Is that how you talk to your senior? Ken happily dodged. Not at all. He clutched his head and whined. Have mercy on me. In a life or death moment, Ken shouted in panic. Senior, run. He screamed in desperation. Senior. Recognizing the enemy's identity, Ken muttered in horror. Damn it. Why is one of the 4 heavenly kings here? The death sword gone Nico. Before my blade, no one can. After the fierce battle, Rananiel asked doubtfully. Are you sure you're going to retire? Sarah explained irritably. He has to retire. We saved his life, but his body was ravaged by dark energy. He began awkwardly, while she questioned angrily. I'm sorry for the unreasonable request. Can't you have some sympathy for others? I can't fight with a body like this. I don't know what I'll do, but please excuse me for retiring. He comforted him with admiration. Even so, you survived with only a troublesome sword in hand. That's extraordinary. Take this. This is my letter of recommendation to the commander of the cavalry. The royal family is always in need of promising individuals. You did very well. Hearing this, Ken expressed his gratitude, choked with emotion. Senior, I'm truly grateful to you. He sobbed, tears welling in his eyes. Sarah sighed and scolded. Damn it. Don't make the patient cry, you useless bastard. Rananiel demanded awkwardly. What the hell? If you don't want it, give it back. Ken teased carefree. Asking for it back is pretty stingy. Returning to the present, he gently brought up the past. I remember you wanted to become a teacher after you retired. Ken was stunned and commented wryly. But I never expected you to actually become an assistant professor. And in that body, no less. Rania raised a fist threateningly. Shut your mouth before this fist goes in it. She seriously took out an item. The demonic energy you felt came from this. I found it in the underground waterway. Rania deduced with certainty. The culprit behind the academy attack knows about this relic. Not only did they mention the similarities, but they also rambled on about some profit or other nonsense. She entrusted it to him. I think I've cleansed all the dark energy from it. I'm leaving it to you, Hound. You're the best at finding things. Ken smiled playfully. Can I take that as a compliment? Rania urged impatiently. Come on, don't be a buzzkill. He offered to take charge. Can I take them? We'll investigate this ourselves. She agreed comfortably. All right, I'll leave it to the expert. Here. At that moment, Ken suddenly stared at Rania. Seeing this, she asked, what are you looking at? Is there something on my face? He asked with interest. How's your teaching job? It seems to be going well. Better than I thought, huh? Rania sighed wearily. It's hell. The old geezers from the tower are always kicking down my door and inviting me to join. The Gray Tower, they always want to take me as their disciple. You again. There you are? I invited her first. With my support, you can. I'm busy, Ken commented with a forced smile. They're always like that, aren't they? One thing that never changes. Those damn old men. Me, the Black Tower, the White Tower, and the others are all the same. Rania changed the subject enthusiastically. More importantly, I found some worthy students here. Hearing this, he congratulated her sincerely. I'm happy for you, Rananiel. She criticized him irritably. Are you even listening to me? What's so funny? Ken quickly stood up. I should be heading back soon. I mean, I'm also glad to see you've settled in here. He confessed with relief. I didn't even think I'd get the chance to say that. When I heard you were kicked out of the heroes' party, I could only worry about your health. Rania said sadly. It wasn't. Ken, understanding, teased. Of course, you're not the type to just accept being kicked out, Rananiel. I mean, didn't you shove your resignation letter in their faces, act all high and mighty, and then storm off to the bars? She calmly offered advice. I don't think you need to worry about me. Live long enough, and you'll see a lot of things. Anyway, as your senior, I'll give you some advice. He was confused. What is it? As soon as Rania placed her hand on Ken's chest, she immediately executed her technique. Punishment. Caught off guard, he fell backward. Rania tilted her head and warned with a grin. You should fix that habit of randomly attacking people. Ken expressed sheepishly. I'm glad you haven't changed at all. Meanwhile, inside the academy, Lesty was frantic. It's so late. I've broken curfew. Suddenly, Gilliam's voice made her turn pale. It's been a while, Lesty. She turned her head, dazed and fearful. Lesty called out his name in shock. Elder Gilliam. The story tells of a powerful nation that existed hundreds of years ago, Acadia. A magnificent empire turned to ash overnight by four entities. The Dark Knight, the Black Dragon Balio. The Traitor, Redos. The Death Sword, Gon Nico. And the Ancient Light, Scobel. However, those chosen by the Star of Hope rebuilt Candia from a ruined kingdom and gathered all the strength they could. Heroes and saints, mages and alchemists, and even sorcerers. The sorcerers built separate towers for different purposes, and the king bestowed a color upon each tower. Gold, white, black, and gray. The Black Tower was known for its barriers, and the White Tower for its elemental magic. Each tower focused its research in its own direction with the goal of achieving ultimate magic. But the Gray Tower was completely different. It cared not for individual research or background. It had only one goal: to restore the lost magic of Acadia. That was the Gray Tower. At this moment, Gilliam complained with a frown. "I'm tired of seeing you cower like that." Hearing this, Lesty stammered. I'm sorry." He questioned her sternly. "Have you forgotten that you are the heir to the Gray Tower? Don't make me repeat myself. Straighten your back and walk with confidence." She trembled. "I'm truly sorry for not meeting your expectations." Gilliam, having lost all patience, cut her off. "Enough." He changed the subject to probe her. "Tell me everything you know about Rania Van Trask." Lesty, terrified, tried to answer. "Assistant Professor Rania. She is the adopted daughter of Sir Russell, and she teaches the fundamentals of mana. She's usually in her office or the canteen." Gilliam interrupted coldly. "Enough. You think I want to hear that? I never expected much from you, but your naivety worries me for your future." She asked, stunned. "You mean, at the Gray Tower?" He smirked in confirmation. "That's right. Everyone should know the value of a letter of recommendation from me." The next morning at the coffee shop. Inside, the students filled every seat. They asked each other anxiously, "Have you studied? Is it already exam time?" Rania sipped her tea and remarked, "This coffee shop has been so crowded lately." She remembered his advice. "I think you should go back to the Gray Tower, Senior." Rania pondered blankly. "The tower, huh?" At the same time, the students complained anxiously. "The professor hasn't gone over the exam format, has she?" "Not at all." "Oh my God, I'll be kicked out of the house if I fail this exam. Studying has been so hard lately." I thought I was the only one who felt that way. She looked around, annoyed. "I need to find a quiet place. It's too noisy to think." Seeing the strange behavior, Rania wondered, why are they suddenly leaving? Where should I go? Or maybe, "So what's going on? What happened?" Just then, Gilliam solemnly approached and greeted her. "I would like to speak with you in private." "It's a pleasure to meet you, Assistant Professor Rania. I am Gilliam of the Gray Tower." Rania warily analyzed the situation. "Okay, I wonder what this is about. The elders must be very impatient to send Gilliam to see me. Except for my master, who has no interest in politics. Gilliam is the most influential person in the tower." He negotiated bluntly. "I understand you're very busy, so I'll get straight to the point. I've come to give you this. As a sorceress, you understand what this means, don't you?" Noticing the card, she paused for a few seconds. "I don't understand why you're giving this to me," Rania asked sharply. "I was told the Gray Tower maintains a balance among the 6 elders. Are you trying to bring conflict?" Gilliam noted with annoyance. "So you've done your research. But who cares about balance?" He presented it proudly. "This is a personal letter of recommendation from me, one of the 6 elders." As he finished, the atmosphere fell silent. Only the sound of the clock remained. She repeated silently, "Every other sorcerer would dream of having this letter. The moment you accept it, you will become the heir to the Gray Tower." Seeing her indifferent attitude, Gilliam bit his lip in anger. He whispered in surprise, "She's not even looking at it. I can't tell what she's thinking." Now, Gilliam suppressed his anger and spoke up. "I must say, I'm impressed with your attitude. I believe you already know what you should do." Without a word, Rania poured tea directly onto the card. Witnessing this, he criticized her angrily. "What are you doing? Who do you think you are?" She declared decisively. "You want an answer? Here it is." Looking at the soaked card and the teacup rolling on the table, Rania smiled and emphasized, "It's very clear, isn't it?" Then, she called his name defiantly. "Elder Gilliam." He exclaimed in disbelief. "Is that really your answer?" Rania calmly asked back. "What do you think it is?" Gilliam judged angrily. "I heard you were talented, but it seems you have no respect for others. I have served the Gray Tower longer than any other elder, and I came with the intention of recruiting you. Feel what I can do." He released his energy to probe her. Mana field. Just then, the water glass suddenly shattered. The room began to shake violently. Gilliam threatened arrogantly. "Well, I'll give you one more chance." "Accept." Rania retorted in frustration. This stubborn old man. Didn't I already refuse? He was horrified. "What? How could you?" Without another word, She snapped her fingers. Instantly, the magic in Gilliam's hand gradually dissipated. Rania presented her point sharply. You recruit more people and make the Grey Tower stronger, so that your tower stands above all others. If that's all you want, you've already achieved it. Haven't you? Manifield. Seeing this, he was speechless. You copied my magic? She pressured him. Gilliam, that student truly has the talent to take on that position. Rania stated sternly. It may not be apparent yet, but an elder of the Grey Tower cannot afford to miss such an extraordinary talent. Are you so blinded by power that you can't see that? She smiled and warned. That's not good, Elder Gilliam. Rania walked out calmly and affirmed with certainty. She is perfectly suited for the position of heir to the tower. I can assure you of that. At the same time, Sinvi called out worriedly. Master, you are destroying your own body. You need to rest, Master. Lesty mumbled weakly. I need to try harder. To achieve something. That's what I need right now. She recalled the harsh words. How disappointing. This is why I can't trust you. The position of Tower Master is beyond your reach. Are you even trying? How pathetic. Now, a dark aura crept up from behind Lesty. It gently touched her. The next morning at the academy, Lat looked at the information board in surprise. It seems the exam has been announced. Benoa was skeptical. You mean, that's the exam question? Rania complained in frustration. They're complaining again. This time, I'll give them a question they can actually answer. They were confused. Isn't that what the assistant professor was researching recently? This is the exam. Seeing this, she smirked. Idiots. Now, Rania's attention was drawn to the person in front of her. Lesty looks a little different. She asked with concern, Lesty, are you sick? Your face is pale. Maybe you should rest a bit, Lesty. However, surrounded by a dark aura, she felt a bit dizzy. Seeing Lesty run off, Rania called out impatiently. Didn't you hear me, Lesty? Just then, Ken approached and asked, That's not really the exam you're giving them, is it? She greeted him casually. What a surprise. You're finally back. Just in time. He was astonished. How did you know I'd be back? Rania sighed and reminded him. Listen, you haven't figured out everything about that relic yet, have you? You think you can be arrogant just because I'm in this body? Ken admitted with a smile. Of course not. You guessed right. He whispered, changing the subject. On the other hand, it'll be easier to talk this way. She sighed wearily. This is such a headache. I've done everything to prepare for this. That relic is a problem. Even if you cleanse all the dark energy and destroy the relic, it can still open a gate. Worse, there's nothing we can do until the gate is opened. And the disaster will never end until we kill all the demons. He was right. We have no way to deal with that. Ken teased cheerfully. Everyone around here is complaining about you, Senior. Rania kicked him in anger. So what? Are you making fun of me? Scene changed to Candia, the royal capital. A group of people was gathered. A guide pointed the way. This way. Ken was curious. I heard this path leads to a tomb. Is that true? He nodded in confirmation. Yes. Apparently, it opens a gate to the capital. He fretted. Has anyone taken this case yet? The guide answered honestly. As far as I know, you are the only group, Sir Can. He changed the subject with concern. And him. Is the wizard Azen participating? The guide answered with certainty. I don't think he is in the capital. Ken mumbled, confused. That's strange. The guide turned his head, bewildered. What do you mean, sir? He revealed solemnly. The holy sword. The stars have told me. They are guiding me to the place where I will meet him. At that moment, inside the meeting room, CO was reporting the situation. Headmaster, the heroes' party was dispatched yesterday. Aaron nodded in confirmation. I know. What about the assistant professors? He explained their mission. They are inspecting and reinforcing the city's barrier. They should be finished by noon at the latest. He gave a stern order. All right. Make sure everything else is completed as well. A teacher asked, Is there anything else we need to do? Aaron shook his head. No, that's all for now. He analyzed thoughtfully. According to the royal hounds, there's no way to stop the altar from opening. It's inevitable that it will open a gate through a medium to the other world. It's hard to believe something like that resides in the academy. Even if we can't stop the altar from opening, we must do our utmost to minimize the damage. Aaron emphasized his role as a teacher and as the headmaster of this academy. I have a responsibility to protect my students. At the same time, the students were struggling with their assignments. A student cried out in frustration, "This is insane. These books are no help at all. We should have known this when she said she'd give us the exam question. What is this magic circle in the middle? Wait, isn't that the magic circle used in the highest level defensive magic?" Benoa asked, flustered. "How are you doing?" The two of them stared anxiously at their blank notebooks. I was helpless. I don't understand a thing. Now, he turned his attention to the person next to him. Lat asked curiously, "Lesty, have you figured out the answer yet?" The female students observed her. "What's wrong with her? Why do you keep staring at her? She's probably just exhausted." Lat confessed worriedly. "I have a bad feeling." He teased. "Is your instinct acting up again? Just finish the test, and we'll be fine." Lat warned grimly. "Don't underestimate the instincts of a northern warrior." Benoa criticized him angrily. "Then use your damn instincts to finish the test." Meanwhile, as the students were feeling pessimistic, she quietly walked past. Who could possibly answer this question? I bet no one can. The dark aura around Lesty grew thicker and thicker. After a hopeless debate, a student said, "Fed up, this is getting us nowhere. Enough. Let's call it a day. What's the point of knowing the question if we can't even answer it?" Everyone left, worried. The problem itself is the problem, isn't it? Are you stupid or something? This is so troublesome. What is the problem here, anyway? At that moment, Ken burst out laughing. Is someone talking nonsense? Rania was nonchalant. Too many to count, she grumbled. I spent so much time preparing for this test. He asked in astonishment. You mean that horrible problem? Rania explained. Do you have any idea how hard it is to create a test? You don't understand the struggles of a teacher. But that's not important. All we can do is wait for the altar to appear. Ken nodded in agreement. You're right. This isn't something we can prepare for in advance. He hesitated. Preparation. Speaking of which, Sir Rananiel. Rania fretted. What is it? Why are you making that face? Ken revealed cautiously. To assist us, the higher-ups have summoned the heroes' party. She burst out laughing mockingly. Gods, I thought it was something important. What? You thought I'd get mad about that? He confessed hesitantly. Well, to be honest, yes. Rania was displeased. Who do you think I am? You think I can't separate my personal life from my work? It's better to have them around since they can clean up what's left. Ken was stunned. You're planning on making the heroes' party do cleanup duty? She stretched and changed the subject. This time, I have a better understanding of the medium. Ken was surprised. Don't tell me. Have you identified it? Rania predicted thoughtfully. Well, so far, I only have a guess. However, if it's stimulated too much, it could become dangerous. We might even accidentally create a new member of the four heavenly kings. He was stunned. It's that dangerous? She assessed with certainty. In terms of talent, yes. That girl is even more talented than I am. The old geezers at the Grey Tower are truly blind. That child's abilities are a perfect match for her potential. At the same time, Sinvi encouraged her patiently. Just wait a little longer. Lesty wondered carefully. Who left this here? She was amazed when she saw what was inside. A magic circle. Defense enhancement. A composite magic circle. Another layer of defense. Then a counterattack spell. This magic circle must be to protect something. Lesty praised it thoughtfully. What a perfect magic circle. Not a single thing was missed. Should I take it with me? Suddenly, the wooden board was pushed up. A mysterious gas flew out, quickly enveloping her. You cowardly heir of the Grey Tower. Lesty called out in alarm. Sinvi. He didn't give her time to react, pushing Lesty into a mysterious place. Go where you belong. While she was bound, she heard a voice calling. Lesty. She recalled her childhood when the other children surrounded her in admiration. Lesty, what are you doing? Let's go. This way. You're amazing, Lesty. So this is a spirit summoning spell? Her master affectionately patted her head. That's right. Very smart. Do you know its name? Lesty said innocently. The book says she's a wind spirit. He reminded her kindly. It will be sad if you call it that. Call it Sinvi. Then, Lesty's master offered. Lesty, would you like to learn magic under my guidance? You have a gift. Enough talent to lead this era. That's right. Very smart. Wonderful. Well done, Lesty. So you've summoned another spirit. Come here. I'll teach you a new magic circle. Hurry, Lesty. Scene changed to the tower where Rania and Ken are talking. She was annoyed. It should be around here by now. He teased her, bored. So impatient. You know who the medium is, but you can't even do anything about it. Rania coldly denied it. It's just that he's too much of a coward. I was once a medium myself, so I know how it feels. Ken was startled. Is that so? Wait, what? When did that happen? She explained calmly. It was a while after you left the front lines. And it was after we witnessed the disaster. Kai and I were in a tough spot. He said something about giving up on being a hero. It was just terrible. And then, Scoble, that bony bastard, caught me. He asked curiously, have you been to another world before, Miss Rania? Rania confirmed, you could say that. She brushed her hair back and emphasized, it's something you have to experience for yourself to understand. He discovered where the altar opened and snatched the medium's consciousness to another world. Meanwhile, he possessed the medium's body. That's how it works. A damn dirty trick. That's what it is. Kai anxiously probed, what did you see in the other world? Rania said nothing and remained silent for a long time. She smiled and challenged him. Take a guess. What kind of dream could trap you for so long? A dream that had everything I ever wished for. Even so, in the end, my true wish couldn't come true in a dream. That's where the story ends. He questioned, your wish? Rania teased mischievously. Wipe that frown off your face. Of course I have a wish or two. But what I want can't be found in memories. That's all. Meanwhile, Scoble contemptuously pressured her. You're too weak. Is this all you can do? How pathetic. Grow strong enough to be worthy of your profession. Not enough. Not even close. You don't meet the standards. You're not even near the level of a true mage. Lesty sobbed in pain. What is this? I don't want to see it. I don't want to see these unpleasant memories anymore. Just as she was in despair, Lesty's master gently comforted her. Lesty, I understand that you're very scared. There are times when people need to act selfishly. Perhaps the price you have to pay for realizing your talent is a bit too heavy for a child your age. However, things are different now. As soon as the words ended, the outside suddenly shook violently. Rania announced tensely, it's starting. Kai naively asked, the medium is a student, right? Do you think they'll be able to resist it like you did? Rania replied confidently, of course. She lived in the Silver Tower for 3 years, so don't underestimate her spirit. Mages are arrogant creatures. One way or another, we all have a bit of madness in our blood. Right then, Lesty woke up and resiliently repeated, even the elders said as much. A mage doesn't live in the past. They must look forward and live for the future. She called out with determination, Sylvie. Instantly, a tiny beam of light pierced through the vines. The loyal little girl flew in. Master! Lesty burst into tears of joy. Sylvie! Seeing this, he roared in anger. You foolish child. Go back to where you belong. In the hazy space, Scoble was surprised. This child? How could you wake up? She replied firmly. You are the ancient wizard Scoble. He warned regretfully. If you had been a bit more obedient, I would have given you an easier path. Hearing this, Lesty silently clenched her fists. She focused on chanting her spell. Summon. Chain summoning. After observing carefully, Lesty reached out her hand, preparing to attack. There's no color here except for the color of his mana. A colorless space from another world. If so, I can probably still fight. After all, this is a perfect space for summoning. She attacked with her willpower. Mind Strike. Instantly, the pack of monsters rushed in to tear him apart. Scoble countered with amusement. Are you not satisfied with the dream? Lesty widened her eyes in shock. So easily. He reached out his hand seductively. Sleep a little longer, little girl. Until the end of all things. She panicked and told herself, no, if this keeps up, I'll lose consciousness again. Is there any way? As soon as she finished her thought, a magic circle suddenly appeared. Lesty was amazed. What is this? It's Assistant Professor Rania's protection circle. She teared up with emotion. This magic. So you were watching over me all along. Hearing the familiar name, Scoble furiously yelled. You again. You cursed ash bastard. Hey, why? Execute the curse now. This is clearly outside interference. Rania calmly denied it. It's not outside interference. There's nothing unusual about this. He screamed in hatred, his voice echoing. Not again. Not again. I knew it was you, you ash remnant. Lesty covered her ears in discomfort. At this moment, the shield shattered simultaneously. Scoble went mad and roared. When will you ever leave me alone? Immediately, she activated the magic circle. Rania focused her energy into her hand. She smiled and stared intently. Rania happily commanded, Hound, go find him. Kai complained helplessly. Do you really have to use such harsh words? As soon as he received it, he directly sensed it. Kai glanced through the forests. He wiped the blood from his nose and signaled, Target marked. See that beam of light? Rania thanked him intimately. Thanks. Good job. Now, take care of those demons down there for me. Kai sarcastically retorted, Aren't you taking advantage of people a bit too much? Even if you didn't say it, I'd still do it. He casually jumped down. Let's grab a drink after this is done. At this moment, she remarked contemptuously, Is this coward trying to run away again? But the aura was trying to escape. Rania fiercely challenged it and quickly flew up. In your dreams. Haste. She teleported with lightning speed. Rania pursued her aggressively. Don't hide, come and fight me. Punishment. At the same time, inside the academy, the professors were busy treating the students' injuries. Suddenly, the door burst open. Oh, headmaster. A teacher reported worriedly. Scoble's barrier has covered the entire academy. Yes, sir. This could drag on. Just then, the window suddenly shattered. A stream of dark energy instantly seeped inside. They were bewildered, not understanding what was happening. The barrier is gone. Who could have? In the forest, a weak hand clung to a tree trunk. Lesty trembled as she looked around. Scoble's barrier has been broken. She thought wearily, I don't know the cause, but I have to get out of this area. If I get caught again, I won't be able to escape. As Lesty was being helped up, she asked in surprise, Who is it? Recognizing the person helping her, Lesty called out joyfully, Professor Rania? She praised her and chanted a spell. You tried very hard, Lesty. Teleport. In the gloomy space, Scoble sneered defiantly. You intend to fight me alone? You despicable, cursed ash for brains. Again, and again. You always ruin my rituals, my plans. If it weren't for you, the child of the stars would have become the saintess of the Star Shadow Shrine. And if the barrier on the battlefield hadn't been broken, your capital would have been mine. You brat who hasn't even lived 100 years. How do you so easily break my barrier every time? Hearing this, Rania smirked mockingly. His inferiority complex is the same as ever. How annoying. She shrugged provocatively. If you knew I was targeting you, you should have tried a little harder. Beating you is so easy, it's become a hobby. Now, on the academy grounds, the number of magical beasts was increasing. The students looked around warily. Kai warned with concern. It seems they've started summoning low-level monsters. He decisively assigned tasks. Sarah, you go heal and protect the students in the infirmary. Lemia, go help the knights face the Dark Ones. Kai touched the hilt of his sword. As for me. Then, he slashed away the surrounding creatures. As they vanished, Kai determined his position. I'll charge into the heart of their shrine. At that moment, Scoble cursed angrily. You disgusting gray thing. Rananiel Van Trask. The Star Shadow has cursed you. How are you still alive? How could you? You alone. Endure the curse of the Almighty. How can you still be human? As he finished, the entire space fell silent. Just then, Rania suddenly burst out laughing. She spoke up, annoyed. So, this is what you meant? Rania began to unleash her power. Enhance. She decisively transformed her body. Muscle. Enhance physical strength. Then, Rania snapped her fingers to get his attention. Skull face. Aren't you that type? I just realized that I'm the originator of the Battle Mage class. She stomped her foot enthusiastically. This fighting style was created just to defeat you. Rania leaped high into the air with great force. That's the problem. She poured her strength into her fist. Punishment. Scoble, not to be outdone, created a protective barrier. Rania punched the shield hard but couldn't break it. The ancient sorcerer Scoble, one of the 4 heavenly kings, to defeat such an irrational being, one must first analyze one's own rationality. I've shortened my casting time, stored magic circles, and even attached them to myself. I prioritize direct attacks to avoid being bound by attribute conflicts. Then I just charge forward. I rush in and attack at close range. Always on the front lines. She focused her strength, breaking the barrier. Rania declared arrogantly. If it were the ancient twin swordsman, I might have given up. She tilted her head. But as a mage, just like me, Rania delivered a finishing blow. How could you possibly defeat me? In a moment of crisis, he quickly released his power. Rampage. As he finished, a violent explosion erupted. She stood up and questioned him back. That rope you used to wrap around your neck? Is it your life force? Rania, as if she had found his weakness, reached out her hand. I'll cut what I can. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, Kai and his comrades were rushing to her location. It seems there's a whole battle class following that guy. A comrade analyzed the tactics. It seems the class. The battle mage class was formed based on Sir Rananiel's fighting style. They are warriors on the front lines alongside knights, and have been getting a lot of attention lately. If there were a hero from that class, perhaps they could follow in Sir Rananiel's footsteps. He denied it, unconvinced. No, impossible. Theory and practice are two completely different things. It's hard for anyone to keep up in a real battle, no matter how many enhancement spells they use. The human body has its limits. I myself can use the starlight to surpass those limits, but the starlight is only for a select few. Over there, he uses mana instead of starlight. Truly worthy of the name Grey Tempest. You can't beat a hero, after all. Now, Rania summoned a mysterious force. Scales of Libra, I have something to trade. She cautiously expressed her desire. What I want is my body. The flesh and blood of my body. It asked curiously, the item for trade? Rania offered hesitantly, mana. Then, the scales of Libra quickly absorbed it. At that moment, a source of energy suddenly surged around her. Scoble clawed at the ground in anger. That disgusting color. Gray. Grayish. Gray. Rage enveloped her. Turned to ash, gray scum. At that moment, Rania finished with a spell. Bone Crush. In the midst of battle, a soldier reported joyfully, Sir Khan. I've dealt with all the slaves inside the building. He nodded in confirmation. Let's finish this. Khan directed sharply. They might have been summoned from inside. Search thoroughly. He noted in astonishment. The immense amount of mana that covered the entire forest is gradually subsiding. Who would have thought an event involving Scoble would end so quickly? Khan told himself. I hope everything else goes as smoothly. Meanwhile, Kai was speeding up his pursuit. At that moment, Scoble repeated in shock, Bone Crush. He looked at the shell he was imprisoning her in. Scoble was stunned. What the hell is this? Even after being swallowed by that darkness, how? As he finished, Rania pounded on it and shouted. Hey, what do you mean by that darkness? Instantly, she shattered the barrier. Then, Rania strode forward aggressively. First it's a curse. Then it's darkness. What the hell? He asked in disbelief. You don't even know? You blocked it without even knowing what it was. She sneered mockingly. You sound ridiculous. If I could block it, would I have ended up like this? Did half your brain rot away, you half-dead thing, to create a curse like that? Scoble was stunned. I don't understand. That curse should have swallowed you whole. It should have corroded your body and made you cough up blood every night. Rania snapped her fingers confidently. I've already taken care of that. A second later, a flame appeared. He was stunned. That? How dare you? With that amount of mana, you can even control the darkness of the Death Sword? How is that possible, when you've never even set foot in the land of shadows? Without a word, she casually crushed it. I do it because I want to. Scoble screamed in pain. He roared aggressively, die. Rania provoked him, disappointed. Boring. Don't you want to dissolve into ash anymore? Scoble screamed frantically. I told you to die. She dodged the attack, displeased. This madman. Realizing his dangerous intent, Rania speculated. He's trying to drag me down into the mana stream. What did he trade to be able to use the mana of Hamin Forest? It couldn't have been his life force, could it? Whatever it is, once it explodes, AP will be blown to smithereens. In the worst-case scenario, it could be the entire capital. It's always like this with the Demon King's army, isn't it? Looking at the secret before her, she wondered in frustration. Why do they always have to hide these things? Rania reasoned thoughtfully. There are no limits to making deals with the stars. But that doesn't mean there aren't loopholes, created from the limitations in the spell. Just then, she suddenly discovered something with joy. Found it. Rania focused intently and chanted, Reinforce formula. Enhance magic. Muscle. Enhance physical strength. She decisively punched the barrier. Break. Instantly, it cracked. Rania confessed her feelings with regret. I mean, I've been a little sad lately. The battle mage class doesn't seem to have a solid foundation. She slowly stepped forward and mentioned, that kind of mage. The foundation and basics of a mage. So I want to create that. Even though it's a bit late now. He ordered unhappily. That's enough. Stop it. Rania continued to snap her fingers. Ash for ash. Then, a blue flame quickly spread. It burned Scoble, causing him great pain. Seeing this, Kai was stunned. What is this? He confirmed. It must be him. A comrade was curious. Are you talking about Sir Rananiel? Kai nodded. Only he could leave a mark like this. They looked silently at the rubble at the bottom of the cliff. Seeing him teleport, his comrade was bewildered. Sir Kai. He tried to search every nook and cranny. Where are you? Where are you? As soon as he saw a figure, Kai whispered, Rananiel. However, the person standing before him was Rania. They looked at each other for a long time, each with a different expression. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Kai was curious. Who are you? Without a word, Rania gave a blunt order. Move. Didn't you hear me? Get out of the way. In her memory, Russell had carefully instructed, Rananiel. A mage must be someone who carefully considers every move. They are people who perform dozens of calculations, hundreds of times a day. They must assess the situation with reason rather than emotion. So always remain calm and objective. Even if someone makes you angry, think of the consequences instead of how satisfying it would be to hit them. Back in reality, she pleaded desperately, please. Rania gritted her teeth, longing. Can I just slap him really hard? Stabbing him once would feel so good. I know dealing with the aftermath will be a huge headache. But just one. Kai hesitated, asking who I am. He grabbed her arm harshly. Answer me. Rania cursed angrily. This mad dog. Suddenly, she was confused. Wait a minute. Why doesn't this guy recognize me? Rania was on high alert. Does this bastard have the same thing as Kai, soul-seeing eyes? She struggled, annoyed. Those wall windows are definitely no joke. Let go of my hand. Let go now. Rania sneered contemptuously. I never thought the so-called hero would turn into such a bastard. Kai, realizing his actions, bowed his head in apology. Please forgive my rudeness. I just didn't think someone would be hostile to a person they know is a hero. She smirked sarcastically. Is that why you're a hero? That's rare. An apology from a hero. He questioned her probingly. So who exactly are you? This place was just filled with magic a moment ago. Why did you come to a place like this? Rania stammered, trying to make an excuse. Even a professor needs permission. Just then, Kai called a name that made her freeze. Rananiel. What does this have to do with Rananiel? He asked curiously. Even in retirement, you still come to a place like this? She snapped. What nonsense are you talking about? Kai expressed his belated regret. I should have come sooner. He asked with concern. Your body doesn't seem to be in good shape. If I had known this would happen, it would have been better if we had gone together. After the fight, Ken asked, Are you injured anywhere? Rania answered casually. No, kid. I didn't get hit, and it's already been dealt with. He insisted, But you look really tired. Your face is all bruised. She criticized him helplessly. Well, then that's probably your fault. Ken thought to himself, dazed. I don't know what it is, but if I say one more word, I'll end up like Scoble. Rania was annoyed. I really want to hit him again. He asked in surprise. What? Scoble. She looked at her palm and answered with a smile. What nonsense are you talking about over there? You think a skeleton can bleed? At the same time, Sarah ran over in a panic. Oh my God. Are you okay? Kai rubbed his face. He gave a bitter smile. I was just thinking a little. She was meticulous. Is everything settled? What about Scoble? Lemire observed, confused. Even though we fought Scoble, and it looks chaotic, but I don't see any traces of the holy sword. This guy is pretty good. He cut her off nonchalantly. I've already dealt with Scoble. They were speechless with astonishment. What? She shrugged with relief. Isn't that great? I didn't have to use my power and the moonlight arrow. Lemia urged eagerly. Then if it's done, let's go back. Sarah began cheerfully. That's right. Kai, I haven't been to the capital in a long time. I heard there's a new clothing store. And a new coffee shop too. Kai was dazed. Rananiel is a word I can never ignore. That girl, when provoked, became even more confident. Her movements, her unique spells, only her gender was different. At that moment, Kin bowed sincerely. Thank you for helping me finish the job, Sir Rananiel. She reacted strongly, displeased. Hey, don't call me that. It gives me goosebumps. He complained helplessly. If I don't call you Sir Rananiel or Sir, what should I call you? Rania made a suggestion. Senior is fine. She expressed her doubt. Right, I have something to ask you, Kin. How did you recognize me? Thinking back, it makes no sense. So far, the only one who's recognized me is Kadi. The child of the stars, the holy sword hero. None of them recognized me. A person's body and soul cannot be interfered with in any way. The stars, the laws of nature themselves have decided it so. And to interfere with that law, one must break common sense. An existence not bound by the law. Perhaps only the Demon King could do that. He answered, stammering, well, due to the specific nature of my job. I have a habit of remembering people's small movements and habits. In our previous fight, you showed more than 10 of those habits. Do you want me to be more specific? On page 13. Seeing the book in his hand, Rania shivered with disgust. No, that's creepy. Put it away. She sighed and remarked. If he were blessed by the stars, he probably wouldn't have recognized me. That's what the stars would have said. What is this curse, anyway? What is that darkness? But one thing is certain. The stars do not recognize me as Rananiel. My intuition tells me that girl is Rananiel. But the stars insist she is not. Kai decided to act on his own. It's time. He was dazed for a few seconds. It was just an illusion. The next morning, a boy joyfully spread the news throughout the streets. Hot news. Another horrific demon attack at AP Academy. Witnesses report a black barrier covering Hamin Forest. A black barrier? So Scoble appeared? People discussed fervently. Who could possibly face Scoble? It must have been the hero chosen by Kai. And the royal hounds were there too. They successfully stopped and pushed back the barrier of one of the 4 heavenly kings. Thanks to them, there were no casualties. It's truly a blessing that the kingdom has the hero's party. The majority of public opinion was positive. At the same time, inside the royal palace, books were piled high. Ayla presented with a frown. But the royal hounds have a different opinion, don't they? Havel confirmed the information. Yes, the very act of defeating Scoble made it clear. He said that it wasn't the hero's party's achievement, as the newspapers claimed. The scene of the battle with Scoble was clearly devastated. However, most of the traces were from spell impacts, and they are believed to be traces of a series of chain attacks. Importantly, no traces of the holy sword or the constellations were found. Instead, an energy source resembling ash was discovered in many places. Combining the traces of the battle and the remaining clues at the scene, it can be concluded that the defeat of Scoble was entirely thanks to the Ash Mage, Rananiel Van Trask. So the hero's party. Hearing this, she criticized them indignantly. Aren't they stealing Sir Rananiel's credit? Ayla expressed her frustration. I know Sir Rananiel asked us not to reveal his involvement. But that seems a bit shameless, doesn't it? In the letter, Rania instructed, do not reveal my involvement. I have no intention of returning to the Knight's Order or anything similar. I have to leave for an important matter, so I'm entrusting the aftermath to you. She was curious. Something more important than this incident? I wonder what he's doing. Ayla looked out the window with regret. There are so many things I really want to say to him. But, he reminded her sternly, Your Highness, you should quickly handle the remaining documents. This is the report from the Knight's Order. She was dejected. I missed the academy. Scene changed to the headmaster's office. Russell wondered, what's with that expression on your face? It's not like you're losing your hair. Say whatever you want. Aaron smiled and boasted. The number of casualties was small, and there's a lot of good news. I feel great right now. And all the students are safe, too. He was speechless. I know that without you telling me. Russell sighed and asked his purpose. I thought you called me here to help with the recovery, but you seem more relaxed than I expected. Why did you call me here? He confirmed with satisfaction. You're right. The recovery is going very smoothly. The Saintess is purifying the dark energy. Just a light flick of the Saintess's cloak is enough to clear away the dark energy. Aaron was dazed with admiration. It's like a miracle. He got straight to the point. So what does this have to do with why you called me here? He announced gravely. I heard Rania is also very concerned about dark energy. She even went near the barrier to find her student, didn't she? All the students infected by the magic were healed thanks to the saintess. Aaron suggested cheerfully. Rania should also. Before he could finish, Russell cut in decisively. No, absolutely not. Never. No matter what, I cannot let them meet. He was suspicious. Is it that serious? He clenched his fists to calm himself. My mood has been calmer lately, but if that person is that saintess, it's a different story. Aaron was bewildered. Isn't that a good suggestion? Russell told himself. If they meet, one of them will have to die. And the one with the higher chance of dying is that saintess, isn't it? He prayed. Please just stay home. Don't go anywhere. Elsewhere, Rania was cleaning her ear, restless. My hands are suddenly so itchy. She sighed while grading papers. No, seriously. Only one person solved up to question 7. Just kidding. It was just a joke. Even if I explained it, they wouldn't understand anyway. As soon as she saw her student, Rania greeted her joyfully. Lesty, you're able to move again. She expressed herself politely. I have something to talk to you about, Professor. She suggested warmly. Then let's go to the coffee shop. I have something to talk to you about too. Scene changed to outside the academy. While walking to the coffee shop, Lesty suddenly felt something strange. A trace. Rania, seeing her dazed, called out, Lesty. She exclaimed, startled. Yes, ma'am. She asked with sincere concern. Are you okay? Let's sit here and rest for a bit. What would you like to drink? Lesty replied with a smile. The same as you, Professor. Rania nodded and waved. Wait for me a moment. She went into the coffee shop and chose thoughtfully. It seems like we'll be talking for a while, so I'll get something warm. As she stepped inside, Rania exclaimed, the shop is so quiet today. It's true. There's only one customer. Sarah was relaxed. I really miss the sweet aroma of coffee. Rania frowned and remarked. That disgusting voice she uses to lure men. The strong scent of her perfume shot straight up my nose. Seeing her about to turn her head, she grimaced. She's turning. Recognizing the person, Rania was openly displeased. Why is that bitch here? Flashback to an earlier time. In a remote, gloomy village, a wooden post was driven into the ground. Rananiel turned his head in astonishment and asked, What did you just say? Sarah crossed her arms arrogantly. Are you all deaf? Since your disobedient ears don't seem to hear well, I'll say it again. She declared coldly. Let's use this entire village as bait. Then, Sarah kicked a log unhappily. Why does it have to be so complicated? She retorted arrogantly. It's not right for a saint like me to have to dirty my hands. Sarah ordered without a shred of emotion. Let's set a trap in this village. Use the villagers as bait. Let them be trampled by the demons. The timing isn't right yet. And then, he gritted his teeth and replied, Keep talking. She questioned him arrogantly. Is there a problem with this plan? It's more effective and quicker. You wouldn't understand. With that zero-sum faith of yours. That's from the first chapter of the Deloy scriptures, isn't it? When you are willing to offer your flesh and blood to God, your soul will be guided to an eternal and pure place. They are creatures destined to sacrifice themselves for God, for sacred things. As soon as she finished, Rananiel crushed the wooden post. Just as Sarah concluded, he angrily grabbed her face. I am God's representative. Rananiel warned sternly. You'd better stop your nonsense. What damn star are you worshipping? He was talking about making a deal with a star or something. Faith is not something to be bargained with. This is my first and last warning to you, you crazy saint. If you dare to utter those words again in front of me or Kai, I'll let you feel firsthand how the people in my hometown died. How the people in my and Kai's hometown died. And they are the ones who convey the will of the stars to the earth. The saint. The Holy Mother. Cherry blossom-colored hair gifted by the gods. Light blue eyes, newly bloomed, like young leaves. A perfect figure and abilities carved by the gods. Back in the present, she looked at herself in the mirror and admired herself. No matter how many times I look, this appearance is truly blessed. No wonder others give me envious looks. Like this person here. Would you like anything else to drink? Affection, jealousy, admiration. These are the emotions I should be receiving. Sarah tilted her head and requested, 2 cups to go, please. I want to bring some for my comrades, too. She noticed the person cowering. It's not like I have any enemies. Sarah wondered, confused. That's definitely someone I don't remember. Why are you looking at me like that? I wonder. Suddenly, she confidently made a guess that made Rania freeze. Could you be a fan? Sarah stepped forward, deluding herself. They must be so moved to meet me. To the point their expression is all twisted. It's possible, huh? Hearing that, she was stunned. A fan? You think I'm a fan? Rania was disgusted and enraged. I knew you were crazy from the start, but how could you? How could you say that with a straight face? She refused bluntly. Sorry, but I'm not superstitious. Hearing this, she became angry. Immediately after, a cup of coffee suddenly spilled. Sarah feigned remorse. Oh my, I'm sorry. She stepped on the coffee cup and explained her actions. My hands have been idle for so long that they slipped. Rania accused her furiously. You started it. Without another word, she directly reached out and grabbed her. Seeing Rania pull her hair, Sarah resisted in confusion. What do you think you're doing? Let go of me right now. I said let go. As she challenged her, Rania poured the entire cup of coffee on Sarah. Do you know who I am? Lusty, outside, asked nervously. Is everything okay? At the same time, Rania smiled sarcastically. My bad. My bad. She smiled mockingly. You're a saint, aren't you? You'll forgive the mistake of this lowly fan, right? Sarah screamed in anger, while Rania walked out cheerfully. This is so frustrating. What the hell? She wore a satisfied smile. That felt good. Rania spoke warmly. You've been waiting a long time, haven't you? Then, she slowly sat down beside her. Rania invited her affectionately. Well then, let's hear your story. She spoke gently. Lusty. Lusty and Rania sat side by side on the long bench. Rania took a sip of coffee. Straight to the point. All right, don't be shy, just say it. Lusty held the cup in her hands, hesitating. Professor Rania? Then, she asked, have you ever met Sir Rananiel? Hearing this, Rania lowered her eyes and replied, of course. Many times. Is there something you're curious about? She reminisced, then asked what she wanted to know. Everything. What kind of person was he? Not only that, Lusty also wondered, how did he live as the next master of the gray magic tower? Understanding her feelings, Rania smiled and said, to me, you're quite similar to him. Lusty's eyes widened as she listened to her explanation. The gray magic tower seems to be a very dangerous place. Rania continued, constantly provoking his fellow mages, always being scolded and criticized by the older mages. They always used his circumstances to belittle him, so I had to achieve so much that they couldn't say anything anymore. After a moment of silence, Lusty asked again, where did he come from? Rania replied, he was a lowly mage who had lost his homeland. The old mages thought the paper was too dirty and wouldn't even touch it. So, with the determination to crush them, he wrote that paper. In her mind, Rananiel's defiant face appeared. It's too dry. I can't eat it. Shove it down your throat. You know who you can't mess with? Outwardly, she continued to speak. Even so, he didn't dishonor the one who took him in. He wanted to prove that that person had made the right choice. That's why you're so desperate to hold on to this position, right? Rania said with emotion. Your relentless efforts remind me of him. Lusty still had more questions. She continued to ask, Professor Rania, you seem to be very close to Sir Rananiel. It's as if you were there. Hearing this, Rania was so startled she splashed coffee on her face. As she wiped her face, she asked with a forced smile, is that so? Then Rania reluctantly said, anyway, what I mean is, you're doing great. Praised by her, Lusty's face lit up with joy. Thank you, Professor. She then handed her a key and said, I'm glad I could help you. And this is a congratulatory gift for placing first in the midterm exam. I wanted to tell you earlier. It's the key to the third drawer in cabinet A3 in Sir Rananiel's research room at the Grey Magic Tower. She took it, staring blankly at the key in her hand. Then, Lusty asked again with uncertainty, first place? Me? But is it okay for me to accept this? Rania affirmed. Of course. It's yours, so take good care of it. Immediately after, she snapped her fingers, smiled, and advised, if the old mages bother you, take the stuff from the cabinet and throw it at them. They'll run for the hills. At that moment, the two of them stood up to leave. Rania asked again, but seriously, wasn't the midterm exam really easy? Lusty immediately denied it. Not at all. Night fell. In a tavern, Rania took a swig of alcohol. Ah. She poured a glass and asked Kadi, who was sitting opposite her, What kind of elf drinks hard liquor? Kadi replied nonchalantly. That's just a stereotype, Rananiel. He raised his glass, sipped, and teased. A kid who hasn't even lived 1,000 years is lecturing me on the qualities of an elf? How ridiculous. Only young ones like Ov seek out nature. Hearing this, Rania thought to herself, young ones. Isn't that old geezer over 1,000 years old? At that moment, Kadi asked the purpose of their meeting. So what is it this time? You're running low on medicine, aren't you? She feigned nonchalance. She asked back, do I need a reason to visit a friend? But he bluntly exposed her. You only come when you need something. Rania cast a spell. Confess. All right. You're right. I came to ask you something. I just beat up the brat who was vandalizing the well recently. Kadi asked, you mean? Scoble. She confirmed. He called this curse the shadow. He said it could only be cast with the death sword, and only by those from the world of shadows. What exactly is the shadow? I figured you would have the answer. As expected, Kadi knew about this. I know, but he couldn't give her the answer. Unless the stars allow it, I can't say anything. Rania, now tipsy, narrowed her eyes and pressed. What do you mean? What are the stars? You really know everything, don't you? Kadi lowered his eyes and confessed, it really exists. I'm being held back by a lot. Rania got angry and snapped. Damn stars. Always. But she was cut off by Kadi. Is that something a mage should say? After a moment's hesitation, he spoke again. I also have something to ask you. Rania rested her chin on her hand, waiting. Go ahead. You can't say anything yourself. Kadi voiced his question. Have you encountered any other calamities besides the black dragon? She smiled smugly, raised her glass, and said, I was on the battlefield for 5 years and saw it all. Whose story are you curious about? He uttered a name. Gloria. The martyr, Jerami. Rania repeated doubtfully. Martyr? Isn't it the apostate Lotus? Kadi pursed his lips. Saying nothing, she compromised. You're finally talking. Plato's, the apostate. I have a lot to say about that calamity. They called me again not long after we defeated the black dragon. She recalled her time at the temporary human outpost near Rodmale fortress. The two girls clutched the letter in their hands, unable to believe it. Rodmale fortress was taken in just 1 day. A soldier asked him, do you think Sir Kuntal will be all right? He just went out to scout. A mere human can't possibly face a calamity, right? The two girls lowered their heads in thought. Then he lifted the tent flap and looked outside. He's already a master swordsman, a superhuman. So we need to consider something entirely different, like summoning the hero's party faster. Thick fog enveloped the outside of Rodmale fortress. Within the fog, countless bloodshot eyes were lurking. The swordsman Kuntal sat on his horse. He wondered to himself, am I supposed to cut through that? Saying that, Kuntal drew his sword, ready to fight. That's a bit much, old man. Aren't you being a bit too harsh? Rananiel threw open the tent flap and asked loudly, Sir, are you all right? Kuntal was bandaging his own arm. Seeing him, he said, You're here, kid. Just got a little dog bite. Kai bowed his head in greeting. I'm glad you're safe, master. He nodded, then asked him, I heard you chopped off the black dragon's head. It feels like you kids were just learning swordsmanship from me yesterday. Saying that, Kuntal stood up and turned away. I'd really love to hear your stories over some drinks. I heard the apostate has appeared. The two confirmed his words. Rodmale fortress was taken in an instant. As you can see, the situation is critical. It's already like this outside, and we have no idea what's happening inside. Kuntal drew his sword and sighed. I thought breaking in would be possible, but it turns out it's not. It's a demon-slaying sword received from the sacred land of swords. Even so, it ended up like this. He lowered his eyes, his words tinged with guilt. I wanted to let you kids rest, but we can't afford to lose Rodmale fortress. Rananiel disagreed. You don't need to apologize, sir. We couldn't have succeeded so quickly anyway. He frowned and concluded. After all, swordsmen and summoners aren't exactly close. Unlike Skur, who could appear at any time and raid the battlefield, the number of times they had appeared over the past hundreds of years could be counted on one hand. A mysterious entity, the apostate Platos. But Rananiel knew they couldn't be underestimated. He thought to himself, however, if we just show up in front of it, we'll definitely lose. Saying that, Rananiel punched Kai on the shoulder. I'll go ahead and scout the situation. Leaving Kuntal holding the guy there. He crossed his arms and asked Kai, "You're the hero, right?" He asked back blankly, "Yes." Kuntal sighed. "Sometimes that guy looks more like a hero than you do." At the same time, Sarah frowned in dissatisfaction and asked Rananiel, "Why do I have to go scouting with you?" He snapped and threatened, "If you don't want your jaw smashed again, hurry up." Hearing him say that, Kai clenched his fists, but still helplessly admitted, "Because he's smarter than me. He comes up with most of the strategies, huh?" Kuntal rubbed his chin, listening to his assessment of Rananiel's abilities. In this situation, you can't just charge in. Whether it's animal instinct or survival instinct, his judgment is even sharper than the stars. Suddenly, he offered some advice. "Kai, I advise you, don't rely on the stars too much." Kai was a bit surprised and asked back, "What do you mean, master?" He pondered for a moment and said, "In crucial moments, the stars do absolutely nothing." In front of Rodmale fortress, Sarah asked Rananiel, "So what do we do now?" He replied impatiently, "I'm thinking." Sarah offered her opinion. "You can handle it like you did with the black dragon. Create a magic circle to bind them, and Kai will take care of the rest. Why bother breaking in?" Rananiel completely lost his temper, covering his face and gritting his teeth. Then, he explained in one breath, "I'll only say this once, so listen carefully. Compared to the black dragon, there's too little information about the apostate. The number of times she's appeared is negligible. She arrives with the fog and disappears with the fog. That's all the description we have." Rananiel bristled. "Look at how many summoned monsters there are. Their size is completely different. Don't tell me you're not going to scout." Sarah put on a nonchalant face and said casually, "Of course. Why should I go there? You and Lemia go." Saying that, she asked again, "What about the knights in the fortress?" He narrowed his eyes, questioning her. "Why are you suddenly worried about dead knights?" Rananiel thought to himself, "It's been a day since the apostate took the fortress. Honestly, assuming they're dead is correct." But Sarah's answer was, "I mean the surviving knights." This surprised him, and he asked back, "What?" She turned to look toward the fortress. "There are prayers coming from the fortress. Holy gods, please." A voice begging to take their lives. Rananiel and Lemia walked among the foul-smelling corpses. Lemia walked with her bow, covering her nose. Rananiel also had to cover his nose in discomfort. Recalling it now, Rania also waved her hand and sighed. The stench back then was no joke. It must have been the smell of anesthetics and some kind of melting fluid. "I used it a lot in the magic tower." Kadi pondered deeply. Then he suddenly spoke up. "Wait." Then Kadi stood up, went to the shelf, and grabbed a vial of something. Rania asked curiously, "If you're not going to drink it, what are you doing?" Suddenly, he opened the vial and held it in front of her. "Does it smell like this?" Rania cursed in shock. "Damn it. You ruined the smell of the alcohol." Then she turned pale, covered her nose, and confirmed, "Yeah, that's the smell. Throw it away, or the drink I just swallowed is going to come right back up. At least put the cap back on." Hearing that, Kadi lowered his head and muttered, "You've arrived, Gloria." Rania still covered her nose and backed away, wondering, why did the mood suddenly change? Isn't it just a melting fluid used to melt monsters? Kadi didn't say much. It's best to see it directly. Saying that, he dropped a single drop of the liquid onto the creature on the plate. Instantly, the creature shrieked and lunged. Kadi continued, "Instead of melting, it's a substance, a catalyst for fusion." 30 years ago, at the Valley of Swords, Galachi, human corpses lay strewn about in the pouring rain. A figure in a black cloak stood towering over Kuntal, who was struggling to prop himself up. He spoke, You don't even have a sword. This is the sword of death, Gannikin." He continued to provoke. "Your hometown was burned to the ground. Your friends and master are dead. The culprit is standing right in front of you. Yet you dropped your sword just to survive. You're not even worth killing." At this moment, Kuntal was wiping his sword. In his mind, he thought, "It's been 30 years since Gannikin destroyed my hometown. Even the sword I spent years sharpening couldn't touch that calamity. It easily shattered in the fog." Kuntal sighed and lamented, "It's useless." Rananiel threw open the tent flap and rushed in. "Uncle Kuntal." He startled, turning to ask him, "You're back?" Rananiel's face was full of urgency. "Call the two girls and Kai right now." In the temporary human outpost near Rodmale Fortress, Everyone was sitting in a meeting. Rananiel said firmly, even if we have to destroy Rodmale fortress, we must stop Plato's at all costs. The two girls expressed their concerns. But it's very difficult to abandon a strategic location like Rodmale fortress. Another young man also asked a question. Why do we have to abandon it? He patiently explained, Plato's, along with a crustacean species found in the main hall. Plato's is creating a monster there. Rananiel's eyes turned cold as he pointed out. The problem lies in what she's using to create it. The black dragon Baleo. Its wings were torn, and its claws were ripped out during a month-long battle. The corpse of that black dragon's last child. A dragon skeleton made of human bones. Melted from the bodies and souls of the knights. If successful, a new entity, not the original dragon, will be born. A new beast created from pure magic. Hearing that, Michael exclaimed in disbelief. What? Using living creatures as a medium? How could someone existing under the stars do that? Finally, Kai spoke up, breaking the tense atmosphere. That explanation is enough. He asked decisively, when do we move out? Everyone beamed with excitement, saying, as expected of Kai, I always believed in you. Rananiel rubbed his chin, thinking silently. Then, he gave a carefully considered time. Dawn, the most logical time. It was getting late, so everyone dispersed. Rananiel stretched and asked Sarah and Lemia, remember everything? Lemia lost all patience. How many times do I have to say it? I remember it all, human. He angrily retorted. I keep repeating it because you keep forgetting, you demon. Rananiel sighed and asked, ready? Kai replied briefly, yeah. He raised his voice and ordered, fire, Lemia. Lemia's arrow instantly shot out of her bow. It pierced through the wall in front of them. Right after that, Rananiel gathered his strength and swung his sword. The powerful strike shattered the sturdy fortress wall. Rubble and dust filled the air. Everyone cast their magic and rushed in to fight Glur. Rananiel used his chain magic to restrain it. The bound beast let out an angry roar. Kai didn't hesitate to raise his sword and jump up. He shouted loudly, cut it down. With one strike, his sword severed the beast's head. The two landed on the ground, secretly rejoicing. It's severed. The wind howled outside the temporary human outpost. Suddenly, an explosion rang out. Flames erupted. The panicked soldiers rushed out to look. A trembling soldier pointed forward. There, in front of them, a group of people was walking toward them. When they saw it was the heroes' party supporting each other back, murmurs broke out all around. The heroes' party? Why are they back? Did the mission fail? What's going to happen to us? This is a joke, right? Inside the barracks, Sarah was treating Rananiel. He darkened his face and thought to himself, every wound is severe. My body was buffed with multiple strengthening and blessing spells, but with just one hit. Just blocking one hit, and I ended up like this. At this moment, Sarah suddenly called out, hey, Rananiel. He looked up. What? She cried in fear, stammering. Should we run away? Rananiel frowned and asked back, what nonsense are you talking about? Sarah trembled violently. I mean, we have Kai, right? As long as Kai is here, we can defeat that calamity. But it doesn't have to be right now, right? Lemia pondered and agreed. Sarah's right. We can't handle that thing with our current strength. Why don't we wait for the next opportunity? At this moment, Sarah suddenly had an idea. That's right. The black dragon Baleo. We can do what we did when we caught it, right? We'll prepare more traps, more magic circles, and gather more warriors before attacking. As long as the heroes' party is alive, we still have a chance. Rananiel angrily swatted her hand away, warning, watch your mouth. Don't just say whatever comes to mind. He said firmly, a hero must face the calamity. A hero must be a symbol of glory. Then, Rananiel gave a time frame, asking Kai, 15 seconds. I'll hold Plato's off for about 15 seconds. How much can you handle? Kai crossed his arms, his answer not very optimistic. Forget the fog. There are too many crustacean monsters. If it was just Plato's, it might be possible. Seeing him stand up and walk out, he hurriedly asked, Rananiel, where are you going? Rananiel calmly tossed back a sentence. To find someone to handle the crustacean monsters for you. Back at the tavern in the present, Kadi asked Rania, was that really necessary? Plato's is one of those 4 infamous calamities. Even if you ran away the moment you faced her, no one would blame you. Rania turned her back, standing silently. At this moment, Kadi pointed again. The right corner is still dirty. She scrubbed while yelling. I see it. Kadi continued to scold. Don't just hastily wipe it and say it's dirty. Rania gripped the cloth tightly and snapped back. Hey, who leaves that kind of thing on the table anyway? Saying that, she sighed, her voice dropping. Maybe the hero was right. I wouldn't have judged you if you ran away, believing that we would catch Plato's and retake Rodmale Fortress. Countless nights paved the way for us. I had to take it down, even if I died. Kadi lowered his eyes, smiling in praise. You've grown up, kid. Rania pulled out a chair and sat down, poking at him. Are you getting senile or something? Saying stuff like that out of nowhere. Kadi ignored her sarcastic tone and asked, So who fought the crustacean monsters? Rania stayed silent for a moment, then answered, At that time, there was only one person who could handle them. Only one person. Then she sank back into her memories. On the battlefield, the soldiers murmured, Is that demon really just summoned by Klaus? Oh stars, does this battle have any meaning? What are we fighting for? Kuntal struck his sword against the ground, his voice majestic. Do not fear. The mage restrains, the hero cuts down. And we will clear the path for the hero. Gloria smiled wickedly. She commanded the beast to attack Kuntal. He used his sword to block its sharp teeth, shouting, Glory to the stars. Rananiel loudly commanded, Kai, ignore the small ones in charge. He cast his chain spell, then cast a balance spell to bind Gloria. Even her beast was restrained. He immediately shouted to Kai, Cut off its damn right arm. He didn't hesitate to raise his sword. Kai swung his sword with all his might at the beast. It was struck and tumbled to the ground. He cast a spell, aiming at his target. All right. Next is the heart. Suddenly, a gloomy voice rang out. What a pity. A stream of demonic energy slowly crept up his sword. The voice spoke again from within the dark energy. I wanted to play a little longer, but they've come to catch me. A glowing red eye full of danger appeared in front of everyone. It spoke, I ask you, don't you have a sword? On this side, Michael was boosting the soldiers' morale. Don't step back. We need to open a path. The soldiers fought relentlessly, carving out a bloody path. Kuntal also joined in, a curving slash cutting the monster into three, while the two girls boosted morale, so the heroes could move forward. The path to victory. Kuntal decisively delivered a fatal downward thrust, finishing off the beast. Not far away, Kai was stunned. He stammered, looking at his sword engulfed in black smoke. Kai wondered, why is there no starlight on the sword? The black smoke gathered at a single point, and a voice emanated from it. Exchange. Gloria emerged from the smoke, smiling wickedly as she said, Open a path. Black smoke poured out of Kai's body. At this moment, she looked up at the sky, regretful. I have to go back. I can't play anymore. Kai fell unconscious. The voice continued to speak. What a pity. Dropping the sword, Kai was bewildered. Why aren't the stars answering? He looked at his trembling hand, full of panic. Why isn't there any light? What's going on? Gannikin caught the unconscious Kai. He laid her down and looked up. He looked at Kai with sharp eyes. He stood up, looking down, and said with a commanding voice, Aren't you going to pick up your sword? As soon as he finished speaking, Gannikin swung his blade and charged. Kai thought he was about to be hit, but suddenly a light blocked right in front of his face, accompanied by a voice. I haven't said it's a game yet. Rananiel watched anxiously from the side. It was Kuntal. He had blocked a strike for Kai and called out, Kai. He sat on the ground in fear. Stammering, Master. Kuntal strictly reprimanded Kai. I told you, don't rely too much on the stars. The two clashed, and he jumped back, ordering, Rananiel, take Kai and run. Kuntal looked at Gloria lying still on the ground. He signaled, now is the chance. Plato's is unconscious. Rananiel hesitated, but after hearing Kuntal say, leave everything to me. You kids can't die here. He helplessly obeyed, grabbing Kai and fleeing for his life. He shouted, I'm leaving it all to you, old man. Looking back at the chaotic battlefield, two words echoed in Kai's mind. Why? Looking back with tired eyes still lingering with fear, he wondered, facing death, how can Master still hold his sword? Looking at the dead bodies scattered across the road, his heart was filled with questions. How can you face death so directly? Despite facing the sword of death, Kuntal remained calm, even a bit excited. Turns out living a long time has its perks, huh? Body enhancement. He said seriously. I never thought there'd be a day I'd hold a sword again. In the pouring rain, Ganakin remembered when he saw the sword in Kuntal's hand. That sword is the holy sword. A young man, kneeling helplessly beside the sword. He reminded him, you're the swordsman who couldn't even hold that sword back then. Kuntal, in a combat-ready stance, said humbly, back then, I probably wasn't worthy of being called a swordsman. Ganakin brought his blade down. A powerful force erupted, creating a gust of wind that carried dirt and rocks toward the target. He said coldly, now that's enough. Although he used his kinetic vision to see through the technique, Kuntal was flustered inside. Think fast. While shifting his stance, he thought, what do I need to do right now? Kuntal dodged to the side, trying to think of his next move. What can I do? What gone? A guy who only knows how to swing a sword lacks. He counterattacked, and Kuntal charged forward to return the favor. He was immediately blocked by Ganakin. He decided, which skill should I use? Kuntal frowned in annoyance because no matter what move he made, he was blocked every time. Ganakin unleashed a flurry of slashes, and Kuntal could only endure the painful blows. Suddenly, a slash grazed his arm. Blood splattered out. After standing still and taking the hit, Kuntal wondered, my senses are gradually weakening. How long has it been? He was only worried about the safety of his students. Have the kids escaped yet? Suddenly, Ganakin emitted a massive pressure. He spoke, I ask you. Kuntal struggled to shield himself from the strong wind created by Ganakin. He asked coldly, what is your name? Remembering the times he laughed and talked with his friends in school, he said softly, Lintana. The happy memories of his past. Kuntal proudly shouted his name. I am Kuntal from the Lintana school. Ganakin softly called out, Kuntal. He drew his sword and introduced himself. My name is Ganakin. I pay my respects to the sword master. Facing Ganakin's unusual attack, Kuntal was surprised. The sword aura is so different. He observed the trajectory of the sword and seemed to realize something. His sword path is unlike the brutality of a demonic sword. Kuntal gripped his sword tightly. He said, I understand now. Kuntal closed his eyes, focused, and replied seriously. So you also inherited the holy sword. He charged straight at the enemy to return the favor, but it was too late. His arm was severed. His whole body was covered in wounds. Looking at his enemy one last time, he left his dying words. Next, the sword was just a hair's breadth away from a fatal spot. Kuntal passed on his will. I leave it to you. Falling down, before passing away, he called out. At this time, in the old wooden house, empty liquor bottles lay scattered around. Rania rubbed the rim of her glass and said sadly, it was an unavoidable situation. When Uncle Kuntal faced Ganakin alone, we escaped. As she told the story, she craved more to drink. I also encountered Platos a few times after that. And Ganakin too. But we're out of drinks. Kadi raised his hand to stop her. He said indifferently, enough. I've heard enough. Rania angrily raised her voice. Then answer my question now. Remembering the darkness radiating from that Ganakin, she asked, what exactly is that thing? Kadi slowly explained. Do you remember Ganakin's sword? There were many holes on the blade. Rania rested her chin on her hand, a bit annoyed. Of course I remember. There was some filthy black liquid oozing out of those holes. A second later, she pondered, that liquid absorbed all my spells, so I couldn't counterattack at all. That's why Kai was the only one who could face Ganakin. Rania waved her hand and sighed. That thing even swallowed the light of the holy sword. Setting the candle holder on the table, Kadi hesitated. You can probably guess by now. Lighting the flickering flame of the candle, he slowly explained. Witches awaken their magic through a contract with the stars. Every spell, big or small, is imbued with the light of the stars. Even spells that haven't fully unlocked their potential. The stars trailed after one another, forming a sparkling golden band around the candle. Kadi continued, the stars will help it shine brilliantly, only with immense power. Rania sat still, listening intently. When you think about it, doesn't it seem very starry? Kadi concluded this theory. Life and death, light and darkness, all existence is balanced. After thinking for a moment, Rania finally spoke up. So it didn't swallow my mana. Reaching out to extinguish the flame, Kadi replied. Exactly. That thing is the concept that balances those stars. It simply swallows everything that uses the stars as a medium. Rania rubbed her temples. She was about to ask, Kadi, so that means... Without letting her finish, Kadi closed his eyes, cutting off Rania's words. That's all I can reveal. Interrupted, she angrily scolded. What did you think I was going to ask? Kadi simplified it for Rania to understand. To subdue it, you need a stronger light. A light so blinding it cannot be swallowed. Right? I don't know what the price will be. Rania, now tipsy, said regretfully. If only Kai hadn't lost his starlight. A second later, she was holding a brand new bottle of alcohol, making a sly excuse. I'm starting to feel uncomfortable. Let's open another bottle. Kadi was terrified of this drunkard. He startled and asked, How and where did you find that bottle? Rania avoided his gaze, slyly opening the bottle. I found it while cleaning the drawer earlier. Glory to us all. Kadi panicked, realizing it was too late. Not that drink. On this side, Rosal could only sigh. Oh my. Because my disciples and I are getting older. Rania deflected. I'm sorry. Rosal questioned. Didn't I tell you about the letter from the Magic Academy? Being questioned, Rania stammered in fear. Yes, you mentioned it, Master. He continued to question. And I also mentioned that they really liked your magic circle at the Ivory Tower, didn't I? By this point, Rania was so guilty she was terrified. Sweating profusely, she hesitated. Why yes? At this point, Rosal lost all his gentle demeanor. Although his words were still soft, the murderous aura he emitted sent chills down Rania's spine. Yet you still got drunk until dawn? Understanding his young disciple, he could only sigh helplessly and ask, You still don't like the Ivory Tower, do you? Rania deflected again, scratching her head, trying to find an excuse. Well, it's just the sanctuary of the Magic Academy, the Ivory Tower. This place focused on discovering magic circles and complex obstacles in ancient ruins. A place for exploring and creating proposals. At least, that was the public image. Usually, mages at the Magic Tower prioritized the efficiency of a magic circle, but the people here pursued the artistry of magic. Looking up at the tower, Rania felt extremely annoyed. I can't count how many times I've argued with them about this. As long as the damn magic circle works, who cares about art or not? Honestly, I can't stand them. Following behind her master, she forced a smile and said, I heard Albia and the Ivory Tower have a pretty good relationship. Rosal clasped his hands behind his back, walking leisurely ahead, and said gently, That's right. Aaron himself proposed your magic circle to the tower. A second later, Rosal placed a hand on Rania's shoulder, threatening, So don't cause trouble just because you don't like something. Just nod and play along. She forced a smile and replied, Yes, I understand. A girl with short hair and glasses stepped out to greet them. Professor Rania, you're here. She bowed politely and introduced herself. I am Lip, your guide. It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor. Rania also bowed politely in return. Nice to meet you. Lip walked ahead. The girl led the way. I'll take you upstairs. As they walked, Lip briefly explained the agenda for today's meeting. The pillars are waiting for you. They want a brief explanation of your thoughts on the magic circle. Looking at the walls on both sides, she was too bored to speak. They've hung the hallways with a bunch of useless circles as usual. These guys haven't changed a bit. Suddenly, Rania stopped. She hesitated. This circle is... At this moment, Lip pushed up her glasses, looking smug. You have a good eye? Gesturing toward the painting, Lip proudly introduced. The magic circle you are admiring was donated to the Ivory Tower by the Ash Mage, Rananiel himself. Rania was left speechless. The two continued walking. Rania thought to herself, I can't believe these people are happy about something I created just to mess with them. Lip led the way, smiling awkwardly. I got a little too excited. She felt helpless. What is wrong with these people? Standing outside the door looking in, Rania, although reluctant, thought, Well, if I make them happy, it should be fine. A mage greeted her. Welcome, Lady Rania. Rania stepped into the meeting room at the welcoming words. It is an honor to host you at the Ivory Tower. She bowed respectfully. The mage rubbed his chin in thought. You're younger than I expected. Her magic circle reminds me of someone else entirely. Images of complex magic circles that were hard for anyone to understand. The vitality reflected in the circle is indeed complex. It looks exactly like a cliff worn sharp day by erosion. The old man proposed. Now, please explain and resolve your proposal. Rania pointed at each magic circle, beginning her detailed presentation. This magic circle was created to aid in comprehension. Among those sitting there, a mysterious smile hid somewhere among them, listening intently. It may look very complex, but it can be explained by grasping the basic concepts. Breaking down each spell, she explained simply, it only consists of defensive, enhancement, and linking circuits. The magic circle, that is why it can be resolved very simply. Snapping her fingers to retract the magic, Rania concluded her presentation. That's all. The mage pondered deeply. Flawless. As a proposal, this is perfect and ready to be published in an academic journal. But it's not beautiful at all. If refined a bit more, it has great potential. Looking at their silent faces, she knew exactly what they were thinking. I know what everyone is thinking. Rania directed her gaze to where the compliment came from. This is a good magic circle, isn't it? A blonde lady smiled gently as she praised. This is much more beautiful than the garbage hung out in the hallway. This person was the first princess, Leruel. She continued, don't you agree? When mentioning the first princess of Cathedia, Leruel Clay Cathedia, people still considered the princess who had given up her throne to be unchanged. Right now, sitting by the fire, he hesitated. Princess Leruel is a bit strange, isn't she? Don't you think so? Rananiel sat casually on the ground, asking in confusion, didn't she draw the holy sword? Did she say that to you? Kai lowered his face in thought, remembering when he faced the princess. He was humiliated by Leruel in the middle of the banquet. Kai, it's truly ridiculous that someone like you is pretending to play hero. Rananiel laughed uproariously, tears streaming down his face with every burst of laughter. This world must be coming to an end. She actually said that. Covering his mouth to suppress his laughter, he looked amused. I think I like her. I really want to meet her in person. Kai replied, but I don't think you two will ever get the chance to meet. On this side, after the explanation of her magic, Rania looked toward the voice from earlier. Recognizing who the other person was, she couldn't help but wonder, why is the princess here? Sitting imperiously in her chair, Leruel mocked. Did you not hear what I said? You must be both deaf and blind. A mage spoke up. As you said, this is a good magic circle. The old man continued. However, it is not beautiful. Pointing to the core of the magic circle, the mage pointed out, the value of this circle is very high. Its composition and combination are perfect. But perfection is only the foundational starting point of art. It is completely different from perfection or beauty itself. Leruel sighed in boredom. I've heard that over and over again. You have no substance. You have made no progress. She bluntly criticized. You only consider what is flashy and dazzling to be beautiful, right? Minimalism and stability are also beautiful. Touching the magic circle, Leruel evaluated. Minimalism requires a fully comprehending brain to achieve it. But she was looking for a reason to challenge Rania. Can you prove this to these ignorant commoners, Professor Rania? The beauty hidden behind that magic circle. Rania clearly understood the princess's intention. She took a deep breath, saying nothing. Instantly, Rania demonstrated her magic. Leruel sneered at the mage's astonishment at this performance. She mocked. Now even the blind will clearly see. You only focus on chasing what sparkles on the surface while neglecting the true beauty of the hidden iceberg. How foolish. If you have something to say, say it. Leruel stood up abruptly, and a servant immediately draped a cloak over her. Hands on her hips, Leruel concluded the meeting. If not, then that's it. The mages were all ashamed of their own shallowness. Before leaving, Leruel turned back and said, "Oh right. You come with me." Rania was startled at being called. With a hint of annoyance, she asked, "Me?" Leruel, arrogant, turned her head and pointed directly at her. "Yes, Rania van Trash. Just you and me." Outside, Rania was curious. What? Why does she want to talk to me? Sitting in front of someone of such high status, she felt uneasy. Why did she dismiss her guards just to talk? Leruel, on the other hand, took a sip of tea and said leisurely, "I'm truly jealous of you." Rania asked back, "Me? Your Highness." She couldn't help but feel confused. What is she talking about? While Rania drank her tea in a state of anxiety, Leruel sighed and lamented. You learned a lot from your father, didn't you? I'm the exact opposite. I learned nothing from my father. Her thoughts were in turmoil, questions piling up in her mind. What is she talking about? If it's her father, that means the king. If I show disrespect, I'll be in trouble. But wait, she's also royalty. Will this be okay? Leruel spoke with disgust. That piece of trash wearing a royal cloak only knows how to play and enjoy himself. And my younger brother is exactly like him. She didn't hesitate to criticize. This royal family of mine is becoming increasingly sick and rotten. Rania was terrified to the extreme, but still tried to act like nothing was wrong. Her soul constantly cried out for help. Someone please stop this crazy princess. Setting down her teacup, Leruel continued. You know I've given up the throne, right? Rania was surprised to hear the princess reveal this information. I did it to survive. Blood stained the entire royal palace red. One by one, they had to die. Leruel continued. But even after killing 2 of his siblings, he still wasn't satisfied. He's trying to kill me too, even though I chose to step down. My brother is an uncontrollable, bloodthirsty maniac. The cold-blooded image of the first prince appeared, having murdered his own family. Remembering her innocent, naive younger siblings, she blamed herself. I was too busy trying to protect my younger siblings. Despite her eccentric personality, Leruel looked at Rania sincerely. But I truly want to protect those who are left. Rania asked, Why me, your highness? Leruel tilted her head, smiling with interest. Not a bad answer. Countless magic circles appear everywhere in the royal palace. She confided, I am very talented in the field of magical science, but I cannot stand mana. I know I am being watched, but I have no way to investigate them. So I need to find someone with a deep understanding of mana. Someone who is not on my brother's radar. Rania asked coldly, Why do you trust me? Leruel crossed her arms and said, Don't misunderstand me. Ayla was the one who wanted you, not me. Then suddenly, she held up 3 fingers and said, 3 days. Leruel proposed, Stay close to me for 3 days. I will give you whatever you want, as long as it's not my life. Rania followed the servant's guidance, yawning widely, thinking in boredom. I knew this royal family was all crazy, but it seems worse than I thought. The servant opened the door to a room and said, This way, please. The person sitting inside spoke, You're here. Rania was annoyed, having to cover her nose because of the smell coming from the room. Leruel was sitting casually on a barrel there, next to her close servant. She said apologetically, With so many enemies, this place is the safest. Please understand. Saying that, Leruel ordered, Jurgen, give it to her. Looking at the item she just received, Rania was a bit panicked. What is this? Leruel explained. Didn't I tell you I have many enemies? She smiled happily and said, To be by my side as naturally as possible, you need a disguise. For the next 3 days, you will be my maid. The bright moonlight shone into the dark, damp room. Rania asked wearily, You want me to wear this? The head maid, Saralyn, looked at her thoughtfully. Why does she look so disgusted? Time is limited. She spoke up. This is the necessary attire for this mission, miss. Rania turned her head with a face full of confidence. Even if I wear this, won't I still be recognized? I'm quite famous, you know. She suddenly chuckled and asked Saralyn, Or should I blend in with the royal mages? She replied sternly, The royal mage corps is strictly managed. Saralyn calmly analyzed. The royal palace recently hired many new maids, so it will be easier for Lady Rania to blend in. Rania wondered, Will there be spies monitoring the princess among them? Opening the box, she replied, Yes. So please change quickly. We must conceal your identity, miss. As soon as she saw the item inside, she turned pale with fear. Inside the box was a white headband adorned with a red flower, making Rania panic. I have to wear this too. Saralyn picked up the headband and reassured her, Yes. This accessory will definitely help you, miss. Her face darkened with regret. I should have just gone home. The morning sun shone throughout the palace. Leruel was taking notes while calling out, Come here quickly. Seeing Rania with the headband, she praised, It suits you. Leruel ordered, Now I want you to set up a soundproof barrier. As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her hand to cast the spell. Every object, every wall fell silent. She leaned over her notes and told Rania, I will be by your side for the next 3 days. She continued, Don't worry, you don't need to clean anything. She forced a smile and replied, What an honor. Laruel handed some papers to Jurgen beside her, looking at Rania and thinking, Why does she look so disgusted? She commanded, Your mission is to protect me from any kind of magical attack. Just deploy it. No need to report back. Hearing Laruel's words made Rania hesitate and ask, I can act on my own? She smiled and replied, Did I not make myself clear? Ayla recommended you. Laruel's eyes shone with trust as she said, Of course I trust her. She affirmed firmly, So just make yourself at home. Laruel's authoritative voice rang out, I will take responsibility for anything that happens. Rania looked around and asked her again, So I don't need to ask first, right? Laruel remained relaxed, taking notes while reassuring her, Don't worry. I won't take back what I've said. As soon as Laruel finished, Rania stretched her gloves, took a deep breath, and channeled power into her right arm. A punch landed squarely on the high ceiling, making the princess widen her eyes. She watched in surprise as a green liquid dripped from the ceiling. A blue magical eye landed on the messy pile of papers. Saralyn and Jurgen were also startled and panicked. She spoke up, I'll clean that up. Rania looked at Laruel and thought to herself, The princess has spent the whole day with a pile of papers. This scene looks really familiar. She began to doubt. Could this place be a secret magic tower? Suddenly, she frowned and sighed. Reading this only hurts my eyes. Laruel frowned, waving her hand to shoo a man away. Take it back quickly. The man hurriedly bowed and ran away as fast as he could. Seeing the man retreat to the door so quickly made her curious. Why is everyone running like they're being chased by ghosts? She asked, Look at them. Are they afraid of being bitten by a mad dog? Hearing Laruel say that, Rania startled, wondering, Did I say something wrong? She hesitated and asked, The princess is a mad dog? She leisurely picked up her hot teacup, looking at her notes, and replied, My new nickname among the nobles. Laruel continued, It's not too bad, as long as it's useful to me. Rania couldn't stop her curiosity and asked, Useful? How so? She slowly explained, For example, sometimes I send letters to the old nobles near the battlefield, demanding they contribute to the army. They can't refuse, but seeing the letters makes them panic. And so the soldiers benefit more. The image of soldiers getting more rations appeared in the princess's mind. Laruel said firmly, Because if they don't, I really will bite. After thinking for a moment, she decided to speak up. If necessary. Rania asked, Does the princess really have to do that? She just closed her eyes, a faint smile on her lips. Laruel replied gently, Every citizen of Cathedia must be grateful to the knights on the battlefield. Her eyes shone like stars as she spoke. Our country still stands thanks to their noble sacrifices. Despite the title of princess, I am also a citizen of this land. I must do my best for them. She looked at the princess and thought, That look is so familiar. Rania lowered her head, recalling old memories. People who sacrificed everything for the highest purpose. Those who walk a path where they might lose their pride have eyes like that. Suddenly, she walked quickly and told Laruel, I'm going to do some work. She looked at Rania in confusion. Aren't you already working? Opening the door, she turned back with a bright smile and replied to Laruel, There's too much trash out there. I'm just going to sweep the yard a bit. Rania looked at the white walls covered in magic and marveled. There's really a lot, huh? She adjusted her gloves and wondered, Is this all from an old acquaintance? In front of Rania were countless magical traps. She began to emit the blue light of magic and reminded herself, I took the money, so I have to finish the job. A man's panicked voice rang out. Huh? What's going on? The royal mage Nicol was annoyed. Why are these useless things suddenly malfunctioning? Another mage saw him frowning and asked, What's wrong, sir? Nicol replied, I don't know what shady business is happening in the castle. The other mage looked at the blurry purple orb and panicked. Are all those surveillance circles shut down? Are they testing anti-mana or something? After slamming the orb back onto the table in annoyance, he said, Thanks to the princess's amusing actions, we'll have to make a trip to the castle tonight. The other mages looked at each other and guessed, maybe the mad dog got a new ally? Did that guy destroy all the magic circles? A disdainful smirk appeared. They laughed heartily in amusement. Are you joking or being serious, Nickel? He also smirked and said, even the master of the Black Tower couldn't do it. He lowered his voice. Every creature will try to struggle before death. Another person chimed in. The mad dog must still love life very much. Her instincts must be reminding her that her time is up. Nickel slowly informed them. In just about 3 days, that poison will definitely corrode her. Slowly but surely. Anyway, the first prince himself placed those circles. He smiled wickedly and continued. As loyal servants, it is our duty to watch this mad dog take her last breath. Instant karma. The smug Nickel was now regretting it. His face was swollen, blood streaming down, making the princess unrecognizable as she asked, what is this dying thing? Rania smiled brightly, waving her hand as she replied, while cleaning the hallway, I ran into these guys. At her feet, the group of mages was groveling on the ground. They placed surveillance circles everywhere. Hearing Rania's explanation, both Leruel and Sarah Lynn were shocked. She thought to herself, why did you beat them to a pulp? Oh well, they deserve it. Leruel sighed and praised her. It's late, but you're working so hard. Thank you. Rania smiled until her eyes crinkled and said, it's nothing. Actually, a few hours ago, she and the princess had arranged everything. She asked Rania in surprise, what did you just say? She slowly explained, it's an ancient magic circle, but I can't resolve it right away. A mark of the ancient magic circle appeared on Leruel's forehead. She put a hand to her forehead, completely bewildered. How do you know about it? Rania quickly replied, I saw it on the battlefield. Realizing she misspoke, she hesitated, twirling her finger. I heard about it from mages who encountered it directly. Leruel continued wearily. It doesn't matter. I don't need to know where it came from. Just tell me what you know. Returning to a serious demeanor, Rania said, this type of magic is often used by mages on the battlefield. Her voice echoed slowly. At first glance, it looks like a normal spell, but it's actually a summoning magic, specially crafted to summon monsters using the lifespan of the one bearing the mark. Hearing this, she revealed, this symbol started appearing about a week before my siblings died. Leruel's hands clenched into fists, her face full of anger as she asked, so you mean, my 2 siblings had their lifespans drained just to summon those lowly demons? Rania urgently asked, did they all appear right after they died? She gradually calmed down and replied, yes, but they were all destroyed right after. Leruel recalled that rainy day and recounted, that's why there's a rumor that the royal family is cursed. She remembered the cold-blooded image of the first prince standing at the funeral and said, but my shameless brother just deflected by blaming it on their weakness. He didn't even allow us to investigate to stop those rumors. Leruel felt helpless. It must be because we're cursed. Otherwise, why would I have to experience such losses? The whispers echoed in her ears. This time it's the 3rd princess. The 2nd princess just passed away not long ago. Look at those wounds. It looks like she was savagely torn apart by that monster. She recounted, my younger sister, once the flower of the royal family. That beautiful child has now closed her eyes, withered. The older one focused on training. That strong child also closed her eyes after a brutal attack. They lived such beautiful lives, yet died so young and senselessly. I must find the cause. I have no talent, so I have to make up for it by observing and learning. My research led me to the ivory tower. But even after meeting with the honorary pillars, I couldn't find the truth. Leruel said thoughtfully, the type of magic used on the battlefield. There must be a reason why I couldn't find him. She wondered and asked Rania, can't you just dispel it right now? She slowly explained, if we dispel it now, the lost lifespan won't be recovered. Rania continued, we have to wait until the summoning process is almost complete. When the monster is about to leave the body. She raised her thumb, mimicking a knife slicing across her throat, her voice soft, then kill it. Rania said, only then can we recover the stolen lifespan. She slowly explained to Leruel, whether it's magic or a curse, anything related to life and death must be handled carefully. A single mistake can lead to irreversible consequences. Hearing this, she couldn't help but be curious. Why do you sound so experienced? Rania coughed upon hearing that. Anyway, Let's just wait until tonight. Her voice was firm. A rat or two will definitely show up. And as expected, exactly 3 mage rats. Leruel arrogantly mocked them. Do you want me to bark for you? She pulled the glove gagging his mouth and said, Now, Sir Nicol. Leruel sneered at the glove and said, You must have practiced your vocals enough by now, right? Why don't you tell me everything? The other 2 mages trembled. Princess, it's just a misunderstanding. One tried to make excuses. We were just trying to protect you thoroughly. Nicol stammered along. That's right. We were just trying to protect the princess from that curse, so you wouldn't follow the 2 princesses. Her face darkened. I'm such a fool. Behind her, Rananiel walked up holding the blue eye. Leruel picked up the filthy object. She smashed it straight into Nicol's face and mocked. Why didn't I know you were so loyal before? Leruel, her face sharp and cold, growled. You dare call spying on me protection? You dare call me a mad dog, even though you've never seen me truly go crazy. The 2 mages saw him lying motionless and could only tremble, enduring Leruel's wrath. She gently called out, My dear Rania. Rania quickly responded, Yes, princess. Leruel turned her head and said, Do whatever you like. Her eyes became bright and clear, firmly assuring her, I'll bark for you. Outside, in the distant sky, snow was lightly falling upon the world. In the magnificent castle, someone whispered a question. Have you heard the news? The maids looked worried, whispering among themselves. All the royal mages have been summoned to the castle. The royal mages? The blue-haired maid hesitated, searching her memory, and recounted. Actually, I worked late last night. On my way to get the laundry, I saw them being thrown into the dungeon. It was very dark, but I think there were even palace guards among them. And their eyes were completely blank, like they were terrified of something. Back in the present, sighs echoed through the castle. I heard that even now, the screams in the dungeon haven't stopped. The other 2 maids also chimed in fearfully. Once you go in there, you don't come out. What is going on? The blonde maid lowered her eyes, asking apprehensively. Do you guys think those rumors are true? The rumors that the new maid is the mastermind? She's incredibly strong. She can even throw grown men. Just one punch, and she knocked out the royal mages. The blue-haired maid turned pale at these words, tearing up as she lamented. Oh no, it's my turn to serve dinner to the princess tonight. Another gently comforted her. It's fine. You just have to deliver the food. Evening approached, and it was time for the blue-haired maid to push the dinner cart for the princess. Listening to the wheels scraping against the floor, she silently cheered herself on. Nothing will happen, right? Just as she finished that thought, a figure was suddenly thrown right in front of her. The maid stared blankly, hearing a dark voice scold. Why don't you understand anything? Rania slowly stepped out, hands on her hips, emphasizing indifferently. The princess is busy. The silver-haired man who had just been thrown trembled as he sat up, ordering, Get out of the way. I have something I must tell the princess. But she just shook her head, snapping her fingers and sighing. Why are you so stubborn? As soon as she said that, Rania slowly summoned an eerie blue magic circle. She pursed her lips and coldly commanded, Bind. The blue iron chains immediately bound the old man tightly. He gritted his teeth in pain. Damn it. What are you groaning for? Rania sighed wearily, turning her head and muttering. I'm already exhausted, and now I have to deal with this. The maid saw her looking and jumped, crying out, I can't escape. She squeezed her eyes shut in fear, wondering, Am I going to be beaten to a pulp too? But Rania just asked softly, Oh, is this the princess's dinner? The maid still trembled, telling herself, I miss you too so much. Rania just shrugged and announced, I'll take it inside. A moment later, she stared blankly at the closed door, muttering, Huh? I'm not dead. Rania slowly pushed the food cart into the lavishly decorated room. The colorful and rich dishes were quickly laid out on the table. Leruel leisurely cut a piece of meat on her plate, smiling faintly in praise. Thank you. I really enjoyed your anger. Speaking of which, she suddenly stabbed her fork forcefully into the meat, sneering and whispering, Look at them starting to beg for their lives. Leruel lowered her eyelashes, her voice cold and indifferent as she commented, How pathetic. Rania sat on the other side, still smiling as she held her knife and fork, gently suggesting, But you've already pierced too deep. It's easiest to just scoop it all up at once. Hearing this, she burst into laughter, nodding in agreement. That's right. Impressive thought. She slowly brought the food to her mouth to enjoy, thinking to herself, the princess should reward herself for that compliment. Rania looked at Leruel again, evaluating. She still looks so full of life. Even battle-hardened knights on the battlefield would be somewhat terrified. At this moment, Leruel rested her chin on her hand, her eyes scrutinizing as she asked, "But you work really fast. Who exactly are you?" She froze at the question, stammering an answer. "I'm a teaching assistant at the AB Academy." Hearing that, she clicked her tongue and commented, "Why does that sound more like a question?" Leruel chuckled again, her voice soft and casual. "Whatever." She placed both hands on the table, her eyelashes curling as she said, "If you say so." Time ticked by, and the meal quickly ended. They sat facing each other, chatting. Leruel sat up straight, solemnly announcing, "I have one more favor to ask." Rania also replied respectfully, "I'm listening." She didn't hesitate for long, her voice slowly making the plea. "Please take care of my last remaining younger sister." Hearing this, she couldn't help but be surprised, her eyes widening as she asked. Leruel didn't explain further, standing up bluntly and emphasizing, "That's exactly what I mean. My brother is not fit to be king. To protect himself, he would sacrifice anything. His lackeys have decreased significantly thanks to you, but his nature is hard to change. Those who trample on others for personal gain don't deserve the throne, right? I must stop him from becoming king." Rania's expression was indifferent, her tone cold as she emphasized, "But the princess is still here." However, Leruel gently shook her head, slowly explaining, "I have another duty. The soldiers have sacrificed their lives on the battlefield, fighting for the country. I must stabilize things from within. Choose a leader that everyone respects." Back to the present. Leruel turned slightly, her voice strained. "That is my duty." Her face was pale white, sweat pouring down as she muttered her final words, "Mine." As soon as she finished speaking, Leruel became dizzy and was about to fall. Saralyn hurriedly supported her, crying out, "Princess." She carefully helped Leruel lie down on the bed to rest. After doing so, Saralyn thoughtfully covered her with a blanket. Leruel lay exhausted on the bed, her eyes hazy as she muttered, "It feels just like when I met my brother on the street." Rania quickly put on her gloves, her face tense as she thought, "The princess has a really strong mind. To still be able to joke at a time like this." She slowly approached her, smiling gently as she advised, "Please rest easy." Leruel's face was pale, listening to Rania firmly assert, "You will definitely wake up again." Finally, she chuckled softly, closing her eyes and obeying, "I trust you." Seeing this, Rania quickly channeled her power, summoning a deep red magic circle. The magic circle flowed into Leruel's body. Rania observed for a moment, couldn't help but marvel. The princess is truly a special person. A wound that size must hurt a lot, yet she can still endure it. A warm surge of power slowly flowed into her body. Rania softly reassured, "Please don't worry." Her eyes flashed, chuckling as she declared, "When it comes to these curses, I'm quite confident." In the endless darkness, Leruel's voice softly echoed, "When death approaches, it is silent and invisible, odorless and tasteless. It just slowly creeps closer. But why is it so familiar? The day I bowed my head to be my brother's dog. Bark or stay silent, all according to others' whims. Those were the days I bowed my head just to survive. This invisible death makes me feel as helpless as those days. My older sister was buried under the blooming cherry blossoms. The younger one was buried under the thick snow. Did they all feel like this?" Leruel mourned in a long lament. Finally, she tightly gripped the sharp thorn that had pierced her. "This sin, I will pay for it with my life." Long, sharp willow thorns spread out in the dark, gloomy space. Leruel slowly lifted her eyelashes, her cold eyes muttering, "It's time." As soon as she said that, Rania, standing outside, channeled her power and shot out a blue beam of energy. Capture. That energy wrapped around the rough, thorny roots. Dark red resentment, like diluted blood, frantically poured out, forming a grotesque shape. Rania tightly gripped the rough roots, her sharp eyes whispering, "You've drained quite a lot, haven't you?" At that moment, Leruel, lying still on the bed, blinked as if she saw something. It's the starlight I once saw on my youngest sister. She softly marveled, drawing Rania's attention. That light is so beautiful. She quickly retracted the staff in her hand, closing her eyes and smiling in praise. You did great. The faint blue streaks of light still lingered throughout the large room. They slowly gathered, wrapping around Leruel. She was helped up by Saralyn, coughing but grateful. The hard part was all thanks to you. Finally, after a moment of silence, Leruel softly emphasized, You saved me. Her eyes curved into a bright smile, her tone sincere and grateful. Thank you. Leruel hesitated, asking, Can I ask how you managed to do that? Rania put her hands on her hips, nodding and explaining, You can. I just did it. Her words left both her and Saralyn wide-eyed in astonishment. Finally, Leruel chuckled in amusement, marveling. An answer like that from you isn't too surprising. A new day arrived. The gentle sunlight shone down on the magnificent castle. After a night of rest, Leruel stepped out into the garden for a relaxing stroll. She clasped her hands behind her back, looking up and taking a deep breath, expressing her feelings. It's so open and comfortable out here. Many fools probably think I died from my brother's curse. At this moment, Rania anxiously turned her head and asked, Is it okay if I just leave like this? There are still many unresolved issues. Leruel slowly strolled with her, gently shaking her head and reassuring her. I don't know what you saw, but you don't need to worry. My brother is a very cautious person. He will try to fully understand my abilities and the information I have before making any moves. Rania beside her frowned slightly, her tone indifferent but firm. If the princess says so. Anyway, from now on, you'll have a hound guarding you. Leruel didn't deny it, smiling faintly and continuing, and a very capable one at that. Hearing this, Rania was confused, rubbing her chin and racking her brain, wondering, very capable? Who is it? Before she could wonder for long, she smiled happily and explained, Gannikin, the Silent Knight. That stalker. Rania was completely speechless, asking back, Who is that? Leruel smirked, not sparing any words to introduce him clearly to her. He's skilled in swordsmanship and knows magic. A conservative man of few words. Seeing this, Rania was at a loss for words, boredly asking herself, What are you doing? Is this the Gannikin I know? Finally, she even excitedly suggested, If you want to meet him, just tell me. But she frantically shook her head in refusal. I decline. Seeing this, Leruel clicked her tongue, frowning in annoyance and asking back. So you're not interested at all? This is a privilege gifted to you by the princess herself. Are you really going to refuse? Rania scratched her head indifferently, her face bored as she emphasized, I don't need anything either. I have a house, a job, money. If I need anything later, I'll tell you. Leruel couldn't do anything else, sighing and looking for something. Then take this divine artifact. She quickly pulled out a purple card, sincerely handing it to her. Leruel used a slow tone to explain. If you write a letter with this, it will be sent directly to me. If you need anything, just call. I won't forget this favor. Rania chuckled awkwardly, putting the card away, softly expressing her gratitude. Thank you. You really are a princess, huh? The two continued walking deep into a dense area. Leruel's feet moved swiftly. Reaching a certain spot, she slowly stopped. She stood in front of a secret tunnel, her tone slow as she instructed, Just go straight down this path. If you go diagonally, you'll end up underground. Rania fell silent for a moment, her eyes full of thought, looking at Leruel hesitantly. A moment later, she finally pondered and asked, Can I ask you one last question? Have you met the hero Kai? Leruel frowned slightly, recalling, I have met him. I've met about 5 heroes. But he is the worst. He only acts on instinct, has no ideals or resolve. He's just as mediocre as my brother. If that guy is a hero, then it truly is the end of the world. Seeing Rania covering her mouth and giggling, she asked suspiciously, Why do you ask? And what's with that expression? She immediately covered her mouth and coughed, replying seriously, It's nothing. In her heart, Rania also commented, How interesting, but also quite surprising. Even though Kai is a womanizer, he is the sword saint hero, a symbol of hope. I didn't expect someone to see through that facade. At this point, Leruel didn't linger any longer. She turned and left bluntly. All right, be careful on your way. And remember to tell my sister to be friends with Professor Rania. Radia smiled softly and nodded in response. Thinking to herself, she's really special. She turned and entered the secret tunnel. Radia walked quickly through the passage, taking the opportunity to change out of her butler's uniform. Finally, I can breathe. I thought I was going to die in that outfit. She quickly changed back to her original appearance and walked at a steady pace, wondering, I think I have a test coming up soon. What should I prepare? The tunnel slowly came to an end. Finally, Radia stepped out into the sunlight. She stretched comfortably, took a deep breath, and told herself, I'll figure it out later. Time to get ready for work. It was a clear new day. In a training room, an intense clash was taking place. Benoa nimbly dodged, his expression calm as he evaded the attacks. On the other side, Lack also gritted his teeth, tilting his head to dodge a powerful blow. The two of them stood in the middle of the training ground, powerfully exchanging sharp attacks. They paused for a moment. Lack panted heavily. I can't win. The more I fight, the more certain I am of one thing. Right now, I can't defeat Benoa. When did a gap like this open up between us? Benoa frowned slightly, lunging to dodge Lack's attack, while Lack bitterly thought about the past. At the beginning of the semester. We were both evenly matched. The difference in our skills wasn't that big. Back in the present, Lack swung his sharp axe, but Benoa firmly parried it with his sword. The two exchanged a flurry of blows. Lack was still wondering, so why? A sharp glint appeared in his eyes as he tightened his grip on his weapon and charged forward. Opposite him, a powerful light also flashed in Benoa's eyes as he rushed in. The intense head-on clash between them kicked up a cloud of dust, and the onlookers watched with wide, surprised eyes. In the middle of the arena, the axe blade stopped right next to Benoa's shoulder, just an inch from striking down. Meanwhile, his wooden sword was touching Lack's collar. A voice rang out. That's enough. A purple-haired man waved his hand and coldly declared, Benoa wins. Lack took a deep breath and raised both hands in acknowledgement. I lose. The axe in his hand fell to the ground with a loud clang. The man jotted something down on a piece of paper and announced, Today's sparring session is over. Everyone may return to class. The crowd replied in unison, Thank you for your hard work, sir. Meanwhile, Lack was still thinking bitterly. Putting down your weapon means accepting defeat. The departing crowd was still excitedly discussing the match. That last match was so intense. For real. But he was still lost in his own thoughts. It may seem humiliating, but it's what a warrior must do. Father taught me that. But I don't feel like I've learned anything from this defeat. Lack recalled a past conversation with his father. Back then, his father stood with his hands behind his back, speaking in a detached tone. I heard from the Knight Commander that in this northern region, there's no one left who can challenge you. Lack bowed his head slightly, his tone calm and humble. I still have much to learn, father. His father said nothing, his lips pressed together hesitantly. Finally, he slowly gave a strange command. You need to leave this place. Lack froze, his eyes wide with confusion. Why, father? His father calmly explained. In the north, there is no one who can make you taste defeat. There are certainly warriors stronger than you, but you won't learn anything from fighting them. You need an opponent of equal skill who can teach you. Back in the present, Lack looked at his fist. He chuckled and muttered, Learn from defeat. He looked at the axe on the ground, his expression somber. It's harder than I thought. Meanwhile, in a magnificent castle elsewhere, Jose beamed, his face lighting up as he announced, All right, listen up, Rania. Rania laughed awkwardly, scratching her head. Professor, about that. He was still looking at the paper, chuckling. Let's see here. Multiple signs of a break-in at the Royal Mage's laboratory. They're recruiting an outside consultant. Indentation marks appearing in the palace are under investigation. Indeed, you've handled everything so smoothly, haven't you, my student? Rania looked away sheepishly and retorted in a small voice. The princess told me to leave the aftermath for her to handle. I didn't want to do it either. Jose was still smiling, but his expression gradually darkened with annoyance. He let out a cold laugh. He said sarcastically in a dark tone, "Now that the great mage here can teach, her own teacher's words are just nonsense, right?" Rania covered her face in embarrassment and pleaded, "Please, Professor, don't bring that up again." But Jose sighed and clicked his tongue in amazement. An archmage is truly on another level. This is the best room in the kingdom. She covered her face in shame, lamenting inwardly, I was just trying to rest and do some sketches. Who would have thought it would accidentally turn into a classroom? Her inner voice kept nagging. A mage must use magic. Not in the first year. You must chant. Your body is a tool. Your main weapon is magic. In her past life. Rania had also agreed. Exactly. What kind of combat doesn't have a foundation? Seeing Rania's silent demeanor, Jose questioned her sternly. Are you ignoring your teacher now? Just as he finished speaking, a steady knock came from the door. Mark, holding a stack of papers, entered and asked loudly, Assistant Professor Rania, are you free? Hearing the voice, Radia turned her head and replied, Come in. Jose gave her a benevolent yet questioning look, one that said, What trouble have you caused now? Radia felt incredibly wronged, screaming internally, No, he's just here to deliver some papers. I'm innocent, Time passed. The sky gradually turned orange-yellow, signaling the end of a long day. The somber orange light shone through the glass window into the empty training room, where Lack sat silently on the floor, staring intently at his axe stuck in the ground. Just then, Ayla walked in and asked softly, You're still here? You must be quite shocked by the result of the sparring session. Lack looked at her as she sat down next to him, his eyes filled with doubt. What do you mean? Ayla blinked her big, round eyes at him and asked, Are you upset because you lost? You know that feeling, right? The feeling of competing against someone on your level. Lack bit his lip, frowning as he defensively retorted, I'm not. A warrior must know how to accept defeat. As he spoke, he stared at the axe in front of him. Ayla's voice rose as she disagreed. That's not it. Accepting defeat and the feeling of competitiveness are two different things. UP has some very skilled professors. Why don't you go ask them for advice? There's a very powerful professor here, too. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Radia was looking over the documents, impressed. Professor Mark, he's more thorough than I thought. She focused on reading each paper Mark had given her. For a moment, Rania recalled the past. Back when I asked for help with the exam questions. He even used his arm as an excuse. I honestly thought he would just do a half-assed job. All right. The theme of the practical exam is survival. The exam aims to simulate a real battlefield environment. The goal is to enhance the characteristics of the battlefield-focused class. It will be conducted in the form of a maze exploration. Radia gently rubbed her chin, her eyes thoughtful as she muttered, Not bad. She slowly pulled open a drawer to find a pen. A simulated battlefield experience, huh? Then let's make it even more realistic. How about adding a few mana-absorbing monsters and leeches? Oh, right. And invisible dark creatures, too. If I can't take them to a real battlefield, then at the very least, I should make it as close to a real one as possible. After writing what she wanted on the paper, Rania flashed a mischievous smile. This should be enough. The sky gradually darkened, and the dim moonlight shone down on the dense forest. In the courtyard, Lack gritted his teeth and swung his axe, striking a training dummy. His eyes spitting fire, he swung his axe again. He thought to himself, if only I had been half a step faster. If only I had dodged instead of attacking then. If only I had aimed for the left side first. Could I have won? Time flew by. The sun began to rise, casting its warm light. Drenched in sweat, Lack panted tiredly after his training session. He collapsed dejectedly onto the ground, letting out a sigh and muttering, No matter how I think about it, I still can't picture a scenario where I win. Lack looked up at the shimmering sky and let out a frustrated laugh. He reached into his pocket, recalling in a drawn-out voice, I still have to prepare for the upcoming practical exam. The theme of the exam is survival. The proctor is Assistant Professor Rania Vantriesh. Lack took a deep breath, comforting himself. It'll be fine, right? Time passed, and a new day slowly began under a pleasant, clear blue sky. A week later, On the day of the practical exam, in the forest of the Prief house, someone clapped loudly to signal, announcing loudly, "I will now explain the details of the exam." Everyone gather around. The students trudged over, grimacing and complaining. Is teaching assistant Rania really the proctor? I miss the professor. Waiting for the students to gather, Rania gently rubbed her chin and coughed. Hands on her hips, her expression indifferent as she explained the exam. I will be proctoring this practical exam in place of Professor Marquette. As previously announced, the theme of the exam is survival. You will pass the exam if you meet one of two conditions. Capture the alpha monster in the exam area, or survive in the forest for 3 days. 3 days? The students' eyes widened upon hearing this, their faces tense with worry. Rania didn't care about that, just holding up a bracelet and saying, "Before the exam begins, everyone will be given a special bracelet. This bracelet will record the shocks from the illusionary monsters in the exam area. If the bracelet absorbs enough shock, you will be expelled from the exam site. The shock here is a reduction in oxygen supply. Insufficient oxygen leads to cellular and tissue hypoxia. You can try again after an hour, but you will be penalized." Hearing this, the students smiled bitterly in despair. They couldn't help but curse. Truly the nightmare of AB. She still didn't care, just seriously handing out the bracelets and instructing, "The main grading criterion is adaptability. Try to stay calm in all situations. Now that the bracelets have been distributed, the exam will begin. I'll give you a piece of advice. Only use the pre-stored magic circles." The students quickly put the bracelets on their wrists, listening to Rania's careful instructions. She snapped her fingers, smiling brightly and affirming, "As for the reason, you'll find out soon enough." A gloomy atmosphere descended, and bizarre creatures appeared along with Rania's declaration. Now, let the exam begin. In the gloomy forest of the exam, a deadly atmosphere loomed. A gray-haired girl looked around in fear and asked, "Is this really the forest from earlier? Does anyone have a light magic circle?" They suddenly saw someone using a magic circle and loudly scolded, "What are you doing?" The instructions said to only use pre-stored circles. The short-haired girl calmly replied, "I have one. But first, we need to be able to see." The magic circle emitted an eerie blue light, and a pair of glowing red eyes slowly appeared. The students screamed in panic as they saw a giant python-like monster lunge out. It ruthlessly bit into the short-haired girl's neck. The students nearby quickly realized, it's a mana-absorbing monster. The bitten girl rolled her eyes back, muttering, "My mana, save me." The two girls nearby saw her fall and disappear, screaming in terror. The gray-haired girl teared up, looking at the approaching monsters and wondering, "What should we do? I can't drop out." Elsewhere, the boys were also screaming in panic. "It's a pack of black wolves. Hey, watch your face." "What?" Just a moment later, several figures vanished from the exam. Shortly after, agonizing screams echoed continuously through the forest. Benoa stood leaning against a tree, his eyes calmly observing everything. A moment later, he silently marveled, "How easy." In the corner, a trembling person gratefully thanked Lack. "Thank you." He shook his head slightly and replied, "It's nothing." High above, the sky was still a clear blue. The exhausted students gathered around each other. Rania stood with her hands clasped, observing the pale students, sighing and muttering to herself. If this were a real battle, they'd be dropping like flies by now. The students were still trembling, asking each other, "What attacked you?" "A mana-absorbing monster." Rania sighed wearily again, turning to leave. A phone call came through, asking, "Teaching assistant Rania?" She pursed her lips and replied, "Speaking. Professor Marquette." On the other end, Marquette observed the exam through a crystal ball, hesitantly voicing his opinion. "I feel bad saying this, but the difficulty seems a bit high. Aren't they just first years?" "A bit high? It's way too high." He paused when he heard Rania sigh wearily. "Honestly, I didn't want to either. But most of the students here will eventually go to the battlefield. The sooner they face shocks like this, the better. Isn't struggling here better than risking their lives on the battlefield?" At AB, only through failure can they realize that it's something to be avoided, but also something that must be done. So, this isn't a failure, but a penalty. After a moment of silence, Marquette let out a breath and slowly replied, "All right, I understand your point. I must say the matrix is very— Marquette hesitated. But how can the students possibly catch you? On the other side, Rania took off her mask and smiled reassuringly. Come on. If there's no answer about the opponent they're facing, then what's more important than figuring out a solution themselves? In the desolate forest, the sun still shone brightly. 3 female students sat on the ground, looking dejected and complaining, mana drain and invisibility. Plus black wolves. The difficulty is truly insane. The short-haired girl finished speaking, lowering her eyes in silent thought. A moment later, she suddenly stood up, clenching her fists in determination. Let's try again. Even if we get kicked out, it's just a penalty, not an elimination. Let's try. And if it doesn't work, we'll come up with another plan. The 3 girls immediately filled with excitement, standing up and cheering. That's right. That's the spirit. Let's try again. No sooner said than done. They all charged back into the gloomy forest. The short-haired girl led the way, loudly announcing, "This way. Over here. Let's eliminate them all at once." She commanded loudly, "Fireball. Hurry." The gray-haired girl immediately gathered a fireball. The magic circuit is complete. She quickly threw the fireball at the giant python monster. Detonate. After seeing it wasn't defeated, they couldn't help but be confused. Huh? It didn't work? The ponytail girl yelled in frustration. What are we missing this time? She gritted her teeth, quickly using her bracelet to escape. The 3 girls hurriedly exited the forest before being attacked, cursing in annoyance. Damn it. After leaving the forest, all 3 were panting exhaustedly. The gray-haired girl rubbed her cheek, sighing in confusion. Why didn't the attack work? The short-haired girl also rubbed her eyes in doubt. Was the firepower not strong enough? This time, let's stock up on binding spells. The ponytail girl nodded and said, I'll stock up on offensive spells. They entered the gloomy forest again. The short-haired girl summoned a magic circle and ordered, Now. The ponytail girl hurriedly raised her hand and fired her skill. Following her call, unleash it all. At the same time, Marquette sat in the observation room, watching everything through the crystal ball, pondering. He rubbed his chin, his eyes thoughtful as he blurted out, Indeed. I didn't expect this. Even if they fail, they don't get discouraged. They come up with tactics, overcome weaknesses, and try again. The spirit of endless challenge. The core value for a mage to discover the unknown. Thinking of this, Marquette nodded in satisfaction, evaluating. The student's abilities will definitely increase significantly. I'll note this down for the next curriculum. Although the other side seems a bit excessive. Elsewhere, Rania was still leisurely clasping her hands behind her back, eyes closed in enjoyment. She vaguely heard footsteps approaching, smiling to herself. You're finally here. Rania looked at Benoa in front of her, her tone indifferent as she welcomed him. Welcome, Benoa. He narrowed his eyes, looking at her calmly and asking, Could it be that you are the monster I was told to catch? Rania beamed with joy, snapping her fingers and excitedly affirming, That's right. It's me. Benoa pressed his lips together in frustration, his eyes calculating as he wondered, Should I just give up? They stood silently in the middle of the desolate forest for a long time. Finally, Benoa wearily rubbed his head and sighed. Teaching assistant. Rania still smiled brightly and replied, Yeah. He completely exploded, straining his neck to yell his question. How am I supposed to defeat a professor who has fought hounds and engaged in close combat? But she just nodded happily and replied, Of course. Makes sense. As soon as she said that, Rania snapped her fingers with interest. Benoa widened his eyes as a streak of light appeared in front of him. At the same time, the ground right at his feet split in two. Benoa was secretly shocked, staring at the crack and thinking, if she had aimed at me instead of the ground, this exam would be over. Opposite him, Rania still smiled, comforting him. There's no way I'd end a carefully prepared exam like that. The other students will learn a lot from this exam, but if you gain nothing, it would be a waste. There are some conditions in this exam that you need to be aware of. Without pausing for long, Rania declared in a low voice, Condition 1. If you don't cross this line, I won't attack first. Condition 2. I won't use spells to target you. Benoa listened and asked hesitantly, Just those 2 conditions? She shook her head slightly, slowly explaining, No, there are 3 more conditions. You'll have to discover the remaining conditions yourself. Use those 5 conditions to attack me. Benoa's eyes were still filled with cold indifference as he faced Rania. She just shrugged, pointing to a tree stump and instructing slowly. Touch any part of my body with this stump, and you pass. Simple, right? Saying that, Rania chuckled and reminded him, observe carefully. Even when facing a seemingly impossible opponent, there will usually be 1 or 2 paths open if you observe carefully. Benoa slowly summoned his weapon, sighing inwardly. This looks tough. It won't be easy, but not impossible. As soon as the thought ended, he stomped his foot and lunged forward. Benoa quickly dashed in, swinging his sword in a slashing attack at Rania. She easily blocked the tip of the sword, lightly reminding him, I warned you. Overcoming weaknesses will be very difficult. As soon as she finished speaking, the surroundings suddenly exploded, sending dust and rocks flying into the air. Benoa gritted his teeth, stepping back and clicking his tongue. In the thick cloud of dust, Rania's questioning voice rang out. Why do you keep twisting your arm like that? When you need to, use them properly. She excitedly launched a flurry of attacks, asking, Aren't we continuing? Benoa wearily grumbled. At least give me a moment to rest. Behind a nearby bush, Lack hid and observed the fight, muttering to himself, I have a bad feeling. But the final obstacle might be the professor. Thinking of this, he stomped his foot and leaped forward. Rania reacted nimbly, rushing forward to launch an attack at Lack. As the blow landed, he firmly raised his axe to block it, hurriedly looking back and asking, Benoa, are you willing to cooperate? I need a flexible weapon for my strategy. Benoa also smiled faintly, his eyes dark as he replied, What a coincidence. My strategy needs a sturdy shield for the campaign to defeat the nightmare of AB. Going back a few minutes, before teaming up with Benoa, from Lack's perspective, he carefully hid behind a bush, observing the clash between Rania and Benoa. He frowned slightly, thinking, Professor Rania, the constant fear has diminished a lot, and those strange movements. After a moment of thought, an idea quickly flashed in Lack's mind. He hurriedly realized, that's the restriction test in the north. Lack briefly remembered someone laughing and advising him in the past. You have to find the weakness first. Young master, look closely. Don't you see anything? Now, observing Rania's movements, Lack also understood. So those movements have that meaning. On the other side, she was excitedly kicking Benoa in the chin. What other restrictions are there? Lack glanced at the axe in his hand, debating internally. Although I found it, probing restrictions doesn't suit my fighting style. Thinking of this, he gripped the axe tightly, telling himself, just a little more. I need a weapon that can decisively pierce through the openings. Over here, Benoa quickly glanced at a spot, cursing inwardly, damn it. I found the restriction, but it's still not enough. I need endurance to break through that weakness. But endurance doesn't increase instantly. Both Lack and he grimly gripped their weapons, only one thought in their minds. What should I do? At this moment, time ticked by in that ancient forest. Back to the present. Lack fiercely lunged forward, swinging his axe to attack Rania. She casually jumped back to dodge, leisurely smiling and greeting. Hello, Lack. You arrived later than I thought. Benoa stood behind, slowly reaching out to retract his weapon. After doing so, he looked up at Rania and asked, Professor Rania, does the exam have to be one-on-one? She shrugged slightly and answered, There's no such rule. Hearing this, Benoa turned and walked straight towards Lack, surprising him. He put his arm around Lack's neck, leaning in close and whispering, What's your strategy? He carefully glanced at Rania, recounting softly. The professor, she only uses her left hand. Most of the attacks with her left hand are just feints. She's actually casting spells with that hand. In the corner, Rania clasped her hands, smiling and cursing inwardly. These kids are turning their backs to the enemy. Benoa also glanced at her, muttering in admiration. Her perception is terrifying. Just one look and she knows everything. First are the 2 conditions from the professor. Lack listened and nodded, asking, So your strategy is? A moment later, Rania lazily lifted her eyelashes, looking in a certain direction as if realizing something. She quickly stepped aside, dodging a powerful attack. Rania looked up at the 2 of them, asking indifferently, Have you figured it out? Benoa gritted his teeth and didn't answer, just silently summoning his weapon. Rania didn't need an answer either, immediately rushing forward and raising her knee to kick Lack in the stomach. But it was too late. He took the full force of the kick, turning pale with pain and coughing up a mouthful of water. Rania then dashed over to Benoa like a ghost, chuckling and whispering, "I know what you're planning, but you should have been a bit faster." She quickly punched him hard in the stomach, smirking and ordering, "All right, try again." Benoa was also in so much pain his face turned white, coughing up a mouthful of water. Elsewhere, Marquette was still intently watching the match. His face stiffened, the corner of his mouth twitching as he listened to the screams echoing from the crystal ball. Finally, unable to watch anymore, Marquette called Rania. "Teaching assistant Rania, I'm worried they might break a bone or something." "Over here," Benoa whispered, shaking Lack. "Why aren't you getting up?" He lay flat, replying vaguely, "I can't. It's too hard." Rania also chuckled and replied to Marquette, "It's just a little lesson." She lowered her eyelashes, thinking to herself, "You threw the students into a pack of monsters, and now you sit there talking nonsense." On the other side, Marquette was still grumbling. "Maybe go a bit easier? Look, they're coughing so much." Over here, Lack wearily complained to Benoa, who was dragging him straight away. "Benoa, wait. What now?" Lack looked defeated, complaining, "My mouth is full of dirt. Let me lie on my back." Rania stood aside, observing the scene, and murmured, "Watching this reminds me of..." In her mind, she involuntarily recalled the image of her past life and Kai. Thinking of this, Rania couldn't help but feel annoyed at the comparison. Lack is 1,000 times better than Kai. She cleared her throat, waving her hand to comfort Marquette. "Don't worry. The kids can still take it." In her heart, Rania secretly evaluated. Actually, they're holding up quite well. "I plan to train them more by beating them until sunset, but their learning speed is faster than expected. It's probably 4:45 now. I really want to see how they perform later." Another moment passed. Benoa quickly dragged Lack to sit against a tree trunk to rest. He asked in a low voice, "Can you still move?" He panted and replied, "I should be fine after a 10-minute rest." Benoa frowned slightly, asking bluntly, "Can you do that thing again like last time?" Lack didn't understand, frowning and asking back, "That thing?" He licked the corner of his mouth, searching his memory and explaining, "I mean, when your eyes turned red and you went crazy." He quickly understood, nodding and informing, "You mean heating? If I use that, I won't be able to control my consciousness." But Benoa didn't care, shaking his head and standing up. "It doesn't matter. I'll adjust to you myself. Just do whatever you want." "Oh, lend me that for a bit." Hearing this, Lack hurriedly grabbed his axe, shaking his head in refusal. "No. A weapon is a soulmate, the body of a warrior." Benoa's face looked bored, sneering and mocking back. "Then who was the one who threw his soulmate on the ground over there?" "It's for the strategy. Lend it to me." Lack couldn't refuse anymore, shrugging and handing the axe to him. "All right. Why are you so angry?" He retorted gruffly, "When was I?" At this time, Rania sat by the tree stump, secretly evaluating Benoa. "Benoa, you've come this far. Even though you're tired, you've never failed, and everything has gone smoothly. So this is a test. Be the obstacle for the students and watch them grow. Is this the heart of a teacher that Master spoke of?" Just as that thought ended, Benoa and Lack in the distance couldn't help but get goosebumps and shiver. He decisively handed the axe to him. "Take it." Benoa quickly took it, his eyes darting around as he instructed, "Stick to the strategy we discussed earlier. Just move as you wish." He reached out to summon a red-black smoke, lowering his eyes and whispering, "It'll take me a little time to adjust." But the exam isn't over yet. Benoa held up 4 fingers. "A total of 4. That's the number of restrictions I've found. The 2 restrictions the professor mentioned are, unless you cross the line, she won't attack first. And spells can only be used for capturing." Lack also deduced, spells can only be cast with the left hand. Only 3 spells can be used in one turn. After a turn ends, a specific action must be taken. He nodded in agreement with him. Benoa called out, "Now everything is clear. Let's charge in and wreak havoc." Lack immediately activated the heating skill. Rania exclaimed in slight surprise, "Heating here?" She watched Lak's arm swell to the point of tearing his outer shirt, thinking to herself, a special physical enhancement spell used by northern warriors. Honestly, heating is a spell that disrupts reason and isn't highly regarded. Rania was curious inwardly. I wonder how this will turn out. Lak quickly drew his sword and charged in front of Rania. She also immediately realized. She dodged to the side, avoiding his brutal slash. Watching Lak's fighting style, Rania recognized it instantly. It's originally a spell used for heat-generating weapons. Then she looked down at the crack in the ground beneath her feet. Only instinct remains, and the body moves on its own. At first glance, this fierce attack is trying to lure me out of bounds. Rania paused, panting heavily. She noticed Benoa in front of her. The gap is being filled by Benoa. It was then that Rania realized his role, supporting Lak's movements like a shadow. Rania smiled lightly, marveling, interesting, but still too green. Suddenly, she looked down and called Lak, student. Rania began to raise her fist, asking, are you a mage? She used the smite skill, delivering a critical blow to Lak. You're being affected by the very magic you cast. Red bands of energy wrapped tightly around his legs. Lak trembled, gripping the axe tightly. He used all his strength to swing it at Rania, but it was immediately and easily blocked by her. Focus. There's not much left. Benoa took advantage of Rania's distraction and swung his hand down. Huh. Instantly, a red streak closed in from behind her. But life is not a dream. Rania easily blocked it with 2 fingers. She smirked, looking at the two of them. Just a little bit more. In the dark hues of the sunset, Rania's teaching voice rang out. That's right. Do it again like just now. Calmly evaluate. From there. Meanwhile, at the campsite, let's check the magic you've stored. First, the impact system and... The young man was suddenly distracted, looking to the side. And about the 2 restriction spells. He looked at the 2 exhausted people lying on stretchers in shock. The boy asked the person in front of him with some doubt. Are they Lak and Benoa? Didn't they just pass the exam? Why are they in this condition? He gasped in admiration. What exactly is the monster in the center of the forest? Rania looked with satisfaction at the devastated clearing in front of her. She lowered her eyes and nodded. Truly, students worth teaching. In front of her, the originally intact tree stump had a large chunk missing. A grueling practical exam. For days later, Lak was kindly advised by the doctor. You're almost fully recovered, except for a few minor scratches. But you shouldn't push yourself too hard. He nodded obediently. Thank you, doctor. Then, Lak stood up and left the room. He began to think, what was that? A strange feeling took over my reason amidst my instincts. Lak recalled the moment he fought Rania and marveled. In the 3 years I've used heating, I've never felt like this. Even elite special forces struggle to control their reason while in the heating state. Instincts and senses guide me, making me waver and run away. Lak clenched his fists, admiring himself. Like that day, I definitely grasped my reason. I don't know how to do that alone. Standing in front of Rania's door, he resolved. Maybe Professor Rania will know. Hearing the knock on the door, Rania, who was writing, called out. Yes, come in. Hearing that, Lak opened the door. He spoke timidly. Professor. She saw it was Lak and spoke up. Lak? Come in. Rania asked him with a smiling face. Even though she was the source of it all, how are you feeling? Lak answered her a bit awkwardly. Yes, I'm fine. Rania suddenly asked him. The school is closed due to barrier construction. What's going on at school? Lak still answered Rania nervously, full of hesitation. Well. She rested her chin on her hand, looking at him suspiciously. Lak's mind was still spinning. Why is my heart beating so fast? Please say something. Rania grasped his thoughts like a god, immediately answering the question in Lak's heart. To be able to maintain your reason in the heating state. Since you've experienced it once, it won't be difficult. She took out a stack of documents and placed them in front of him. It's best to experience everything yourself. Lak looked suspiciously at Rania writing a letter. Where are you sending that letter? Sparkling blue words gradually appeared. She explained, to someone I recently met. I've accumulated some debts. I think if I ask, they might help. In the blink of an eye, the contents of the letter were replaced by a reply. Look, the reply is already here. Rania smiled until her eyes crinkled and said, "Do you want to try some practical experience?" Today was a beautiful day at the academy. Dense lines of text began to appear on the letter. Rania cheered happily. "Look, the reply is here. Princess Ayla." Ayla blushed shyly. "I'm sorry." Hearing that, she burst out laughing. "Why are you apologizing? You have such an amazing sister." She also agreed. She really is very cool. The reply letter was filled with inquiries. How is she doing lately? Are there any boys paying attention to her? Is life at the academy still going well? Rania laughed loudly and reminded her, "Write to the princess more often." Ayla read the letter intently and obeyed. "I think so too." Rania thought to herself, "It should be fine. She didn't say I couldn't show it to others." She asked curiously, "But what is this recommendation letter?" She explained, "Someone needs to go for practical training. Do you know any places nearby?" Suddenly Ayla became quiet. "Is Lack going?" Rania also paused, a bit surprised. She deduced, so, when Prince Lack returns, the top position in the magic department might change. Realizing her attitude was a bit strange, Ayla quickly changed her expression, smiling and saying, "It's just a feeling I have." Rania was quite calm. "I think Lack will do fine. When it comes to learning, nothing beats practical experience. I understand that better than anyone." She thought to herself, "It took a lot of effort to convince Director Aaron. Go and study well." At this time, Lack was still focused on his own path. Training instructor. He called out, "Sir." The apprentice knight, Dimmark, nervously announced, "Prince Lack of the Grey family from the north has arrived. He is waiting outside." Faye asked suspiciously, "The heir of the Grey family, really?" Dimmark hurriedly presented the letter. "Yes. Look, sir." After reading it, Faye had to admit, it really is the princess's seal. Suddenly, he was a bit confused. "But what is this?" "A practical training report." Then Faye tossed the letter aside and sighed helplessly. "Even so, this is no joke. This training base is the final hurdle before officially deploying to the battlefield," he declared sternly. "There is no room to indulge the pranks of noble families." Then Faye gave Dimmark an instruction. "But we can't just ignore a letter from the princess either. For the next few days, treat him appropriately." He replied solemnly, "Yes, sir." Then Dimmark hurried out to Lack. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Fai stood there pondering. "Anyway, he's probably not serious. I need to inform the other instructors." Suddenly, he glanced at something. Faye observed Lack intently and commented, "It's already the second day. He just keeps practicing even without a specific training schedule. Is this really just a whim?" Then he shook his head vigorously, dismissing the thought. "No. In a battle, complacency means death. You can't just rely on hard work or talent." Dimmark walked over from somewhere and called, "Instructor." He asked, "Can we let the prince join the Dawn Patrol squad?" Faye replied gently, "It's up to you." Dimmark revealed, "The prince himself proposed it first, and I think he is capable." He also recounted, "He even woke up at the crack of dawn to train." Faye replied, "All right, I agree." Dimmark immediately bowed deeply. "Yes, thank you, sir." He thought to himself, "I didn't expect him to be so serious. He seems to really like this place." Faye told himself, "I need to inform the other instructors about this." A while later, the sky had darkened. Inside the warm kitchen, the smell of fire wafted out. Looking at the appetizing plate of steamed chicken legs made someone marvel. "How long has it been since we had meat?" Dimmark asked while chewing. "Prince, is it to your liking?" Lack said nonchalantly, "It tastes like the monster meat I ate when I was a kid." Hearing that, he burst out laughing. "You have a great sense of humor, sir. Even though it's just cheap meat, eat up. You have to go to the battlefield for the Dawn Patrol tomorrow." Hearing that, Lack's expression darkened significantly. Battlefield. After eating his fill, Lack and Dimmark set off deep into the forest. Dimmark started the conversation. "Why is the prince working so hard?" Lack replied innocently, "I don't understand what you mean." Dimmark recounted naturally, "It's like this. Occasionally, some young nobles come here, but usually just to show off. You are different. You are very sincere, both in your daily behavior and during training. It's like you're desperately searching for something." Suddenly, Lack gripped his sword tightly and revealed something. "There is someone I want to defeat at all costs." Dimmark exclaimed, "An opponent?" Before he could finish, Lack grabbed his collar and tossed him backward. Dimmark asked in astonishment, Prince? Why suddenly? It turned out that right in front of them were the glowing eyes of monsters. Lack immediately ordered Dimmark, run back and report the situation to the instructor. He quickly turned and ran, leaving him standing there alone, sighing in worry. Looking at the distance, even at top speed, it will take at least 10 minutes. Can he hold out alone? Lack quickly regained his focus. Don't get distracted. Looking at the monsters in front of him, he told himself, focus on finding a way to deal with them. Just think about that. The monsters growled menacingly, stepping closer to Lack. He got into a stance, ready to attack, thinking to himself, there are too many of them, but I have to handle them. Lack stomped his foot hard on the ground to gain momentum. His eyes flashed a terrifying deep red. Lack immediately activated the heating skill. His legs began to move at an astonishing speed. Lack dashed forward and cleaved a monster in half. The others became even more agitated, roaring fiercely. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his head. Listen carefully. The monster charged at Lack with a sword. He suddenly remembered what Rana had said. Like I said, you've already experienced that feeling, right? It won't take long for you to master it. She revealed, the moment you are on the verge of grasping it, that is when the true training begins. I will prepare the location for you, so relax. When you move your body a bit, you'll understand. Right now, Lack powerfully leaped up to slash the monster. Suddenly, one from behind bit into his back. He remembered Rania's advice. When you move your body a bit, you'll understand. But I can feel it clearly. The monster's bite radiates an eerie aura. It opened its mouth wide, and this aura poured out in a rush. Lack was still focused on fighting. My vision is much wider now. He slashed away a monster and thought to himself, movements that I couldn't perform before. It allows me to perform impossible movements. Inside the dark forest, the sound of urgent, rapid footsteps echoed. Dimmark had reported the news to Faye in time. We're almost there. He looked back, sensing the increasingly dense magic, and frantically asked countless questions. There's also the terrible smell of blood and decay. What the hell is going on? At this moment, he and the others stopped somewhere. Everyone looked on with faces full of astonishment. The entire forest was enveloped in a misty, eerie fog. As soon as they saw Lack, they called out, Sir. Faye was completely bewildered, thinking to himself, at dawn, a real battle was set up for the knights. A surprise attack on the Demon King's army that was defeated on the nearby battlefield. But the Demon King's army is lying dead on the ground. Did Prince Lack face this entire army alone? While Faye was deep in thought, Lack was drenched in sweat, panting heavily. As soon as he saw Faye, Lack spoke up, Instructor Faye. Dimmark immediately asked with deep concern, Prince, are you hurt anywhere? Oh my God, you handled all this by yourself. Lack hurriedly replied, I'm fine. As soon as he finished speaking, he stared intently at the weapon in the distance. The flow of mana and the protective magic circle are woven so intricately. It must be the work of teaching assistant Rania. Thinking of this, Lack suddenly smiled slightly. Seeing Dimmark tightly hugging his weapon in front of him, he couldn't help but feel confused. Then he hurriedly said, Is your head injured, sir? Let's quickly return to the camp for now. Lack replied, Even you aren't injured. Right at this moment, Faye suddenly interrupted, Prince Lack. He bowed politely and spoke, I'm glad you're safe. I didn't expect you to have to handle them alone. Thanks to you, today's training schedule has been cancelled. Hearing these words, Lack stammered, About that. However, before he could finish, Faye interrupted, So today, could I ask you to spar with the apprentice knights? With your skills, I think I can completely trust you. After a moment of surprise, Lack suddenly smiled. Faye continued to ask, Could I learn a few things from the instructor? He quickly replied, Of course, if you want. Tower. Gilliam immediately spoke up, Who called me? The subordinate stammered a reply. It must be Lesty Eleanor. She requested you to come to the Tower Master's office of the Tower. After hearing this, Gilliam quickly turned to leave and replied, I understand. I'll go. The subordinates couldn't help but be curious and worried about the situation before them, sighing in relief and telling themselves, Why is this suddenly happening? I haven't even stepped into the research room, and now there's an issue. Inside the tower, Lesty was staring thoughtfully outside. At this moment, she suddenly spoke up, You arrived later than I thought. Elder Gilliam. Gilliam crossed his arms and asked, What's the matter that you called me at this hour? Lesty said nothing, only casting a spell. A second later, a powerful aura enveloped him. Feeling the power in the room, he couldn't help but think to himself, she can identify her own mana in the Tower Master's office. An act of marking her territory here. Is she really the Lesty Eleanor I know? Lesty's face remained cold and expressionless. With sharp eyes, she said, I want to hear Elder Gilliam's opinion. Don't you think that's a bit much? Hearing this, Gilliam found it strange. Why suddenly like this? Lesty emphasized, It's the elders. Right now, I think half is enough. He was completely bewildered and astonished to hear these words from Lesty. That was when Rania struggled with her maid outfit. The Ash Tower. Lesty's story. Sylvie suddenly spoke up. Master, everyone is looking at you. Lesty ignored the stares fixed on her and replied, They must be very curious to know what's going on. Until now, I have never once come to the Magic Tower uninvited, because I thought I had no place here. No one truly considered me the successor to the Tower Master. I don't care anymore. This is a place destined for my use. Saying that, Lesty opened the door. As soon as she looked inside the room, Lesty was a bit overwhelmed. She spoke up. You said the third drawer of row A3, right? Let's see. Even though I'm a witch, this is quite awkward. This must be it. Unlocking the cabinet, Lesty smiled and said, It's really strange. A second later, a small box appeared inside the cabinet. Holding it in her hands, she was full of questions. A magical artifact? How do I use it? Sylvie tried her best to open it. I can't open it alone. It's not broken, is it? Lesty stared at the artifact and reassured her. It can't be broken. In her stream of thoughts, at first glance, it looks like a normal cube. But this is a magical artifact created by Lord Rananiel, the Ash Mage. It definitely won't break easily. There must be something hidden. Found it. Instantly, the box was opened by Lesty's power. Countless pages of paper appeared around them. This surprised Sylvie immensely. As expected of the master. How did you open it? She quickly replied. I saw the magic circle twisted intentionally. I just read it. Pointing at the book, Sylvie wondered, but why do you keep all those documents? This and that. It's all about the elders of the Azen Tower. Upon reading these things, Lesty felt incredibly helpless and astonished, thinking, if it's bothersome, just throw it away. Is that what this means? Use it carefully. It's more than just a little nudge. It can shake the very foundation of the elders in the Ash Tower. She tried to stay calm, whispering to herself, calm down. Lesty was deep in thought. I don't have any supporters or factions. The best thing I can do. A second later, she made a decision. I have to call that person. The person Lesty thought of was none other than Gilliam. Stacks of books filled with magic. Gilliam sat in the chair and commanded, You shouldn't say that without preparing first. What are you planning to do? Handing over a stack of documents, Lesty replied, This is some of the material I have. Gilliam hurriedly picked up the papers in astonishment. Then he asked warily, How did you find this? Lesty replied coldly, I should be the one asking the questions. Feeling the power from her, he was bewildered, thinking to himself, What is this oppressive feeling? Is this really the Lesty I know? Lesty continued to speak. I have no intention of getting directly involved. I will only create a small crack. The elders will gradually widen that crack at the appropriate time. Of course, you will be the one to do it, won't you, Elder Gilliam? Upon hearing these words, Gilliam thought to himself, She is completely different from what I knew. A timid attitude unsuited for the position of the Tower Master's successor. The elder's words made her discouraged and indecisive, unable to do anything and just living quietly. At this moment, he suddenly remembered Rania's words from before. Didn't I tell you, Elder Gilliam? This child inherently has the aptitude suited for that position. The more he thought about it, the more confused he felt. Can a person really change so drastically? No, I didn't see the truth. Just as she said, I will become the Tower Master of the Ash Tower, the one who will lead this place. I swear I will shoulder that burden. As he thought, Gilliam stared intently at Lesty. After thinking for a while, he spoke up, Oh my, do I even have a choice? Lesty replied, For now. This made him somewhat amused, bursting into laughter and saying, A lot of surprises today. Very well. Tell me your detailed plan, Future Tower Master. Hearing this title, Lesty was visibly surprised. Then she smiled happily and said, I'm very glad to have you as an ally. Gilliam said, Of course. I will actively cooperate. To me, the tower is also very precious. Outside, the sun was still shining brightly. Looking at the scenery outside, Lesty evaluated, time really flies. Sylvie smiled brightly beside her and said, Now you're ready to go to school. This made Lesty a bit curious. Why are you so excited, Sylvie? The girl quickly replied, Because the master really likes school. Both reading and studying. Lesty smiled in agreement. That's right. I'm really looking forward to it. What will today's class be about? The scenes of the school were all magnificent and full of knowledge. The students were all covered in dirt, looking dejected and chatting. Am I so tired that I'm seeing things? Unfortunately, I see it too. Mana transaction theory announces group assignment. Instructor, Rania van Trayash. The more the students looked, the more stunned they became. They spoke helplessly. I wish the semester hadn't started yet. I wish so too. A few days before the short break ended, Rania and Rosal's house. Inside, Rania was intently looking at the documents on the table. Then she suddenly sighed and complained, Master, is teamwork really necessary? Rosal, sitting next to her, immediately replied, You know the reason. This made Rania wonder, Me? Rosal calmly explained, What you did on the battlefield for those 5 years was also a form of teamwork. Did you learn anything from that? Hearing these words, she recalled what had happened and thought to herself, What I did in those 5 years. Then she forced a gloomy smile and said, The law of unrecyclable trash. Wherever there are people, there is trash. Trust yourself, not anyone else. A hero who thinks with his lower half and a crazy cleric. And that racist elf. Seeing her like this, Rosal helplessly stroked his beard and said, All right. You must have had some difficult experiences. Then he couldn't help but sigh helplessly and continued, But in this life, you will inevitably have to cooperate and work with others. What you learned from those years is also very valuable. Those experiences have helped you become more patient, haven't they? Rania crossed her arms in agreement. That is true. Rosal said, You're overthinking it. Think about why teamwork is important. Hearing these words, Rania pondered. Even if you hate it, there are things people are forced to do. That's also why I had to learn how to form a group with those pieces of trash. The words of those people echoed in her mind. Using the whole village as bait. You don't fit in with us. All humans are like this. A second later, Rania spoke up. There are things you can't do alone. Exactly. Thinking of this, she immediately wrote something down quickly. Knowledge gained from cooperation. If you refuse to cooperate, you won't be able to complete the training. Looking at the paper in her hand, she smiled with a gloomy expression. All right, that's enough. I've written it down. It's pretty good. That afternoon, the Black Tower. Ytol forced a smile and asked, Did I hear that right? Not stone powder, but 20 intact magic-resistant stones? And you need them right now. Rania calmly replied, That's right. At least mid-grade stones, about the size of a fist. The more Ytol listened, the more confused he felt. Rania van Trayash, what the hell are you thinking? Buying 20 magic-resistant stones. Magic-resistant stones. A rare type of crystal with anti-magic properties. Because they are used to create defensive stones, the price is quite high. Last time, she bought a bunch of report forms because she said she needed them for a test. Those were expensive too. Thinking this, he asked, Are you planning to use them for a test again? You must be preparing a super difficult test, huh? Rania tilted her head and replied, I'm just planning to use them for a small project. Ytol suddenly froze. Before Rania left, he couldn't help but smile brightly and greet her. Come again next time. Remember to come. Holding the paper in her hand, Rania thought to herself, Whatever. I got higher quality magic resistance stones than I thought. I just need to go home and review the plan one more time, and I'm done. Maybe teaching really is my calling. Outside, people were bustling about. Benoa sat on a long bench, deep in thought. It's about time. Looking at the blue sky in front of him, he told himself, Is it summer already? It's so hot. Chloe appeared from somewhere and commented, Wearing all those clothes, of course it's hot. As soon as he saw her, Benoa asked, Where did you pop out from, Chloe? Chloe smiled brightly and replied, I saw you sitting here spacing out, so I sneaked up behind you. There are a lot of delicious-looking food stalls on this street. Let's stop by the candy shop." Benoa smiled and asked, "Since when did you look around?" "Honestly." Chloe quickly grabbed his hand and urged, "Hurry up. You have to help me decide which shop to go to." Looking at her like this, Benoa smiled and thought to himself, "I still can't get used to this piece. Because I'm still used to the dark memories that the sunlight can't reach." In his memories, under a pitch-black sky, a young Chloe looked ragged from the cold. She stood in front of Benoa, who was sitting in a corner, and spoke up. "Listen, my name is Chloe. What's your name?" Benoa replied in annoyance. "Why do you need to know?" Chloe didn't care, walking straight up to him. Then she burst out laughing and said, "Here, have this. Come with me. My grandfather said it's okay to bring you along." The name Benoa means an abandoned child. In Benoa's stream of thoughts, the one who brought light to that name. Benoa's reason for living. Chloe. A gloomy scene with thick smoke and dust. Benoa was bleeding profusely. He thought to himself, "My vision and memories are so blurry. Where the hell am I? I remember we stopped by a shop Chloe chose. Eating all the time. Taking a walk to digest, and then saying we'd go eat more. And then, Chloe was nowhere to be seen. I have to find her. At any cost." Right at this moment, a golden bell suddenly rang. In a flash, a voice rang out. "You lowly one, what is it you desire?" Benoa was silent for a long time, then spoke with determination. "I want to make a trade." At the academy, students were chatting and laughing cheerfully. "Long time no see. Did you finish your homework?" A student quickly whispered, "The assistant professor is here." "What are we learning today?" "Don't even bother guessing. It'll be something unexpected anyway." A spirit stone was placed on the desk. The next second, Rananiel spoke with a bright smile. "All right, everyone, take your seats. In your last class, you learned about the efficiency of magic with Professor Jose, correct? Today, we'll continue to delve deeper into that topic. We'll analyze diagrams to understand what a limit is and how it works. The topic is the limits of basic magic." Rananiel called out, "Let's see." Cholas quickly responded. She asked with a smile, "What advantages do basic spells have?" He immediately answered, "They have simple diagrams and consume little mana, and their casting time is fast." Hearing this answer, Rananiel asked another question. "Very good. So what are their weaknesses?" He hesitated slightly. "Because they're so basic, opponents usually know their effects and power. And they're too weak to be used in combat." Rananiel listened attentively with a smile, then continued, "All right, very good. So, is there a way to overcome those weaknesses?" Cholas suggested uncertainly, "Add reinforcement diagrams, or stack more diagrams on top of it." Rananiel, while casting a spell, agreed, "That's one way." Seeing the power she was demonstrating, the students were surprised. "Is that a magic-resistant stone?" "No way, those are expensive." Rananiel focused on her lecture with the spell in front of her. The basic spell is Burn. We'll reinforce its power and duration. Even so, it's only equivalent to a mid-level spell. Chols. Hearing his name called, he quickly raised his hand and answered, "We can use a limit diagram." Hearing that, Rananiel offered some praise. "Excellent. Many people mistakenly think basic spells are very efficient, but they just consume less mana. That doesn't mean they have higher efficiency. We can overcome their shortcomings by changing the spell's properties. By adding a limit, we can increase the spell's efficiency." As she finished speaking, Rananiel quickly demonstrated for the students. "Shorten. Reinforce. What if we add a time limit, but keep the same amount of mana to reinforce the spell?" Seeing the sight before them, the students were all utterly stunned. "What is this? Is this really the Burn spell?" Rananiel continued to cast the spell, Burn. Just a second later, a powerful stream of fire erupted. The more the students watched, the more amazed they were. "The magic-resistant stone, it's really burning." Rananiel calmly explained the phenomenon. "Even basic spells can become this powerful. Don't just memorize the diagrams. Understand and apply them. Now then, who wants to practice? I've prepared a group assignment for you." She held up a piece of paper. "As I announced, you'll be divided into groups. The groups are random, so check your assignments. The entire class must participate. And if anyone slacks off, the whole group will lose points." Hearing this, the students all froze in place, groaning internally. This is an AP student's nightmare, Rania said with a smile. This time, the assignment is. Before she could finish, the students prayed in their hearts. Please let it be something normal. Rania held a mana stone in her hand and announced, 1 mana bead. With just 1 bead of mana, you must work with your group members to break this magic-resistant stone. Outside, she walked along with a serious expression. So you're here. Kadi appeared out of nowhere, landing and speaking immediately. Please help me. I've been so busy lately. Rania replied, slightly annoyed. I can tell a hound is here just by the sound. Aren't you busy playing bodyguard for the princess? Hearing this, Kadi was surprised. How did you know? Did I tell you? She gave a forced smile. Not exactly. You're late, so I just guessed. You can't leave your post, right? Besides, if a hound has to protect someone, they must be of royal blood. He sighed, a bit helpless, and explained, the bodyguard duty isn't the problem. An unidentified maid caused a commotion in the palace and then vanished. We suspect she's with the first princess's faction, but there's no proof. The culprit destroyed or burned everything. So there's nothing left, and we're taking the heat for it. The atmosphere in the palace is really tense. And what's with that expression? You look like you're the culprit. Rania replied. I thought you'd be tracking the culprit's trail. You should have said something. Kadi gave a bright, dazzling smile and said calmly, well, I need your help with something else, too. Hearing that, she got a little irritated. What's wrong with this guy? Then she raised a fist threateningly. It's been a while since you've had a good beating, hasn't it? Just then, Kadi asked a question that made her freeze. If I die, who will find Benoa? He continued. If it were something small, I would have handled it myself. She had to agree with this. You're right. I assigned a group project, and Benoa's group said he's been missing for a few days. He's not on campus or in the dorms. He's not the type to just disappear. If something happens to my top student, it'll be a big deal. After listening for a while, Kadi asked doubtfully, so why are you looking for me? Elsewhere, in a place filled with a dark and sinister aura. A terrifying voice spoke while the injured Benoa was unconscious. How boring. Will that child come? Gloria stared at him, thinking excitedly, come here soon. Now, Kadi and Rania were heading deep into a dark forest. As they ran, he asked, Senior, do you know anything about the new hero? She muttered coldly, a new hero? I've heard about it. And then, Kadi frankly expressed his confusion. I think it's a bit strange. I thought they would have to come see you. That immediately made her pause. A real hero has to come see me? I can use my fists, but I'm definitely not a swordsman. Hearing that, he sighed wearily. This hero is a bit different. But Rania didn't seem to care, replying dismissively, a hero is a hero. Somewhere, one hero dies and another is born. It's the natural order. In 2 years, 4 heroes were born and died. It just keeps happening. Chosen by the stars, and then they disappear. The heroes of this world are not immortal. That's why Kai is the first person I think of when it comes to heroes. Despite his personality and attitude, he's remained a hero for the past 5 years. Suddenly, Rania stopped dead in her tracks, complaining, the heroes these days are so useless. Completely useless. Kadi broke into a cold sweat, agreeing. Compared to the previous generation of heroes, they are a bit lacking. Before them was a deep space filled with a dark aura. Kadi suddenly spoke up. Anyway, the current hero is the disciple of the master of the Black Tower. As soon as he finished, she exclaimed in shock, what? Not keeping Rania in suspense for long, Kadi got straight to the point. The hero of the Song Ryu star system, Chloe, is not a swordsman and has no special weapon. Instead, her entire body glitters with starlight. Hearing this, she was rather confused. A mage can be a hero? The other magic towers are all desperate to have her. The master of the Black Tower already has a successor. After a moment, he continued, Chloe and Benoa. Those two. It seems they know each other. As soon as he mentioned the familiar name, Rania repeated in shock, with Benoa? Now that I think about it, I think I've heard rumors about that somewhere. And then, she held her head wearily. A mage whose mana is starlight. Seeing Rania's strange reaction, Kadi was confused. Is there a problem? Without hesitation, she stated the reason bluntly. That's why those sword wielders aren't strong. A deal with the stars always comes with a price. You can't just make a pact with the stars so easily. More importantly, A mage with such a special constitution would be the perfect target for someone. After she spoke, they fell silent for a moment. Then, Kadi explained, "That's why I had to find you, Senior. If my guess is correct, we have no way of dealing with this." The two of them disappeared around the same time a large number of monsters appeared in Kedinik. It's speculated that it was to cover up the kidnapping of a hero, but there's no concrete evidence. Summing everything up, he confidently asserted, "The traces are faint, but I'm sure they haven't left Kedinik." Rananiel gave Kadi a special compliment for that. "Good job. You can go back now." However, his tone was disagreeable. "No way. Are you planning to go alone?" She retorted. "You think you can go in this state? Wipe that blood off and go with that Chloe girl." Before leaving, Rananiel adjusted her clothes and said firmly, "When a student runs away, it's the teacher's responsibility to find them." Scene change. Kai's sword was now drenched in fresh blood. He used the sword to struggle to his feet. Kai clutched the wound on his arm and wondered, "I didn't even intend to get up." In front of him, countless glowing red eyes were fixed on him. No matter how many he blocked, their numbers were endless. What are those traitors thinking? Seeing him about to collapse, Sarah rushed over. "Kai." She quickly approached and supported him. "Let me see your wound." Without hesitation, Sarah quickly channeled her power into Kai. Feeling himself recovering, he praised her. "Your healing ability is really strong." Seeing Kai injured like this, her heart ached. With tears in her eyes, her voice trembled. "Even so, if he were here, no one would have gotten hurt. If that person were here." A moment later, the healing was complete. He quickly urged her, "Sarah, I'm fine now. Get back to your position." At that moment, countless hateful eyes and sharp teeth were staring at them. Hearing Kai, she had no choice but to agree. "All right, Kai. Be careful." With that, Sarah resolutely turned and left. At the same time, the soldiers tightened their grip on their swords, ready to fight. Facing this fierce battle, he still found it somewhat confusing. Why do they spare humans? A hero isn't that great. If they truly wanted to exterminate humanity, humans couldn't stop them. What are they fighting for? Despite the thoughts running through his head, Kai decisively finished them off one by one. At the same time, the space on the other side suddenly darkened. Lep stepped out of a soaking puddle with a sigh. "So boring." I yawned, dissatisfied. "We should have just dealt with them cleanly." But I immediately dashed that hope. There's no way to avoid being hunted down. The more Lep heard, the more resentful she felt. But there's no motivation. If it were a man, I'd want to drain his energy dry. Finally, I sighed in agreement. Really, this kidnapping was too easy. I thought there'd be something in the capital by now, but when the calamity strikes, we're done for. Suddenly, Dai fell into thought. "It reminds me of something." Let was immediately curious. "Huh? What is it?" And so, he honestly recounted everything. "A long time ago, I had the chance to meet Lord Skur. At that time, I asked why the calamity didn't descend." At this, she immediately looked interested. And Dai continued, "The primordial contract, the first light, and the first transaction, the binding of the stars." Hearing the answer, her face fell in disappointment. "What are you talking about?" And then, he stared at Lep, affirming with a wide gesture, "I don't know either. That's all I heard." At this, Ep began to hesitate. Anyway, deciding to change the subject, Lep quickly said, "Talk about something else." As soon as she finished, she directly unleashed a terrifying blast of power towards Ked. He quickly caught it and exclaimed, "Unexpected." That power quickly dissipated under Ked's crushing grip. Next, Lep stepped forward and spoke firmly, "Of course." With that, she transformed with a sinister smile. "That rich source of energy, let me have a little taste. Just a little, okay?" Then, she spoke to Benoa in a chillingly seductive voice. "Hello, little human boy." Lep stared at the energy surrounding him and said, "So nice to see you again." Not stopping there, Dai added with interest, "The polymorphs have been released." I drooled with desire. "But it looks so delicious, doesn't it?" Before the fight, she asked softly, "Why did you come all this way alone? Are you looking for that girl?" Hearing this, Benoa just let out a long sigh without saying a word. Next, she started to instigate. "Sorry, but you should give up on her. Instead, I'll play with you." As soon as she finished, he gave her a sharp, cold glare and growled, "Where is Chloe?" Seeing Benoa's expression, Lep found it extremely amusing. Oh my, are you angry? But you know, with your current skills, you can't win. At that moment, his blazing power quickly spread. Benoa snapped again. I'll ask again. Where's Chloe? Every time he spoke, it excited her. Don't be like that. Why don't you play with me? I'll make you feel amazing in no time. And then, Lep started talking about Chloe. A pure child. The innocent type that any man would want to get his hands on. If that's the type of woman you like, I can become like that. At this point, Benoa couldn't hold back his emotions and yelled, Shut up. Seeing this, Dai whispered a suggestion. That boy should be offered as a sacrifice to appease the calamity. And with that, she pouted and agreed. I know. With that, Lep slowly raised her hand to command. Rise, everyone. She single-handedly controlled the entire horde of zombies. It's time to work. Before the official fight, Lep gave a special instruction. You know, don't kill him. Faced with the situation, Benoa's determination surged. Who said I'd let myself be dragged away without a fight? He clenched his teeth, silently calling her name. Chloe. And then, Benoa directly unleashed his hidden power, demanding in a harsh tone. Tell me, where did you take Chloe? At that moment, a blazing red power rushed straight towards Dai. However, he quickly and mercilessly smashed everything. At the same time, gruesome zombies appeared right behind him. Then, she spoke like a victim. I'm sorry, but... Her voice trembled. We have our own circumstances. And then, Dai reminded him sternly. Don't waste your effort, Benoa. The ghost of Twilight. A boy who crawled his way up from the slums. Like others who live in lowly places, his life has no value. No matter how you put it, his life wasn't clean. It was a life without meaning or purpose. Even so, he lived on. He stepped on others to survive. He dirtied himself to live. But for this boy, life found meaning. The light that crept into the alley became his faith. She became the one he had to protect, an irreplaceable existence he had to defend at all costs. As soon as he thought of Chloe, that became the reason for Benoa to fight to the end. He decisively beheaded them one by one. After a while, Benoa was completely exhausted. Lep retreated to a corner, resting her chin on her hand. Hey, wouldn't it be faster if I handled this? But she received a short reply. Hearing that, Lep pouted, feigning anger. And so, with nothing better to do, she came up with a strategy. Kidnap the children chosen by the calamity. Use the hostages as a diversion. While absorbing the energy of the pursuers, we'll meet at the exit. Then, hand the hostages over to the calamity. And that's it. That's the plan. Snapping out of her fantasy, Lep sighed wearily again. Coming and going from the capital is too easy. The pursuers can't touch the hostages, so there's nothing we can do. Unable to wait any longer, she tiredly urged them on. Hey, you idiot, hurry up and finish this. He found a suitable reason. Capturing someone alive is always harder. In complete contrast to them, Benoa was so exhausted he could barely keep his eyes open. I can feel my mana slowly running out. I only have a little left to sacrifice. The amount of mana I can use is limited. The target to destroy is that armor. His eyes flashed with a calculated plan. If that's the case, without another word, Benoa quickly unleashed a charge of accumulated energy. At that moment, his body was surrounded by an oppressive power. Sensing the intensity, Ked became interested. Looks like you've started a rather interesting fight. Release the spirit beast. Hearing that, A complied. The spirit beast immediately moved in and attacked Benoa from behind. Seeing this, he stroked his chin and remarked, an interesting effort. You've traded sharpness for rotational power. Hearing him talk on and on was driving him crazy. Are you done observing? Then die. With that, Benoa focused all his remaining energy to take down his opponent with the Black Maw technique. Without hesitation, the attack drilled directly into the sturdy armor. Instantly, the armor shattered into pieces, causing Ked to stare in astonishment. You're truly beyond expectations, boy. I should repay you for this performance, shouldn't I? Without further ado, he tightened his fist. A precise punch landed squarely in Benoa's abdomen. And just like that, he was sent flying thousands of meters away. Benoa even coughed up blood in agony. Witnessing this, Lep cried out in alarm. Hey, what if he dies? Hage quickly reassured her, he won't. I controlled my power. Even so, Lep remained skeptical. Controlled your power? At the same time, Gannikin suddenly appeared, surrounding them, and spoke through a host with a hidden meaning. What nonsense are you spouting after beating someone else's student so brutally? Taking advantage of the distraction, Rania suddenly appeared. She carefully approached him. It's been a while, you tin can. Back with Lep, Gannikin continued her lecture. Or should I call you the apostate, Glader? My dear Ash, are you going to treat me so coldly again? Do you know how long I've waited for you? Over with Benoa, his voice was weak. Professor, she rushed to support his head. You're awake? If you're awake, then watch closely. With that, Rania created a protective circle around his body. Meanwhile, Gannikin kept smirking. You've done some interesting things. This appearance is so cute, isn't it? Seeing this, Rania held her head in exasperation. Asterisk, I knew it. She's really lost her mind. How the hell is this cute? Asterisk. Seeing Rania's expression, Gannick exclaimed, Oh, my little gray one, why are you so tense? I'm not your enemy. You know that, right? Faced with this attitude, she became even more annoyed. On the battlefield, you should be more decent. Is there a dog barking everywhere? Despite this, she still expressed her amusement, praising her in a sing-song voice. You're barking? Oh my, you're so adorable. Gannikin's eyes were now shining brightly, staring at her intently. It sent a shiver down Rania's spine. Asterisk, this crazy bitch. What now? Why is she looking at me like that? Asterisk. I've been through all sorts of things on the battlefield for the past 5 years, but this lattice, I just can't figure her out. The Black Dragon, Baleo, he was like a beast acting on instinct. Even so, I could predict his moves and easily defeat him. The Bone Soldier? Just a coward. He doesn't like people getting close and only appears after collecting life vessels. If you provoke him just enough, he'll show up. Still, I can't shake this thought. But Gannikin is a swordsman. She doesn't kill those who lay down their arms or sacrifice their lives to other calamities. I can understand something when I meet them, but not with her. Her beliefs, her habits. I can't figure out a single thing. I've only learned one thing. She has a favorable impression of me. Suddenly, Gannikin paused, a crazy thought flashing through her mind. But, the first time we met, I didn't know you had any value. The second time, I had to kill you. Even the third, fourth, and fifth times. I was just a little strict because you kept getting in my way. Hearing this, Rania's face darkened at her absurdity. Not stopping there, Gannikin continued, but it's not like that anymore. No, not at all. I'm sure of it. She even made a condition. Give me that child, and I'll leave quietly for your sake. As soon as she finished, Rania pointed and yelled, You caused all this chaos, and now you dare say that? But she just laughed nonchalantly. Just because of that. You mean the people I released in Katanak? Oh, I don't understand. She called her beast. What's so terrible about that? Gannick started to growl. You know, my little gray one, if I had appeared here directly, the ending wouldn't have been just a simple game. Deep down, you must feel relieved, right? So go on, hand over the child. I want that child. The child who is like me. Are you planning to stop me all by yourself? At that, Rania stood frozen, saying nothing more. Her voice continued to taunt. All alone, without any blessing from the stars. No priest, no precision. With that, Rania clenched her fist and unleashed a punishing blow. A stream of power shot forward with a certain oppressive force. Not long after, the attack quickly shattered everything. Then, Rania said with a cold, serious face, What choices do I have? Let me handle this. After being attacked, even Gannikin coughed up blood. A second later, Gloria revealed herself and laughed with a savage smile. Her eyes were listless as she taunted her opponent. You think you can handle this yourself? There's a difference between brave and reckless, you know. If you can stop me, then go ahead. At this moment, Lep's body went limp and fell into Dai's arms. Gloria accepted this merciless confrontation. Be my guest, if you can. Just then, Rania suddenly froze, sensing something strange. This sound, could it be? Instantly, she suddenly attacked. Luckily, Rania managed to dodge just in time. Next, Gloria gave a friendly-looking smile. Come on, let's go outside and play. Seeing this, Rania frowned and yelled, Where do you think you're going? She rested her chin on her hand and suggested, It's too cramped in here. We can't play properly. A second later, Rania carefully assessed her opponent's strength. Asterisk, she says that, but the truth is she can't enter this place. She's weakened quite a bit. For some reason, the calamities don't enter the capital directly. It's as if they have some kind of agreement. Asterisk. Without another word, she decisively sought the power of balance. Mage, pay a corresponding price. In an instant, Rania succeeded smoothly. Asterisk given. Agreement complete. Asterisk. Just because Klados has weakened doesn't mean she can be defeated. Even weakened, a calamity is still a calamity. That night, her azure power spread throughout the dark forest. Outside, Gloria offered special praise. Gray, my little gray one. What a beautiful color. It's the same every time I see it. She closed her eyes and smiled with satisfaction. My beloved gray. In that moment, Gloria suddenly remembered the past with the one she loved. Amian had been incredibly gentle and kind to her. And then, Gloria turned to look at Rania, expressing her feelings. You remind me of beautiful memories. I should be the one to thank you. Despite her flowery words, Rania's voice was stern, determined to win. So, now you can disappear. Gloria stroked her chin a few times and smirked. You're so heartless. She casually clapped her hands, deciding the transaction herself. I have to take the child, so I'll leave a gift as payment. Rania immediately objected. I don't want it. Get lost. However, she stubbornly insisted. No, you'll like it when you receive it. I worked very hard to make it. I prepared it just for you. What do you think? From deep within her, a figure suddenly appeared. Kuan Theo immediately appeared. She continued her questioning. Isn't this face very familiar? The only one who could stand against Gon with a pure sword. The one who achieved what no superhero could. Oh, my beloved. How do you feel now? Are you happy? Overjoyed? You get to see your master again. At this moment, he was extremely gaunt from Gloria's torture. The mocking voice echoed in her ear. Are you so happy you're speechless? Just then, she remembered the moments when Kuan Theo was strong and healthy. A second later, Rania criticized her with a serious face. Lattice, I know you're insane. Remembering the times he taught her with all his heart, she became even more enraged. But you've gone too far. With that, she stomped her foot down hard, trampling on her dark power. In Rania's eyes, Kuan Theo's image remained beautiful and unchanged. Then, Gloria gently, tenderly lifted her face and asked softly, What are you going to do to me? You're resentful, aren't you? You want to kill me, don't you? As she spoke, she carefully stroked Rania's hair. Immediately after, Gloria's hand inexplicably started to crack. In that instant, Rania's eyes darkened as she warned, Don't get your hopes up. I'm going to end this right here, anyway. At this moment, Gloria fell back into an old memory. Back then, Amian was searching for her helplessly. So you're here, Gloria. She turned back with a gentle smile. Amy, were you looking for me? He held a book and tapped her on the head with it. What else would I be doing? You've caused trouble. Gloria felt the pain to the point of tears, complaining. What are you doing? You're messing up my hair. Seeing this, Amian sighed in exasperation. How can you be so carefree? Didn't I tell you to set his bones before using recovery magic? The screams of the soldiers whose anesthesia wore off were deafening. Feeling his body heat, Gloria shyly covered her face. You're too close, Amy. With that, he decided to pull her along. This won't do. I'll teach you myself. Come with me. That action unintentionally impressed Gloria. Her cheeks flushed red. Gloria's heart pounded like a drum. Asterisk, even though he's always nagging, he still takes care of me. So cute. Asterisk from behind. Amian's unique beauty radiated a cold on the outside, warm on the inside vibe. At this moment, Gloria clasped her hands and prayed intently. Asterisk like a saint who receives the prayers of believers and sends them to the stars. An existence close to the Supreme Being to convey their will. Asterisk from her interactions with Amian. Gloria started to develop feelings for him. When everyone looks up to me, envies me, and respects me as a superior, he's the only one who makes me feel like I'm still a human on this earth. With that thought, the two happily embraced. Back in reality, she suddenly called out, Gray-haired girl, you remind me of him. And then, her eyes, Claire's eyes, turned sharp, her claws filled with a dark aura as she plotted. So, just a little longer, entertain me. As she spoke, she laughed and asked, I'm making you happy too, right? At that moment, Kuan Theo was still struggling under her control. At this point, Rania had no reason to hold back any longer. She gritted her teeth, expressing her utmost fury. Witnessing this attitude only excited Claire more. How lovely, but also so pathetic. A second later, she commanded him in a loud voice, "Now, shine brightly." Immediately, Kuan Theo drove the tip of his sword deep into the ground. He used it to launch himself straight at Rania. She stood silently, watching Kuan Theo attack her, unable to do anything. At that moment, he was no different from a robot, emotionless. Seeing Kuan Theo's fighting spirit surge, Gloria took the opportunity to push him further. "Burn that short life of yours. Show me a beautiful story. What do you think? Do you like it? Such refined swordsmanship. It's almost at Kadi's level." The battle before her truly delighted her. Noble and sacred. In that moment, Rania was struggling to withstand the heavy, oppressive force before her. Next, she used her defensive ability and grabbed tightly onto Kuan's clothes. Finally, Rania used the 1,000-pound weight technique and slammed him straight into the ground. With that, Kuan Theo's bones instantly shattered. He screamed in silent agony. Meanwhile, Gloria sat comfortably on her beast's back, cheering. "Are you having that much fun? But it's useless now." Hearing this, Rania froze. A stream of purple, dark energy gradually gathered again. That energy quickly restored Kuan Theo's broken arm. Only then did she begin to explain. "I quite like that material, you know? So I was very devoted to it. A perfect body for a pitiful human. From a flawed prototype to the most perfect masterpiece." The more she listened, the more annoyed Rania became. "Didn't I tell you to shut your mouth?" That only made Gloria wonder. "Why don't you try to please me? I'm not happy because my hound took away my new toy. So I hope you can entertain me a little." Scene changed to Kadi. Guy approached to report. "Sir Kadi, this area is almost secure." He hastily asked for an update. "What about Lady Chloe?" He replied in a calm, soft voice. "She is on her way to the capital." With that, Kadi gave a cold command. "Guy, go with the escort team. The rest of you, join the monster extermination team in Karnak." At the same time, Itoa slowly appeared and asked, "Are you all going to Bell?" He confirmed without hesitation, "Yes. Would you like to come along, sir?" As expected, he had already planned for it. I was about to say the same thing. Immediately after, Itoa looked up at the sky and saw a dense purple color. The situation looks unstable. Such dark energy. Anyway, we're in a hurry, so let's use this. This is a ring enchanted with acceleration magic from the Black Tower. Besides that, Kadi took it and asked, "Do you have any other magic items, sir?" Without further ceremony, the two continued their conversation while moving. "I've brought everything I thought would be useful." And then, Kadi didn't hesitate to borrow them all. "Please lend me all of them." Hearing this, Itoa was a bit surprised but still agreed. "All right." Suddenly, he stopped, looking confused. "Now that I think about it," Itoa shouted, "What did you just say? Talking about the price is a bit much, but they..." However, Kadi looked at him with pleading eyes. "Please, sir, I have to go there." Witnessing Gloria abusing her power to attack, he was forced to be cautious. "Wait, over there, I can't take you." Understanding the nature of her power was all the more reason for him to refuse. That is a true calamity. You can't do anything with just magic items. Despite the lurking danger, Kadi's will only grew stronger. Even so, I see Rania as my partner. I can't let her face this alone. I have to do something. Hearing this, he suddenly clenched his fist. In the end, Itoa had no choice but to agree. "All right, fine. I'll lend them to you. But bring them back in one piece." Receiving the treasures, Kadi was overjoyed. "Yes, thank you, sir." And so, he silently watched him enter the dangerous place. Itoa's face was filled with worry, breaking out in a cold sweat. Unbelievable. The artifacts that contain the essence of the Black Magic Tower, created over a lifetime, sometimes even a generation. They aren't trivial items that can be easily given to an outsider. Thinking about it, his face turned pale. My predecessors will have my hide. But how can I just stand by and watch someone else risk their life? Faced with this critical situation, he could only hope. I just hope they can safely see tomorrow's dawn. Kadi, with an artifact in his mouth, breathed a sigh of relief. The dark magic is so thick you can see it with the naked eye. If it weren't for these artifacts, I'd be dead already. Seeing the situation becoming more and more critical, He told himself, asterisk, damn it. I have to hurry. At this rate, she's going to lose. Asterisk. Kuan Theo's sword repeatedly stabbed into the ground with extreme force. Kadi focused all his energy to speed up, hoping, please, don't let me be too late. At that moment, Gloria calmly rested her chin on her hand and remarked, this kid keeps rushing at me, even though she knows it's useless. Just then, Rania decided to focus a spell on her legs. Reinforcement spell. And then, she gathered momentum, leaped up, and struck down from above. Rania unleashed the 1,000-pound weight technique, crushing Kuan Theo. After taking that hit, he could only grit his teeth and endure it. The oppressive purple aura also began to fade. However, Rania still felt it wasn't enough. Just attacking like this won't work. With that, she used the reinforcement spell again. Then I'll have to take advantage of that large body. Not stopping there, Rania quickly switched to enhancement. She charged straight at her opponent, her hands now enveloped in formidable power. A second later, Rania decided to grab onto him. Without hesitation, she repeated her previous action, mustering her strength to slam Kuan Theo into the ground. He was even sent flying thousands of meters by Rania. At this point, Kuan Theo's entire body felt like it was about to shatter into 100 pieces. Despite this, Gloria casually remarked, look at you struggling. Really, how can you be so adorable? I want to watch a little longer, but even my patience has its limits. What a shame, but I must hurry. It's time to end the story. As soon as she finished, she took the opportunity to channel her malevolent power into Kuan Theo's body. In no time, his energy was restored. Purple veins began to bulge on his hands. Gloria simultaneously asked, will you accept it happily? She smirked, her eyes crinkling with a chilling expression. The most perfect ending I've prepared for you, to die by your master's sword. A second later, Kuan Theo lunged forward like an out-of-control madman. Faced with this speed, even Rania had to be somewhat wary. So fast. At this point, she could only close her eyes and brace herself. It's too late. At the same time, Kadi appeared like a savior just in time. He swung his sword to parry the blow, saving her. Regarding his movement speed, Kadi found it lacking. This speed is making me a little sleepy. Hearing this, both she and the other woman were stunned. At that moment, he was still biting down on the artifact. He confidently stepped forward. I'm here. Leave him to me. Hearing that, Rania shouted in confusion. What are you talking about? Are you planning to fight dark magic with your own body? Kadi paused, then hesitantly replied, it's fine. I'm fine. You should go. Before leaving, she pointed to the item in his mouth and asked, where did you get those magic items? Don't tell me you stole them. Seeing them busy talking and ignoring her, Gloria started to get angry and curse. You insolent little rat. Then, she yelled at the top of her lungs, don't get in my way. At the same time, Kuan Theo also rushed forward. Seeing this, Kadi anxiously urged her, go now. As she turned to leave, Rania said, you'd better explain this to me later, you hear? The next second, the two forces of good and evil clashed. But for now, he was clearly the weaker one. Facing him for the first time, he was filled with admiration. Asterisk as expected of Sir Kuan Theo. I can't even feel a 1% chance of winning. Asterisk. The strongest swordmaster. The one who faced a deadly sword with a mortal body. A role model for knights. The one who, through his own efforts, reached an unparalleled level without the blessing of the stars. At this moment, Kadi closed his eyes, concentrating intensely, telling himself, and because of that, I have to do this, even if it seems impossible, so that he can rest in peace as a true human. A moment later, he opened his eyes, holding his sword firmly at a 90-degree angle. He declared in a solemn voice, I am Kadi. I offer my respect to a proud warrior. A short sentence, but it unintentionally touched his heart. The sword in Kuan Theo's hand actually trembled. But things weren't that simple. He once again regained his composure. Just then, leaves suddenly started flying into the area from nowhere. This directly enraged Gloria. That brat is ruining everything. She screamed like a madwoman, veins popping on her face. So annoying. So irritating. Taking this opportunity, Rania quickly appeared and attacked. You've lived for too long. That's your problem. If you die today, you won't be irritated anymore. Despite being attacked, she calmly expressed, What a shame, but you can't do it. You're not the one chosen by the stars. However, she didn't bother to pay it any mind. We'll see. As soon as she finished, Rania quickly unleashed her power. At the same time, she confidently guaranteed, "Actually, I'm quite persistent." The brilliant energy continued to surge to an outstanding level. Before striking, she cleverly left a taunt. "Let's see if you can still say that after taking this punch, Lattice." At this moment, at the bottom of a dark and desolate cliff, thousands of piles of rubble were scattered on the ground. Itoa looked around worriedly. This is worse than I thought. Where's Benoa? Just then, there's a stirring sound from under a pile of rocks. He messily emerged from the rubble. Almost died. Seeing him, he asked with concern, "Benoa, are you safe?" He asked sarcastically, "Do I look safe to you?" Benoa asked, trembling, "Is Chloe okay?" Itoa helped him up while confirming, "The hound is protecting her." He breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good." Now he analyzed thoughtfully. The protective magic circle on Benoa. It's definitely the work of Rananiel van Trachat. Yes, Seeing this magic circle, I'm sure of it. A bold effort that overthrows all previous rules. The magic circles are too perfect and efficient. Among the people I know, only one person can create magic circles like this. The Ash Mage, Rananiel van Trachat. Meanwhile, Rania focused all her power into her fist and launched it fiercely at Gloria. Magic feather. Reinforcement spell. Power. Punishment. She smiled and praised her with a hidden meaning. Beautiful. But that's not enough for you. She replied firmly. I know that without you telling me. After that, a deafening explosion echoed throughout the space. Rania landed hard on the ground. She clutched her chest in pain and coughed up blood. Rania recalled a memory from the past. The day I offered half my life to the Demon King. The price for using power beyond my capabilities was heavy. My soul rotted, and my body was destroyed. Even though both my body and soul have been transformed, the parts that were worn down cannot be restored. I don't want to admit it, but I have to. This is my final limit. Gloria confessed profoundly. I cherish that child very much. You've really made things difficult. She made a promise and summoned a magic circle. Don't worry. We'll meet again soon. She expressed her astonished admiration. Amazing. You're really so much like him. Even your stubbornness. You're completely different from the people I've known before. Humans. Short-lived. Even that is burned away meaninglessly. A weak and foolish race. But, even so, it's always you humans who are chosen by the stars. Is that why I can't take my eyes off you? After hearing this, Rania declared decisively, That's right. Watch closely. She fiercely chanted an incantation. Return to Ash. Rania firmly gripped the lightning sword in her hand. Without hesitation, she took the initiative and attacked with a sharp technique. Blade. Rania gritted her teeth and endured. Meanwhile, Gloria burst out laughing with delight. One step. Just one more step. Only one more step is needed. She successfully severed her arm. Gloria sighed helplessly. That was my last chance. I couldn't even take that child with me. Ash. She gently reached out her hand towards her. My lovely child of Ash. Before vanishing, Gloria left a message. Next time, you'll come find me, won't you? Rania immediately replied, Of course. I will definitely be the one to kill you. At the same time, Kadi was in an evenly matched battle with Kuantheo. However, he was injured by his power in the blink of an eye. Then, an object suddenly fell. Kadi complained in frustration, Damn it. This magic is too dense. He soberly tightened his grip on his sword. The more I fight them, the clearer it becomes. The unbeatable wall. Those who have surpassed their own limits. Normally, I wouldn't even have the right to fight them, because I still haven't been able to overcome that wall. Kadi gathered his momentum and encouraged himself. But now's not the time for that. He jumped in, determined to fight back. However, I have to hold on a little longer. I can't let him get near Senior's position. Just then, Kuantheo knocked the sword from Kadi's hand. He stared in disbelief at his sword, then back at him. This is the end. Kadi helplessly closed his eyes, bracing for the end. He slowly opened them in confusion. Did I die without any pain? Seeing Kuantheo suddenly stop moving, Kadi watched in bewilderment as he automatically split in two, then gradually dissolved into dark energy. He stood stunned for 5 seconds. Kadi breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed to his knees. I'm still alive? He asked curiously. Senior, did you defeat Lattice? The battle ended. The sun began to rise, and the forest started to regain its vitality. Kadi happily leaned against a tree. Asterisk, my whole body aches. I'm lucky to be alive. Asterisk, just then, Rananiel approached and called out, Look at me. She stepped forward sarcastically. I thought you still had a few of Klatos's mascots left. He teased back. I don't think you should be saying that, Senior. Rananiel wearily gave him a light push. Move over a bit. Let me sit. She turned to him gratefully. Kadi, thank you. He feigned shock. I've lived long enough to hear a thank you from you, Senior. Rananiel was stunned. What? What do you mean by that? What were you thinking, challenging a sword master like that? What were you planning to do with all those magic tools? And you didn't even borrow them, did you? Kadi retorted frankly. This isn't something that can be settled with a few pieces of paper. She exclaimed in shock. No way. Someone who knew that still attacked recklessly. Rananiel frowned and remarked. I know someone who always jumps in like that. Someone who, when told to leave, actually leaves. He asserted firmly. Someone has to do it. I know someone who always charges into attack like that. She sighed, exasperated. There you go again. I'll talk. Anyway, good job. He smiled and suggested. It was nothing. Instead, you can help me with the post-battle cleanup. Rananiel got angry. You're a smooth talker, aren't you? Scene changed to a safe area. Chloe ran over, overjoyed. Noah. Benoa. Thank goodness, you're safe. She sobbed as she checked him over. You're a complete wreck. Benoa reminded her. Chloe, that hurts. Seeing her silent, he asked in confusion, What's wrong? Chloe confessed sadly. I thought the hounds would come to rescue us right away. I thought Noah would be rescued quickly too. Did all of this happen while you were trying to save me? Thank you, Benoa. As always. He smiled humbly to soothe her. Why are you suddenly saying that? Even if I knew you were safe, I would have come to see for myself anyway. Benoa thought suspiciously, asterisk white hair and blue eyes, just like the apostate Klatos. It's not just the colors. It's like Chloe has matured, asterisk. It must have something to do with her being kidnapped, which means it could happen again. She suggested with concern. Benoa, if you're in pain, I'll call a priest. He quickly explained. No, it's just that I have a lot to think about. I'm the group leader for the project, but I haven't even attended a single meeting. At the same time, the students were desperately hoping. Group leader, please come back. Hearing this, Chloe fidgeted for a few seconds. A second later, she suddenly burst out laughing. Benoa was surprised. Why are you laughing? Did I say something strange? Chloe commented cheerfully. It's so nice to hear you say student-like things, Benoa. He replied, annoyed, but I am a student. She said happily. Come on, let me take you home. Let's go. Benoa obediently agreed. Okay, let's go home. On the way back, Chloe eagerly expressed her wish. I want to go to Ipis soon, too. Are the summer uniforms there pretty? He said indifferently. Who knows? They're probably normal. She said with interest. I'm also very curious about the person named Rananiel that you and your master mentioned. She helped us this time, too. And you said she's a professor worth learning from. She must be a wonderful professor, right? Seeing him holding his head with a troubled expression, Chloe worried. Benoa, what's wrong? He remarked cryptically. You'll know when you meet her. She asked cheerfully, what? What does that mean? Are you worried you'll get scolded for skipping the project meetings? Benoa hesitantly admitted. Well, there's that too. Scene changed to evening. A carriage was traveling on a road in a dark forest. Inside, Kadi looked at a document, flustered. He said with annoyance. Could you please stop making those demonic noises? I'm trying to work here. Rananiel kicked her feet sarcastically. I'm completely exhausted from helping you. My body aches. Kadi coldly exposed her. I know you only helped because you didn't want to go home. She sat up and asked dejectedly. Do you think Master is really mad? He gave a forced smile to reassure her. No way. Why would Professor Jose be mad? Rananiel gave a bitter smile. You're right. There's no single reason for him to be mad. There are dozens of them. The western area of Gardink is gone. Please calm down, sir. Do you know how much money we invested in that? The time tower that we spent years building has been destroyed. By now, Master has definitely heard the news. Half the city has been leveled. I'm going to get an earful. Kadi said comfortingly. Losing half a city when facing a calamity is still a good outcome, isn't it? At least the whole city wasn't wiped out, especially when facing Klados. Hearing that, she asked, really? He seriously revealed some information. There's one more important thing. The royal family has sent, a gesture of goodwill. Rania took the paper and replied dejectedly, huh? From the royal family? Forget it. It's not going to be anything good anyway. Kadi stated frankly. Let's be honest. The credit for handling the calamity doesn't just belong to your hounds. I also skillfully mentioned your contribution. They've been quite worried since you retired. They're afraid you'll go to another country. He shrugged and added, they really want to keep you here, whether it's through me or by any other means. She called his name pointedly. Kadi. Rania considered a bold idea. Should I build a magic tower? He enthusiastically supported it. Go for it, sister. Build 5 of them, and give one to me. She cut him off loudly. I'm serious. Forget it. Let me out here. I'll walk for a bit before going in. He said warmly. Get home safe, senior. Rania waved happily. You too. You did a good job today. On the way back, she wondered to herself, what is this? The fight was intense, but it wasn't like my first time. Why does it feel so strange? I used to scold others. Just then, Rania was startled and looked up. Seeing a familiar figure waiting for her, she called out in astonishment, Master. Rania rushed over. You're still awake? Jose sighed sorrowfully. How could I sleep? He asked with concern. Are you all right? Hearing that, she was silent for a long time. Then, Rania pursed her lips in thought, so he noticed that I traded a part of my lifespan as the price for the deal. Outwardly, however, she reassured him cheerfully. Don't worry, Master. I'm perfectly fine. Jose was skeptical. Was that really necessary? Rania explained awkwardly. I was the only one who could do it. Hearing that, he fell silent in thought. Jose gently patted her head. I trust you'll find a way to do things correctly. It's cold. Let's go inside. She thought shyly. I thought that strange feeling was something else. It's just that I'm not used to it. Not used to actually having a place to come back to and rest. Rania smiled brightly and called out, I'm home, Master. The next morning, he called out gently, Rania, wake up. Get ready and come out quickly. We have a visitor. Meanwhile, she was still lost in a dream. Jose stepped out politely. It might take a moment. I apologize. Itoa replied gently with an understanding tone. There's no need to apologize. We came without notice. He said sincerely. I just wanted to thank you, Mage. Itoa asked curiously. Who else knows about this? She said calmly. Originally, only my master and Kadi knew. Now, it's 4 people. He marveled in admiration. Physical transformation. Even seeing it with my own eyes, it's still hard to believe. Rania humorously pointed out, isn't soul transformation even harder to explain? Now, Itoa sincerely expressed his deep gratitude. Well, I didn't come here to question you. I truly, sincerely want to thank you. If it weren't for you, I might have lost all my students. Thank you. Really, thank you from the bottom of my heart. She calmly revealed. It wasn't even a request. He said gratefully. That gives me even more reason to be thankful. Rania cautiously reminded him. Please keep this a secret. It's not something that should be spread around. Itoa bowed his head in agreement. You don't have to ask. I'll keep quiet. He gave a mysterious invitation. I also have someone I'd like to introduce you to. When you've fully recovered, please come to the Black Tower. All right then. Benoa, let's head back before it's too late. Just then, she asked probingly. Aren't you going? Do you have something to say to me? He hesitantly asked. Yes. It's about how. How can I put my lifespan on the line? I tried to calculate it as a part of my body, but the exchange wasn't effective. If I could have offered my own lifespan, I could have defeated that thing. Hearing this, Rania was confused. After understanding what he meant, she flicked his forehead to stop him. No, if you're not careful, your soul will shatter into pieces. Instantly, Benoa was caught off guard by the flick on his forehead. Rania gave a reassuring smile. If that's the power you wish to pursue, then don't worry. She warned him profoundly. You know who I am now, after all.